on the ground in just a bit, but here's what we know so far. The oath-taking ceremony takes place at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Tejasvi Yadav, of course, will take oath along with Nitish Kumar. That's the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. Now, how the division of portfolios really takes place is going to be extremely interesting to watch out for, because do remember that the JDU, as it takes the forefront in this alliance, it is the RJD which has more numbers, just in terms of sheer numbers. The RJD has more, and we are also given to understand that the Congress will get about 4 berths. So what we are given to understand right now is that even as this new coalition, and it is a marriage of convenience that many would call it, because it just doesn't have the RJD. It has the RJD, it has the JDU, and it has the Congress party as well. Takes oath today. What we know so far is only 2 people will be taking oath. That's the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. Do remember that yesterday, in a completely surprise move, first Nitish Kumar went to meet the governor, where he resigned as the Chief Minister, and thereafter, just within an hour, came back to stake a claim. Let's look at what's happened so far.
In a quick turn of events in Bihar politics, time has been rewound 7 years back to 2015 to re-witness a RJD, JDU, Congress left Bonami.
Nitish Kumar has done it again, flipped and jumped ship. Lalu Prasad Yadav in 2017 called him Paltu Ram. Now that same Palti benefits Lalu and his party RJD, because Nitish has ditched the BJP and gone back to the Mahagathbandhan.
If history is a teacher, it will teach the opposition to tread carefully, as Nitish Kumar had dumped this very same alliance within 2 years of coming to power in 2015.
सिर्फ विपक्षी एकता नहीं, बल्कि एक अल्टरनेटिव नैरेटिव भी होना चाहिए, एजेंडा तय होना चाहिए, वैकल्पिक क्या हमारा एजेंडा है, इसको लेकर हमें अपनी बात जनता के समक्ष रखनी चाहिए। हमारे बिहार के राज्यपाल के रूप में उन्होंने बहुत ही बेहतरीन कार्य किया, बहुत ही निष्पक्षता के साथ और निरपेक्षता के साथ संविधान के अनुरूप उन्होंने कार्य किया। जहां तक सवाल है नोटबंदी का, तरह तरह का धंधा है, 2 नंबर का धंधा। ऐसा धंधा में लोग पैसा बना बना करके जमा किए हुए थे, तो नोटबंदी हो जाएगा तो चाहे तो उसको बैंक में जमा करेंगे लोग किसी न किसी के बहाने, और सबूचा तो जमा हो नहीं पाएगा।
Will the people trust this alliance, which gave Bihar 2 turbulent years of infighting and power tussle, or vote them out when it comes to the elections in 2024? In fact, ahead of the 2020 elections, Nitish Kumar was reminding the voters of the crimes under the RJD rule. After claiming to serve Bihar and work against corruption, will the unholy alliance of the 7-party government survive till 2024 and beyond? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, within days of the news of abuse by an alleged politician came in from Noida, a Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha member was seen assaulting an ex-serviceman in Madhya Pradesh. It's brazen hooliganism by those allegedly linked to the BJP and its affiliates, with the BJYM president Rituraj Chaturvedi allegedly involved.
Few hours after the arrest of Shrikant Tyagi, another similar story has come to light from Rewa in Madhya Pradesh. And the footage that Republic TV broke during the debate on Monday night showed pictures of how one of the leaders of the BJYM, a leader of the BJYM, which is the BJP's youth wing, is seen thrashing a man who spoke to Republic TV, recounted the attack. He spoke about how he was kicked, slapped by about 2 leaders, 2 political leaders, political goons. Their affiliation is known.
In Madhya Pradesh's Rewa district, an ex-army man was brutally thrashed. Watch how 2 goons enter his shop, push him, kick everything around, break his property, shove him once again and walk out. It's brazen hooliganism by those allegedly linked to the BJP and its affiliates, with BJYM President Rituraj Chaturvedi allegedly involved. Speaking to Arnab Goswami on the debate on Tuesday, ex-army man Dinesh Mishra said this.
आप कह रहे हैं उनमें से एक बीजेपी के साथ एसोसिएटेड है?
बीजेपी के साथ अटैचड जो है वो है ऋतुराज चतुर्वेदी बच्चू।
और ये क्यों हुआ, कब हुआ?
और दूसरा जो है उसको मैं खुद ही नहीं पहचानता सर, वो कौन है।
आपके दुकान के अंदर आके क्या हुआ जरा बताएंगे? जरा बताएंगे?
जी सर।
क्या हुआ जरा बताएंगे हमें?
सर मैं अपनी शॉप पे बैठा हुआ था, मेरी भी बार्बर शॉप करके बार्बर शॉप की शॉप है। इन लोगों ने डायरेक्ट आके मेरे दुकान में हाथापाई करते हुए मेरे ऊपर सीधे अटैक कर दिया। किस बात पे किया ये मुझे भी जानकारी नहीं है सर।
No action until there was pressure, until the video went viral, and we have some of the details of who these people are. The main accused, identified as Rituraj Chaturvedi, president of the BJYM's Deen Dayal Mandal, who is believed to have been expelled after the video went viral.
It is an eerie reminder of how one Navy veteran was thrashed by Shiv Sena supporters in Mumbai in 2020. The bulldozer approached worked in Uttar Pradesh.
और इन तस्वीरों के जरिए देखिए ये जो बाउंड्री है वो गिर चुकी है और अब आपको प्राधिकरण के अधिकारी देखिए आपको दिखाई दे रहे होंगे तस्वीरों में। अब जो टाइल है उन्हें निकालने का काम किया जा रहा है। पुलिस के जवान यहाँ पर तैनात है, प्राधिकरण के लोग यहाँ पर तैनात हैं। वहां देखिए आप, इधर आइए संतोष, वो तस्वीर देखिए आप, आगे की तस्वीर देखिए आप, वहां पर आपको फावड़ा चलने लगा है।
Citizens are tired of the high-handedness of these political goons. It is now time to emulate the hard crackdown model in other states too. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, going back to the big story that we are tracking this morning, Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav are expected to take oath in Bihar this afternoon. That oath-taking ceremony is scheduled for about 2 o'clock. We are going to try and go across to our correspondents to give us a sense of what we are expecting today. We don't know yet who are the others who will be taking oath along with these two, but we know for now that about 4 berths have been given to the Congress party and the rest are expected to be divided between the JDU and the RJD. Do remember that this is a redux of an alignment that was made earlier as well. We'll have to wait and watch out for how this goes forward. Prakash Singh is joining us from Patna. Good morning, Prakash. Prakash, a lot has changed since yesterday and since last night as well. We know for a fact that these two will be taking oath today, but also give us a sense of, you know, what the contours in terms of governance are likely to be, because it's going to be a tough balancing act for Nitish Kumar, because at the end of the day, the RJD does have more seats than him.
Well, it's not going to be easy as far as the dynamics of the formation of this government is concerned. And keeping in mind the configuration of the assembly and the number of MLAs that they have, RJD for sure they have the maximum MLAs, that is 79. So they will surely chart out a proportional representation in the cabinet, and hard bargaining will be done by the RJD as well. And there are multiple parties, 7 parties that have extended support, which constitute around 164 MLAs, and it is not going to be easy for Nitish Kumar. We get to know that today Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav will be sworn in, and thereafter the floor test will be done, and once the floor test is done, then the expansion of ministry takes place. And the main bone of the contention is the departments and the portfolios that has to be allocated to each and every parties. Now, what is the bone of contention? The bone of contention is the Home Ministry that Tejasvi has sought for. And if at all Nitish Kumar relinquished the Home Ministry, which he has been holding ever since he assumed the charge of Chief Minister in 2005, it means that you have given your prime posting even if he was with the BJP with 43 seats, Home Ministry and personnel was with him, and that is the crown of the Chief Minister. In fact, I would like to say that Home and personnel are the crown of the Chief Minister, and you muscle your power that you are having Home and personnel. So if you give back home to Tejasvi, then the police will be under his control, and there can be conflict within the government. So interesting developments will unfold in Bihar politics in near future. One fails to understand what were the reasons which compelled Nitish Kumar to go back to Lalu Yadav and Tejasvi Yadav, on whom he alleged the charges of corruption as well as the Jungle Raj. So there will be a lot of incidences that will unfold because the social dynamics of Bihar is entirely different.
You know, Prakash, that's what I wanted to ask you. The last time this coalition, you know, it's almost a rainbow coalition, as you pointed out, 7 parties, split was because Nitish Kumar said that he found the RJD to be extremely corrupt, and Tejasvi Yadav, you know, at the helm of it, he said he was so corrupt that he couldn't deal with it. Now, how does this work from here on then?
They will try to work it out only because of the fact that the JDU was wary of BJP, that they might do a Shiv Sena type act here in Bihar. And to make the matter worse, the BJP leaders, the second-rung leaders, I would like to say, added salt to the wound and made the matter worse. The matter could have handled it well. And they were making statements after statements against their own government headed by Nitish Kumar, and they have been the victim of their own self-confidence and arrogance. I must say this, and they are also at wrong. I mean, Prime Minister Narendra Modi wanted Nitish Kumar to be in the NDA, but the second-rung leaders could not understand this, and one reason why I thought was that Sushil Modi, the tallest leader of the BJP, was cornered, and that's why this development took place. So we are going in for a short break. Keep watching Republic TV for more news and updates.
हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं श्रीकांत त्यागी की पहली तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जिसे नोएडा की पुलिस ने गाली गलौज कांड के बाद गिरफ्तार किया है। उसकी ये तस्वीरें हैं और हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
Couple sir, one question. Couple sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead. Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw once famously said that if a man says he's not afraid of dying, he's either lying or he's a Gurkha. MPs who are right now protesting.
ना डरूं और सो जब जाए लरूं, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करूं। वो निश्चय करना और जीत तभी होती है अगर आपका दृढ़ निश्चय किसी काम करने के लिए हो।
अगस्त को हमारे देश का 75वां यौम आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव जो है वो आज हम एडवांस में सेलिब्रेट करने इस पहाड़ी पर आए हैं। इस पर हम अपना तिरंगा फहराने आए हैं, लहराने आए हैं। भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
Shrikant Tyagi, the man who was on run, the man who was absconding, the man who was seen in the video has been arrested. Two cars has been taken in custody. One is this, the black Scorpio. He'll be produced in the Surajpur court, and there the medical.
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV. Now, a terrorist with links to the ISIS was arrested from Uttar Pradesh's Azamgarh. He was allegedly involved in planning a terror attack on Independence Day.
As the crackdown on terror modules continues, the Uttar Pradesh police has made an arrest of an alleged ISIS operative who they believe was part of a plot to target ahead of Independence Day key areas. And Republic TV has details that we've accessed from what the police has told us. This particular man, identified as Sabauddin Azmi. Sabauddin Azmi, believed to have political links, was picked up by the police, questioned at the headquarters of the police in Lucknow, and it appears that he was directly in touch with an ISIS recruiter. Arms also found in his possession, cartridges also found. Apart from a bomb-making manual is what the police is saying on record.
The Uttar Pradesh police on Tuesday arrested an alleged terrorist with Islamic State links who is planning a terror attack on Independence Day. The anti-terrorism squad arrested Sabauddin Azmi after questioning him at its Lucknow headquarters. In a shocking statement, Additional Director General of Police Law and Order Prashant Kumar even alleged that he's a member of Owaisi's-led AIMIM. The suspect, a resident of the Amilo area of Azamgarh district, also goes by the names Dilawar Khan and Behram Khan. A case has been registered against Azmi, who was in direct contact with an ISIS recruiter under sections of the UAPA and the Arms Act. The UP ATS received information that the accused, after being influenced by ISIS ideology, was spreading jihadi ideas and trying to get others to join the terror outfit. The statement said that Azmi got in touch with ISIS members through Facebook, and thereon they started training him on how to make hand grenades, bombs, IEDs, and working on a plan to establish an Islamic State in India. It added that Azmi was working on a plan to target members of the RSS, was planning an explosion on the Independence Day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the occasion of 75 years of India's independence, the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations are witnessed in various border areas of the state in view of Independence Day on the 15th of August. Patrolling has been increased around border areas to check security arrangements. DIG Rajiv Dua of Sector Headquarters BSF, Pani Sagar, visited the international border area to review security. As India prepares for the momentous celebration of 75 years of independence under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Railway Police Force of Agra in Uttar Pradesh participated in a bike rally. It is pertinent to mention that similar bike rallies have been organized on the 3rd of August in Delhi, with union ministers and members of parliament and others participating in the Tiranga rally. Under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and the Har Ghar Tiranga campaigns, organizations like the RTC, the ITBP hosted awareness campaigns in Shivaganga, Tamil Nadu. Now, the distribution of national flags began in nearby villages. Also, several motivational programs were organized. Ahead of celebrations that are lined up for India's 75th Independence Day, Amritsar in Punjab hosted the Har Ghar Tiranga awareness program. These programs were organized by the 52nd Battalion of the Indo-Tibetan Border Force, who are deployed there. As part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, under which people are being encouraged to hoist the tricolour at their homes to mark 75 years of India's independence, the pilgrim city of Uttarakhand, Haridwar, witnessed Har Ki Pauri illuminated in the tricolour.
another incident of brazen attitude reported from the state of Madhya Pradesh in Rewa district, where an ex-serviceman was brutally thrashed by the BJYM personnel. Serious cognizance is being taken, and the president of the organization has also some links into the entire incident. Be right back after a very short break, and stay tuned to Republic TV for more updates.
ना डरूं और सो जब जाए लरूं, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करूं। वो निश्चय करना और जीत तभी होती है अगर आपका दृढ़ निश्चय किसी काम करने के लिए हो।
अगस्त को हमारे देश का 75वां यौम आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव जो है वो आज हम एडवांस में सेलिब्रेट करने इस पहाड़ी पर आए हैं। इस पर हम अपना तिरंगा फहराने आए हैं, लहराने आए हैं। भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
You should be able to speak about it, Karthik.
Shrikant Tyagi, the man who was on run, the man who was absconding, the man who was seen in the video has been arrested. Two cars has been taken in custody. One is this, the black Scorpio. He'll be produced in the Surajpur court, and there the medical formalities and the other formalities will be completed.
आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
क्या दिक्कत हुई नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह से? क्या 24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे?
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं।
भारत माता की जय।
The newly formed Maharashtra government is all set for its first cabinet meeting. This comes 40 days after CM Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis formed the government in Maharashtra. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has said that the government will work for the development of the state.
आज मंत्रिमंडल विस्तार हुआ है। ये लोकाभिमुख सरकार है, शिवसेना बीजेपी अलायंस सरकार है। ये लोगों के लिए काम करेगा, राज्य के विकास के लिए काम करेगा, राज्य का सर्वांगीण विकास करेगा। ये सर्वसामान्य आम आदमी का सरकार है, ये पूरी तरह लोगों के लिए काम करेगा।
Spokesperson of the Shinde camp, Deepak Kesarkar, said that it is the Chief Minister's choice in assigning respective departments. Earlier, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that the new government will take into consideration all sorts of developmental work in the state. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come. After the NDA's walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath as Bihar's Chief Minister once again.
आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
क्या दिक्कत हुई नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह से? क्या 24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे?
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं। भारत माता की जय।
Rahul. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions.
जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित है। आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, श्रीकांत त्यागी की पहली तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जिसे नोएडा की पुलिस ने गाली गलौज कांड के बाद गिरफ्तार किया है। उसकी ये तस्वीरें हैं और हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
प्रतिक्रिया आपकी?
Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw once famously said that if a man says he's not afraid of dying, he's either lying or he's a Gurkha. फौजी ने तिरंगे की लाज रखी। अगर विजय मिली तो तिरंगा लहराया और अगर वीरगति मिली तो तिरंगे में लिपट कर आया, और ये उस फौजी का वादा था।
After the NDA's walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath as Bihar's Chief Minister once again. The Mahagathbandhan is back in power in Bihar. Tejashwi Yadav is set to take over as Nitish Kumar's deputy. The Congress is likely to get 4 ministerial berths. After Shrikant Tyagi, another political goon assaults the ex-serviceman. As India says, stop the goon culture. Will the BJP act? It's a mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Rahul Bhatt and Amreen Bhatt's alleged killers are trapped in a Budgam encounter. Two-year-old dies after being brutally thrashed by father in Telangana's Saifabad. After a 9-time no-show, the CBI summons Mamata Banerjee's man in the cattle smuggling case for the 11th time. Good morning and thank you for staying with us on Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, after the NDA's walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath as Bihar's Chief Minister for the 8th time. Tejashwi Yadav is also set to take over as Nitish Kumar's Deputy Chief Minister. The Congress, we are told, is likely to get about 4 ministerial berths. Now, the swearing-in ceremony of the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and his deputy, that's Tejashwi Yadav of the RJD, takes place at about 2 o'clock o'clock this afternoon. And now this, of course, comes after he ditched the BJP on Tuesday and announced this new Grand Alliance, or the Mahagathbandhan as it's been called. This, of course, includes not just the RJD and the Congress, but also about I think 4 other political parties. So it's a rainbow coalition essentially of about 7 political parties. Piyush is tracking all the developments. He joins us live from Patna right now. Good morning, Piyush. Piyush, there have been a lot of changes since yesterday. Now we are learning that Tejasvi Yadav as well as Nitish Kumar both take oath today, but it's going to be very interesting to watch out for how Nitish Kumar really balances this out, because it's essentially a rainbow coalition, about 7 parties being joined together.
Well, yes, yesterday Nitish Kumar had announced that it's going to be a coalition of 7 regional parties, and that's why, they will also get all the important portfolios. At 2 o'clock, what we are learning is that oath-taking ceremony will take place. Initially, only Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav will be swearing in, and later on, the cabinet expansion will take place where all the parties of Mahagathbandhan would be given a place. Remember that there are 7 political parties, which includes RJD, JDU, Congress, Left, CPM, CPI, HUM, and also Mukesh Sahni's VIP. So there are 7 political parties. Those are going to be the part of this Grand Alliance, Mahagathbandhan, and only the 2 faces are going to take the oath today at 2 o'clock. But there's a lot of political bickering going on after the decision which has been taken by Nitish Kumar to step aside and leave the NDA. BJP is also to do a massive protest across the state, which will begin basically from Patna's BJP headquarters at 10 a.m. where all the top leaders, which includes Ravi Shankar Prasad, Ashwini Chaubey, Giriraj Singh, Sanjay Jaiswal, they will be the part of this huge protest against asked if Nitish Kumar had so much problem with BJP, then why was he in the alliance for 2 years? So there are certain questions which BJP is now asking from JDU. But if we talk about the number game, these 7 parties constitute 164 seats in the Bihar Assembly, where we have the magical figure is 122. So the Mahagathbandhan's number is way ahead from the magical number. And
Absolutely.
BJP is now saying that it is going to go alone in coming of few elections, be it 2024 elections or the next.
Right, I think that's I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is a very poor audio connection we have with you, Piyush. We're going to fix that and come back to you. But let's, in the meanwhile, listen into a reaction that we got from Sushil Kumar Modi earlier.
देखिए, ये 2 सफ़ेद झूठ, ये सरासर झूठ, और मैं तो चुनौती देता हूँ कि नीतीश जी बताएं कि अमित शाह जी ने आपको फ़ोन किया था कि नहीं किया था। और अमित शाह जी ने फ़ोन किया, और जब उन्होंने नाम दिया आरसीपी सिंह का, तब आरसीपी सिंह मंत्री बनाए गए। और हमको क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है बीजेपी को उनके पार्टी का कौन मंत्री बनता है? तो बीजेपी ने जितना सम्मान दिया उतना सम्मान कभी उनको राजद कांग्रेस में नहीं मिल सकता है। आप अगर 96 से लेकर आज तक देखिए, चाहे अटल जी की सरकार हो या नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार, तो बीजेपी ने जो उनको सम्मान दिया है, और उस सम्मान के साथ जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने धोखा दिया है, वो कह रहे कि हमारी पार्टी को तोड़ा जा रहा था। तो भाई, हमको तो सरकार बनाने की 40 विधायक चाहिए। उनके पार्टी को अगर तोड़ भी देती बीजेपी तो सरकार क्या बन सकती थी, और हम क्यों तोड़ेंगे भाई? हमारे जब उनके 44-45 विधायक थे, तब हमने उनको मुख्यमंत्री स्वीकार किया। तो अगर हम चाहते तो उसी समय कुछ कर सकते थे। लेकिन बीजेपी ने आज तक कभी भी अपने किसी सहयोगी को धोखा नहीं दिया। हम लोगों ने उन्हीं लोगों को तोड़ा जिन लोगों ने हम लोगों को धोखा दिया। चाहे वो अगर महाराष्ट्र के अंदर शिवसेना, जिसका समझौता था बीजेपी के साथ, और शिवसेना ने जब धोखा दिया तो उसका परिणाम भुगतना पड़ा। और राजद, कांग्रेस, जनता दल को गलतफहमी है कि हम तीनों मिल जाएंगे तो लोकसभा के चुनाव के अंदर नरेंद्र मोदी को पराजित कर देंगे। वो भूल रहे हैं आज नरेंद्र मोदी की लोकप्रियता 2014-2019 से भी कई गुना ज़्यादा है। ये कितनी भी ताकत लगा लें, 2024 में नरेंद्र मोदी को प्रधानमंत्री बनने से, और हम बिहार में प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ हम बिहार में लौट कर आएंगे जो है।
Now, even as the new government is set to take oath in Bihar, here's what Tej Pratap Yadav or the RJD has said.
आपने ही सबसे पहले नो एंट्री का लगाया था और आपने ही सबसे पहले नो एंट्री का बोर्ड भी हटाया था।
हटाया था तभी एंट्री हो गया, तो सरकार तो बन गई। अब काम करना है, आगे बढ़ना, बिहार को ऊंचाइयों तक तो पहुंचाने का काम कर रहा है।
लेकिन आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी शांत बैठेगी? ईडी है, सीबीआई है, सब कुछ है।
एक मिनट, अरे रोको ना यार, ईडी या सीबीआई से हम लोग डरने वाले हैं क्या? अगर हम लोग गलत काम नहीं किए हैं तो क्यों डरेंगे हम नहीं डरते हैं। ईडी या सीबीआई से क्या डरना है? ये तो भाजपा सरकार ईडी या सीबीआई निर्दोष लोगों के ऊपर जो करने का काम किया है, इससे जो नौयुवक नौजवान है, ये देखने का काम किया है कि किस तरीके से ईडी या सीबीआई को लगाने का काम किया है। उन्होंने तो सिखाने का काम किया कि जब महागठबंधन की जब सरकार पूरे तरीके से, जब नरेंद्र मोदी की दिल्ली से सफाया होगा तो वो भी वही काम करेगी।
Well, that of course is Tej Pratap Yadav of the RJD. It's going to be interesting to watch out for whether he gets a berth or not. To remember that Nitish Kumar in the previous stint as coalition partner of the RJD has said that they are too corrupt to work with. So we'll have to wait and watch for how that goes forward. Now moving on, we are getting in visuals of a bus accident reported in Maharashtra's Mumbai. There was an accident of a bus in the Malad area of Mumbai yesterday. Now this bus was travelling from Santosh Nagar to Kurla. The reason for the accident is reported as brake failure. 2 people were injured in this accident. Just looking at those visuals, they're extremely scary. The bus seems to have lost control completely. It rammed into some vehicles that were parked over there. We are given to understand that in this particular accident, about 2 people were injured. So pictures on your screen are of this accident that took place yesterday. Alisha is joining us live. Alisha, these are very, very scary visuals of what appears to have been, what we are being told, a brake failure incident. But, you know, just looking at these pictures, it does seem that the driver may have also lost a bit of control over there.
Well, yes, it's a bus and the incident that happened yesterday at around 3 p.m. is what we have been told while the bus was moving from Santosh Nagar to Kurla, where because of the brake failure, where the driver lost all his control and rammed into a car. And what we have been told by the police, because the case has already been registered by Dindoshi police, and police officials have informed that in this accident where 4 people have been injured, where they have been taken to the nearest hospital and their treatment is underway. But yes, we can see the visuals and the timing, if you can see in the CCTV, that is around 3:12 p.m. is what we have been told. It's a yesterday incident while the bus was moving from Santosh Nagar to Kurla, while because of the brake failure where the bus has rammed into a car, and in this incident, in this accident where 4 people have injured, Dindoshi police has already registered a case and investigation is underway.
All right, Alisha, of course, bringing us the latest on this case. We are learning that about 4 people were injured and a police case has also been registered. Now, you know, Alisha, it also does appear that this bus may have lost control earlier, because if you see the CCTV footage, it emerges, you know, it appears that people were already running out of the way and thereafter it then rams into this parked vehicle.
Well, Nupur, if I go according to the police official, the incident that has been explained by the officials, which has clearly mentioned that it was around 3:12 where the driver got to know that the brake is not working out. It's a brake failure, after which he tried to control, but it is something like went out of his hand and it rammed into a vehicle, and which is why in this whole incident, in this whole accident where 4 have been injured, immediately they have been taken to the hospital. Will need to check whether what is the condition as of now, but yes, after the information and the incident that was reported to the Dindoshi police, they have already registered a case and the investigation is still underway.
All right, Alisha, of course, continuing to bring us the latest on those pictures that we are seeing on our screens. These are coming to you from Malad in Mumbai, where a BAST bus, actually the driver lost control after a brake failure incident was reported. 4 people were injured in this accident. Well, 5 minors stabbed a 21-year-old man to death in Mayur Vihar area of the national capital. According to the police, the deceased has been identified as Tushar. Now, according to the Delhi police, the incident took place in Mayur Vihar on the 8th of August after an argument broke out. 3 of the accused have been apprehended by police officials. The Mayur Vihar police station received a call about this reported stabbing on the 8th. Now, what we are given to understand is that upon reaching the spot, it was found that the injured had already been shifted to the LBS hospital. So I think pictures on your screen are of the CCTV visuals that we have been able to access of this. Madhurima is reporting live on this. Madhurima, good morning. Give us more details of what really happened.
Well, good morning to you too, Nupur. And this particular incident took place under the purview of Mayur Vihar police station. As you pointed out, this when we get into specifics, this happened in sector 16 of Tirlokpuri area, where following a scuffle, 5 minors stabbed this 21-year-old person named as Tushar. However, the police has arrested 3 of them. 2 of them are still absconding. The police officials at the Mayur Vihar police station have registered a case under 302 and 34, section 34 of the IPC. The investigation is underway. The investigating officer has formed teams and are looking for the other two men who were involved in this entire brutal killing of a 21-year-old Tushar. Also, the police has said that serious cognizance of the case has been taken to make sure that peace and tranquility persist in that area. That area has been calmed off thoroughly. We'll have to wait and watch as to until when these other 2 accused will be arrested. The police made the move of apprehending the 3 accused after combing through the CCTV footage in the area, and in less than 24 hours, 3 of them were apprehended. 2, as I said, are absconding. A formal statement regarding what were the intentions behind this stabbing is yet to come from the side of Delhi police. Back to you.
All right, Madhurima bringing us those details of this incident that took place in Delhi's Mayur Vihar area. Thank you for joining us. As we are, of course, pointing out, these are pictures of the incident that took place. Now, we are given to understand that 3 of these minors have been arrested so far. 2 are still believed to be absconding. The police is on the lookout for them. The Mayur Vihar police, of course, have been quick to act after this stabbing incident was reported. And here's a quick look at some news in brief now. Swearing in of Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav as Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister will take place at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. It will be a simple ceremony which will be held inside the Raj Bhavan. According to sources, more ministers will be inducted in the cabinet at a later stage. In protest against Nitish Kumar's decision to walk out of the NDA, senior BJP leaders will sit on dharna in front of the party state office at 10 this morning. In a press release, the BJP accused the JDU of insulting the people's mandate in the 2020 election and asserted that they will teach a lesson to the party. A Mahadharna will be organized at the district headquarters and block headquarters on the 12th and 13th of August, respectively. The ambassadors of India to the United States, Ruchira Kamboj, at a briefing on threats to international peace and security said that there should be no double standards in dealing with terrorism, and terrorist threats are on the rise globally.
2, we need political will to defeat terrorism. There can be no justification for terrorist acts, much less glorification of terrorists, a tendency we have unfortunately seen in recent years in some parts of the world. There should be no double standards in dealing with terrorists. We should refrain from labeling terrorism based on motivations which will only allow opportunistic forces to provide justification for certain terror activities based on their convenience.
A Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha leader and 2 others allegedly attacked a retired army man at his shop in Madhya Pradesh's Rewa city, following which a first information report has been registered. Footage of the CCTV shows 2 men slapping and kicking Dinesh Mishra and ransacking his shop on Monday night.
तकरीबन 6:20 पे मेरा नाम दिनेश कुमार मिश्रा है। मैं आर्मी से रिटायर्ड हूँ और ये जो बारवर साहब सैलून है ये मेरे द्वारा संचालित है, जिसमें मेरे 2 वर्कर भी रहते हैं। अचानक 2 लड़के आए जिसमें एक का नाम है ऋतुराज चतुर्वेदी उर्फ बच्चू, भाजपा दीनदयाल मंडल का अपने आप को उपाध्यक्ष बताता है, पदाधिकारी भी है। और उसके साथ दूसरा अनुराग मिश्रा कांचा करके एक लड़का आया और उन लोगों ने डायरेक्ट हमारी दुकान में तोड़फोड़ और हमारे साथ हाथापाई मारपीट करके मेरा जो है तो पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया।
Heavy rains were reported in Madhya Pradesh's Indore. The Weather Department had issued a red and orange alert for various parts of Madhya Pradesh. The Regional Met Centre has predicted heavy rainfall in several parts of Indore as well.
वहाँ पे डीपी में नहीं फंस जाइए। तुम दोनों इधर आ जाओ।
On the occasion of World Biofuel Day, Prime Minister Modi will dedicate the second-generation ethanol plant in Panipat, Haryana to the nation at 4:30 p.m. this evening via video conferencing. According to the Prime Minister's office, the dedication of the plant is part of a long series of steps taken by the government over the years to boost production and usage of biofuels in the country. The security forces trapped terrorists of a proscribed terror outfit, the Resistance Front, Lashkar-e-Taiba, in the ongoing encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Budgam area. The Jammu and Kashmir police said that terrorist Latif Rathar, who was involved in several civilian killings, including Rahul Bhatt and Amreen Bhatt, is also trapped inside. BJP leader Sukanta Majumdar has criticized the Trinamool Congress and taken a jibe as he said that Partha Chatterjee was in jail and Anubrata Mondal was summoned by the CBI next. He added that if further investigation continues, the entire West Bengal cabinet will end up in prison. In a shocking incident, a 3-year-old girl was killed after she was brutally beaten by her father. The incident took place in Saifabad area. The police said that the incident took place on the 7th of August when the 3-year-old was playing in water in the washroom and was apparently misbehaving, due to which the father thrashed her with a ladle.
A shocking incident surfaced where a 3-year-old girl was killed at the hands of her father. The child was brutally beaten up by her father and later succumbed to her injuries. According to the police, this incident happened on the 7th of August in Saifabad area of Hyderabad. Reportedly, the 3-year-old was playing in water in the washroom, after which she was hit with a ladle for misbehaving and not coming out of the washroom. The father then threw the girl on the floor, leading to a blood clot in her brain. The 3-year-old's pregnant mother tried to save her daughter from the abusive father, however, she failed to do so. In a fit of anger, the man thrashed the 8-month pregnant mother as well. The 3-year-old was immediately shifted to Nilofer Hospital as she was in critical condition. The doctors declared that she was brain dead and was kept on ventilator, but unfortunately she died. In a police complaint, the mother of the girl, who was her 3rd child, informed that the husband pushed her down when she intervened. Based on the complaint, a case under the Indian Penal Code and Juvenile Justice Act was registered. The man was then taken into police custody and was sent on remand. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Aneri is reporting on this from Hyderabad. Aneri, this is not just a disturbing case, it's also a case of domestic violence, and we are given to understand that this man has been put under arrest. Give us more details.
That's right, Nupur. The father who is the accused has now been arrested by the police officials, and also what we have been learning from the police authorities when they described the details of what exactly transpired on the 7th of August was that when the 3-year-old girl went to the washroom and she was playing with water, that time the father came with a big spoon and started beating her badly, and also the father threw the girl from on the she also was thrown. She was also thrashed, and also after which, when the mother called the girl, she did not respond, and that time she was immediately rushed to the hospital. But the doctors there had also stated that it is a very critical condition, as she was brain dead because the father threw her on the floor. Very disturbing visuals which we are seeing on our TV screens. But right now, what we have learned is that the girl is dead on Tuesday. After 3 days of keeping her on ventilator, she is no more now, and the family members are deeply saddened by this incident which has taken place. The accused father is now under arrest and has been sent on remand, but definitely a shocking incident coming to light from Hyderabad, Saifabad area.
Absolutely, and as you're pointing out, of course, we are given to understand that perhaps this case is something that will have to be examined for POSCO as well. Thank you very much for joining us. And here's a look at the top international news this morning. On his visit to Kinshasa, the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said that his country will support the efforts led by Kenya and Angola to put an end to violence in Congo's east and help solve the Central African national crisis with Rwanda. Blinken traveled to Congo's capital Kinshasa as part of his three-nation tour to Africa. Hundreds of leaders of the ruling Socialist Party marched through the streets of Caracas demanding for the return of Venezuelan assets being held abroad. Marchers were demanding the return of a cargo plane belonging to the city that is being held in Buenos Aires. A 51-year-old man from Afghanistan was charged with murder under relevant sections for allegedly killing two Muslim men in New Mexico. Authorities said that he is suspected of slaying two others whose deaths sparked fear in Muslim communities worldwide. Officials announced the arrest of Mohammed Saeed a day after he was taken into custody. Libya on Tuesday celebrated the 82nd anniversary of the founding of the country's army with a military parade in the capital Tripoli. The event was attended by top leaders of the Government of National Unity. The ceremony, which was held in Tripoli's Martyrs Square, included a march past by military units affiliated with the Government of National Unity. Spanish offices, stores and hospitality ventures will no longer be allowed to set their cooling systems below 27 degrees Celsius in summer, nor raise the heating above 19 degrees Celsius in winter under a new set of energy-saving measures adopted by the government. Now, the bill is a part of a bid to reduce the country's gas consumption by about 7% in line with recent European Union energy agreements to limit dependency on Russian gas. Now, as the entire country has been gearing up for the 75th Independence Day, thousands of national flags were spotted at Har Ki Pauri in Uttarakhand's Haridwar. As part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, devotees came out with tirangas.
मां गंगा की
Your screen are coming to you from Haridwar, where you can see thousands of those devotees waving the national flag at Har Ki Pauri in Haridwar. This, of course, is part of the various programs that the central government has unrolled for the 75th year of India's independence. So those colourful images as well as images of national pride coming in this morning. Thousands of those flags being waved as India celebrates its 75th Independence Day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, viewers.
Nitish has not walked out. He has been made to walk into a political trap by the BJP. You see, Nitish Kumar desperately wants to be Prime Minister of India. There's nothing wrong with this ambition, which he has really nursed for a long time now, well over a decade and a half, in fact. And if he remains a BJP partner, he doesn't have any shot, any chance of a shot in national politics. So the first and real reason why Nitish has switched from a coalition with the BJP back into the supportive arms of Lalu Prasad is because he thinks that this may make him a serious contender against Narendra Modi in 2024. Now there's a problem. The problem for Nitish is that Arvind Kejriwal wants to get a large chunk of seats at the Congress's expense and is also in the same prime ministerial race. And Mamata Banerjee, despite her obvious truce with the BJP last week, will fancy a shot at the same role if she gets over 30 seats in Bihar. You see, viewers, politicians are restless. And some are very restlessly ambitious. And Nitish, whose entire political career has been about being in and out with the BJP, has finally decided it is time to give 2024 a shot. Naturally, the anti-Modi group is celebrating. They feel that the BJP, having broken the Maharashtra government, has got a return gift in Bihar. But the truth is that the BJP has planned all of this out. The BJP has deliberately provoked Nitish, who they knew was anyway on the edge, by promoting RCP Singh, whose presence as a solid number 2 made Nitish extremely insecure. The fact is, the BJP gains electorally in the medium term by consolidating 7 anti-BJP parties into one voting bloc, and then either
After NDA walkout, Nitish Kumar set to take oath as Bihar Chief Minister once again. Mahagathbandhan back in power in Bihar. Tejasvi to take over as Nitish's deputy. Congress likely to get 4 ministerial berths. After Tyagi, another political goon assaults ex-servicemen now as India says stop the goon culture. Will the BJP act? Mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Rahul Bhatt and Amreen Bhatt's killers trapped in Budgam encounter. Three-year-old dies after being brutally thrashed by father in Telangana's Saifabad. After a 9-time no-show, CBI summons Mamata's man in cattle smuggling case for the 11th time. And you're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rukma, and in our top story at this hour, an IED has been detected by a joint patrolling party of police and army as well as CRPF. The IED was discovered at Rangmula, Pulwama. It has now been defused by the bomb disposal squad of the joint security forces, but more details are awaited. So that's the visual of the diffusion of the IED that was discovered by a patrolling party. As we move towards 15th of August and India celebrates Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, patrolling and vigil as far as security forces are concerned increased not just in the valley but across India. And this is a major breakthrough and many lives saved as a result of this operation.
Gursimran, to take us through the latest on this. Gursimran, we believe that the IED has been defused now, but give us more. We're waiting for more details. What kind of details would the security forces be looking at now? Because this comes, we are seeing an increase, a stepping up of terror activity in the valley, even as 15th August approaches. Also, well, what are security forces saying right now? And a little bit more discretion about where exactly this IED was found.
See, this was in the Tahab crossing, that is near the circular road in Pulwama, where this 25 to 30 kilogram of IED, massive IED was planted by that possibly the terrorists to carry out a major terror strike on the security forces, because this road is regularly being used by the security forces for their movement, and this was a massive IED that has been recovered and now diffused using the controlled explosion by the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Indian Army and the CRPF. And a major tragedy has been averted ahead of the 15th August, because we have seen that once again the terrorists are trying to carry out a major terror strike in the Kashmir Valley ahead of the 15th August, and there are clearly intelligence input which hints so that the terrorists will try these kind of activities so that they can show their presence, and also they can target the forces and the civilians ahead of the 15th August to show that the things are not normal in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that how the Pakistani terror groups based in Pakistan, they are continuously putting a pressure on the overground workers as well as the active terrorists to carry out major terror strike, but due to the intense security grid that is in place in Jammu and Kashmir, they have completely failed to do so. And as we speak, an encounter is on in the Budgam, where 3 terrorists have been cornered by the security forces, and the operation is in advanced stage.
Well, Gursimran, many thanks for joining us there. So Gursimran reporting there from the ground where the IED was diffused. We are showing you that as the forces diffuse an IED there. Gursimran on the spot, giving us minute by minute updates. Security forces avert a major tragedy as a result of this breakthrough, as security forces are stepping up their efforts at maintaining a strict vigil, particularly in the valley. And after the NDA walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath today as the Chief Minister of Bihar for the 8th time. And Tejasvi Yadav is to take over as his deputy. The Congress is likely to get 4 ministerial berths. So high political drama in Bihar since the past few days. Prakash, our senior editor there on the spot in Patna, also with us is Piyush, and we go across to Piyush right now. Piyush, well, the stage is set for the formation of a new government in Bihar, the Mahagathbandhan Sarkar. And well, what's the mood like in the various camps that will be a part? Because clearly it's a new lease of life for them. We have even politicians who have been driven into oblivion, commenting and congratulating this latest move in Bihar.
Well, absolutely. That the parts of in fact Mahagathbandhan, all the constituents of Mahagathbandhan are very much excited and very much elated with the fact that now they are coming back in power. And yesterday we also saw the Chanchamas monument right there in front of the RJD office, Tejasvi Yadav's residence, where the workers of RJD had gathered and they were chanting slogans in the favor of Tejasvi Yadav and Tej Pratap Yadav. But BJP is very much disappointed with the fact that Nitish Kumar has walked out of NDA. Let me try to show you the pictures of the preparations. Those are now underway here at the BJP headquarters in Bihar, where in Patna, where the preparations are going on for the BJP's protest. The protest will take place at around 11 a.m. and before that there is a preparation which is going on. The BJP, which was to celebrate the Independence Day, which was to celebrate Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Instead of that, now they are protesting here at BJP headquarters. You can see how the preparations are going on. Stage is being set. Top leaders of BJP will be coming here. Leaders like Giriraj Singh, Ashwini Chaubey, Nityanand Rai, Ravi Shankar Prasad, Sanjay Jaiswal. All these leaders will be reaching here and they will sit on dharna against the Nitish Kumar and his party. In fact, BJP is saying that if Nitish Kumar had so much problem with the Saffron party, then why was he with them
for the last 2 years. So there are some certain questions which BJP right now is asking from JDU. We'll have to wait and watch how JDU is going to react to that. In fact, today oath-taking ceremony will take place at 2 p.m. where Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav will sworn in, and then the cabinet expansion will take place in coming few days. Remember that how fast-paced developments took place yesterday when Nitish Kumar first called a meeting of all his MPs and MLAs. Then we saw how Tejasvi Yadav had also called for the meeting at his residence. During the initial few hours of the meeting, Nitish Kumar briefed to all the MPs and MLAs and top leaders of JDU, where he said that BJP is trying to diminish the party and is trying to finish off the party from the state of Bihar. After that, we saw Tejasvi Yadav also chairing a meeting, and in that meeting which took place at Tejasvi Yadav's residence, all the constituents of Mahagathbandhan signed a support letter. Meanwhile, meeting could come to an end there at Nitish Kumar's residence. The support letter was already signed by all the constituents of Mahagathbandhan, and then it was given to Tejasvi Yadav, and Tejasvi Yadav held a meeting with Nitish Kumar, where he handed over the support letter to Nitish Kumar after he tendered his resignation. So fast-paced developments took place. Now BJP is raising a lot of questions on Nitish Kumar, asking as to why did he chose to be the part of NDA for 2 years if he had so much problem. Now BJP is saying that Nitish Kumar has got national ambitions. He is not concerned with Bihar, and that is why he has done this. Though there are some factions in JDU as well as in
Piyush, well, we are getting a breaking update as we bring you all the latest updates happening in Bihar politics at this point since the fast-paced developments of yesterday. And top sources tell us that 2 to 3 ministers to be sworn in today. Earlier we had heard that, the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister would only be taking oath. But today we're hearing that Tej Pratap Yadav, Lalu Prasad Yadav's other son, Tejasvi Yadav's brother, his name is also in the fray to be sworn in as a minister. So the RJD, particularly the Lalu Yadav family, taking center stage in this major upheaval. And going across once again to Piyush. Piyush, breaking news coming in there. And there are allegations and counter allegations that are flying even as we say, even as we speak, as the days go on, as expected. While Nitish has leveled some allegations, the BJP has countered back. But there's a lot of buzz about Nitish Kumar's ambitions right now.
Well, yes, there is a lot of talk about Nitish Kumar's ambitions because a faction in Bihar is now claiming that after being on the chair of Chief Minister for 1 year, Nitish Kumar is going to hand over the reins to Tejasvi Yadav, and then he will move to the national politics to center. Remember that yesterday when Nitish Kumar had walked out of NDA, a tweet was also done by Upendra Kushwaha, who is top leader of JDU, where he had tweeted, and I quote, I'm quoting from that tweet, welcome, and where he had not only welcomed that, he had also said that it is going to be beneficial for the welfare of the people of country. Sanjay Jaiswal, Bihar BJP president, is here. We will get in a word from him. He is here. Let's try to get in a live reaction from Sanjay Jaiswal, who has just reached the Patna headquarters of BJP. Sanjay Jaiswal, sir, आज धरना प्रदर्शन का कार्यक्रम है. किस तरह का धरना प्रदर्शन रहेगा?
नीतीश कुमार जी आदतन धोखेबाज हैं और बिहार जब विकास की राह पकड़ लिया था, पहले बार उद्योग धंधे लगने लगे थे और जब पहली बार बिहार तरक्की कर रहा था, तब उन्होंने एक साजिश के तहत यह पूरा कार्य किया है। दोनों का अपना अपना इंटरेस्ट है। इनका इंटरेस्ट यह है कि हम आज नहीं तो कल 10 साल से लगातार यह प्रश्न पूछा जाता था कि क्यों नहीं कार्रवाई हो रही है IRCTC घोटाले में। आज जब IRCTC घोटाले पर कार्रवाई हुई है तो इनको है कि इससे ये लोग समाप्त हो जाएंगे, पूरी राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को हम कैप्चर कर लेंगे, यह इनका इंटरेस्ट है। और तेजस्वी जी का है कि भोला यादव जी के गिरफ्तारी के बाद उनकी भी एक मजबूरी हो गई थी। उनको लग रहा है कि अगर बिहार में हम किसी भी तरह सरकार में चले जाते हैं तो हमको इस पूरे घोटाले से मुक्ति मिलेगी। यह दोनों का इसी के कारण यह गठबंधन।
नीतीश कुमार पार्टी कह रही है कि उनकी पार्टी को खत्म बीजेपी कर रही थी आरसीपी सिंह के द्वारा, क्या कहेंगे?
2017 का आप उनका देखिए, जब वह छोड़े थे तो ठीक यही शब्द बोले थे कि इस तरह से उनकी पार्टी को खत्म किया जा रहा है लालू जी के द्वारा, और आरसीपी की उपयोगिता उनको समाप्त हो गई है। पहले उन्होंने आरसीपी के साथ सारे कामों में लगाया, आज वही काम उनके यहाँ मनीष वर्मा कर रहा है। पूछिए कौन है मनीष वर्मा? आज वो क्यों उड़ीसा कैडर से आईएएस अफसर होकर रिजाइन कर दिया, और रिजाइन होने के साथ यहाँ कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर बन के वो यहाँ क्यों बैठा हुआ? अफसरों को मैनेज करेगा। आरसीपी जी अफसर के बाद इन्होंने ही जिम्मेवारी जनता को दिया, अब वह जनता में घूमना शुरू कर दिया राजद कार्यकर्ताओं में। तो इनको
एक आखिरी प्रश्न आपसे लेंगे। कल तेजस्वी यादव से जब पूछा गया कि क्या नीतीश कुमार को प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होना चाहिए ओपोजिशन का, तो उन्होंने कहा कि इनसे ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस चीफ मिनिस्टर कोई नहीं है। क्या आप मानते हैं कि आगे का जो उनका प्लान यही है कि 1 साल के बाद आगे ऑपोजिशन के लिए अपना फेस को अपने आप को वो डिक्लेयर करें?
17 साल में 8वीं बार कोई मुख्यमंत्री बन रहा है, 4 बार पलट करके मुख्यमंत्री बन रहा है, तो जाहिर बात है मुख्यमंत्री बनने का एक्सपीरियंस जो है और किस तरह से कब पलटी मारने का मुख्यमंत्री बनने का एक्सपीरियंस 8 बार, कितने भी हिंदुस्तान में कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं होगा जो 8 बार मुख्यमंत्री बनाओ। तो सबसे एक्सपीरियंस तो है पलट करके अपने मुख्यमंत्री बनने के लिए यह एक्सपीरियंस है, इसमें तो कोई शक नहीं है।
So Sanjay Jaiswal, his Bihar BJP president, spoke exclusively to Republic TV, where he made serious allegations on Nitish Kumar. Once again, called him a Paltu chief minister. In fact, he also added that in the last 17 years, he has become chief minister for 8 times, and he has been able to do this because he has been doing flip-flops, changing sides. So that's the big allegation coming in from the BJP side. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more voices as BJP prepares to go for a day-long strike against Nitish Kumar. Stay tuned for more updates.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw once famously said that if a man says he's not afraid of dying, he's either lying or he's a Gurkha.
Congress MPs who are right now protesting.
ना डरूं और सो जब जाए लरूं, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करूं। वो निश्चय करना और जीत तभी होती है अगर आपका दृढ़ निश्चय किसी काम करने के लिए हो।
अगस्त को हमारे देश का 75वां यौम आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव जो है वो आज हम एडवांस में सेलिब्रेट करने इस पहाड़ी पर आए हैं। इस पर हम अपना तिरंगा फहराने आए हैं, लहराने आए हैं।
भारत माता की
जय,
भारत माता की
जय।
You should be able to speak about it, Karthik.
Shrikant Tyagi, the man who was on run, the man who was absconding, the man who was seen in the video has been arrested. Two cars has been taken in custody. One is this, the black Scorpio. He'll be produced in the Surajpur court, and there the medical formalities and the other formalities will be completed.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
क्या दिक्कत हुई नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह से? क्या 24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे?
देश को आजाद हुए 75।
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and breaking news coming in now. Since this morning we've been telling you about the encounter which broke out in Waterhill area of Budgam. Police and security forces are on the job. Heavy gunfire is being reported, but of course we are awaiting more details. Police had said that they will be giving all the details, but reports have been suggesting that 3 terrorists are suspected to be trapped. Police have informed that further details will follow. One of the terrorists is Latif, as our bureau chief Zenat was telling us a short while back. He has been identified and he is involved in the killing of Kashmiri Pandits, the slaughter of Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. Amreen Bhatt was one of his victims, and the buzz in the valley is that her death has been avenged, with Latif being trapped. Also Rahul Bhatt, it is believed that he is one of the prominent faces of terrorism in the valley. And Gursimran on this story. Gursimran, we are still getting that information that the encounter is on. Is it still on? Is gunfire still being heard? Also, one of the terrorists has been identified. What more details have security forces made available?
See, this is going to be a big blow to the terror outfit Lashkar-e-Toiba in the Kashmir Valley, as one of their top terrorists, Latif, has been trapped by the security forces, and we are getting to know that the operation, which started at around 3:30 in the morning, is in advanced stage, and anytime soon news will be shared regarding the operation, that how the operation has concluded. Now coming to the what is the importance of this terrorist. This terrorist has been the mastermind of the Lashkar-e-Toiba activities in the Budgam and in the central Kashmir. The security agencies were looking for him for almost 3 to 4 months after the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt, who was working in the revenue office, the Tahsildar's office in the Budgam's Chadura, when he was shot dead in the broad daylight. And it was all in cognizance, it was all in convenience with the 2 Pakistani terrorists that have been neutralized earlier by the security forces. Now coming to the ongoing operation, the operation has started at around 3:30 in the morning. It has already been 6.5 hours of this operation. The DIG Central Kashmir, Sujit Kumar, is himself on the spot monitoring this operation, the intelligence of which was generated by the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police in the Srinagar, that is known as the cargo unit of the Jammu and Kashmir Police. So now the forces are working so as to ensure that all 3 terrorists are neutralized without any collateral damage.
Right. Many thanks, Gursimran. You keep your eyes on that story. So all eyes now on what details security forces will be making available in public. An encounter is on. It's a big blow to the LET, as Gursimran was telling us. Many thanks, Gursimran. And now moving on to the big political breaking story of this moment. After the NDA walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar for the 8th time, and Tejasvi Yadav to take over as Nitish's deputy, JDU to retain its quota of ministry. So that's the big breaking at this time. The JDU is most likely to retain its quota of ministry, even as a short while back we had received that major update that Tej Pratap, the other son of Lalu Prasad Yadav, Tejasvi Yadav's brother, could also be taking oath today. It's not just the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, but others as well. Piyush is there in the BJP office there at Patna, where the BJP is all set to stage a massive rally in protest against Nitish Kumar's betrayal, as the BJP is saying. Piyush, it's over to you to tell us about these breaking developments. They are still Well, lots of parley is going on, we believe, about who will be taking oath. It's not decided yet.
Well, absolutely. What we are now given to understand is that JDU is going to retain all its ministers and the ministers who are from BJP quota. Mahagathbandhan is going to get all these quota. Remember that at 2 p.m. oath-taking ceremony will take place, and Nitish Kumar, Tejasvi Yadav, they are going to take oath today. Most likely, two senior ministers are also going to take oath. Tej Pratap Yadav is also likely to be the part of that oath-taking ceremony, and then further cabinet expansion will take place. What we are right now learning is that JDU is going to retain its its portfolio. All the ministers who were part of the Nitish government under NDA, they are going to continue as ministers in Mahagathbandhan also. On the other side, the ministers who were there from BJP quota, that quota is going to be transferred to the leaders of Mahagathbandhan. But it is not yet clarified if there will be two deputy chief ministers or one deputy chief minister. But here at BJP headquarters, I am showing you the live pictures where the protest, the preparations for the protest is underway. Today, BJP is going to do day-long protest against Nitish Kumar and calling him the biggest ever liar, biggest ever cheater. This is what the BJP is now going to, claim throughout the day. So today, massive protest has been, lined up here at BJP headquarters. If we talk about oath-taking ceremony, what we are now learning is that JDU is going to retain all its ministers, and the BJP quota is going to be shifted to Mahagathbandhan. As of now, it's not confirmed if there will be two deputy chief ministers, and if there will be two deputy chief ministers, if that quota would be given either to left or Congress, another one, because Tejasvi Yadav is going to be the deputy chief minister. This is almost certain. The next deputy chief minister is most likely to be from either from left or from Congress. But Congress at the same time is also asking for the post of speaker. That has not been entertained so far. This is what we are learning. So at 2 p.m. we can expect big development taking place. Oath-taking ceremony is likely to take place where the top ministers, top leaders will take oaths today as the formation of new government will take place in Bihar. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as both the parties, BJP and other constituents of NDA are planning to protest here at BJP headquarters, and this will begin at 11 a.m. Stay tuned for more updates.
An encounter is underway in the Budgam of central Kashmir, where 3 terrorists of the LET are trapped. As per ADGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar, Latif Rathur, who was involved in several killings, including the killing of Rahul Pandit and Amreen Bhatt, is also trapped. We are picking from the sources that the 2 more local terrorists of the LET are trapped. In fact, the encounter started somewhere around 3 in the morning, and since then, exchange of fire is on.
Never happened when you were under scandal, Karthi. You should be able to speak about it, Karthi.
Shrikant Tyagi, the man who was on run, the man who was absconding, the man who was seen in the video had been arrested. 2 cars has been taken in custody. One is this, the black Scorpio. He'll be produced in the Surajpur court, and there the medical formalities and the other formalities will be completed.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
क्या दिक्कत हुई नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह से? क्या 24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे?
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं।
भारत माता की जय।
please, Rahul. Rahul.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित है।
आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, श्रीकांत त्यागी की पहली तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जिसे नोएडा की पुलिस ने गाली गलौज कांड के बाद गिरफ्तार किया है। उसकी ये तस्वीरें हैं और हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
You can see this is another major event as the Tiranga is waved on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign.
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को उड़ा रहे हैं। भारत माता की जय।
Rahul.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित है।
आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, श्रीकांत त्यागी की पहली तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जिसे नोएडा की पुलिस ने गाली गलौज कांड के बाद गिरफ्तार किया है। उसकी ये तस्वीरें हैं और हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw once famously said that if a man says he's not afraid of dying, he's either lying or he's a Gurkha.
Congress MPs who are right now protesting.
After the NDA's walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath as Bihar's Chief Minister once again. The Mahagathbandhan is back in power in Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav is to take oath as Nitish's deputy. Congress likely to get 4 ministerial berths. After Tyagi, another political goon assaults an ex-serviceman as India says stop the goon culture. Will the BJP now act? It's a mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Rahul Bhatt and Amreen Bhatt's alleged killers are trapped in Budgam encounter. A 3-year-old dies after being brutally thrashed by her father in Telangana's Saifabad. After a 9-time no-show, the CBI summons Mamta's man in the cattle smuggling case for the 11th time. Good morning and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, after the NDA's walkout, Nitish Kumar is all set to take oath as the Bihar Chief Minister for the 8th time. Tejasvi Yadav is also going to be taking over as Nitish Kumar's Deputy Chief Minister. The BJP's we are given to understand that the number of seats that were with the BJP in terms of the ministries that were with the BJP will stay with the allies, that is the RJD and other allies of this Mahagathbandhan, and the JDU is likely to retain the number of ministries it earlier had. Now, Nitish Kumar's oath taking takes place at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. We are learning that it's going to be a small scale event. Let's go across to Prakash Singh as well as Piyush Mishra. Both of them join us live from Patna. Prakash, to you first. Prakash, you know, the internal dynamics of how this Mahagathbandhan is going to work are now coming out. We are learning that whatever the BJP had in terms of ministerial berths stays with the Mahagathbandhan?
Well, that's right. That's the formula that has been formulated, and BJP will be RJD will be having the same ministry which the BJP had, and there we have Giriraj Singh, the Union Minister, to speak to us now. I'll have a word with him. गिरिराज जी, आप लाइव हैं, तो गिरिराज जी, आपने आज एक ट्वीट किया है, लालू जी के ट्वीट को रिट्वीट किया है कि सांप आपके घर में घुस गया।
मैंने कुछ नहीं ट्वीट किया है, मैंने तो लोगों को और तेजस्वी जी को बताया हूं कि देखो भाई लालू जी ने क्या कहा था, वही मैंने न सांप कहा है और न मैंने सांप को घुसने के लिए कहा।
तो क्या आपको क्या लगता है, नीतीश जी ने पलटी मारा?
हम काहे को कहेंगे, उनके भतीजा जो आज साथ में है उन्होंने ही पलटू राम कहा था।
अचानक क्या आपको लगता है कि नीतीश कुमार आपको धोखा दे दिए?
नहीं, महत्वाकांक्षा 10 में भी जागा था और महत्वाकांक्षा फिर लोगों ने जगाया पीएम मटेरियल।
किस तरह की क्या वो लगता है कि
एक बार फिर से नीतीश कुमार ने धोखा दे दिया, क्या कहेंगे?
अब जो कहेंगे कुछ नहीं कहूंगा कि जो भतीजा ने कहा था आज वो जगजाहिर फिर से हुआ।
क्या जगजाहिर हुआ?
जो आपका चैनल चला रहा है पलटू राम, हमने तो कभी नहीं,
हमने नहीं चलाया, लालू जी ने कहा।
नीतीश कुमार पलटू राम है,
हम नहीं मानते हैं या मानते हैं, यही तेजस्वी जी ने कहा और लालू जी ने कहा ये सांप हैं, हमने नहीं कहा। और कहा ये केंचुआ जैसे रंग बदलता है वैसे ये केंचुआ छोड़ते हैं, ये गिरगिट है, ये मैंने नहीं कहा। ये लालू जी ने कहा इनके ऊपर महत्वाकांक्षा सवार है पीएम मटेरियल का, और उनको लगता है अब नहीं तो कभी।
क्या लगता है दादा, क्या गड़बड़ी हो गई कि नीतीश कुमार भाग गए?
बीजेपी क्या अकेले चलेगी अब इस राज्य में?
हम पहले भी अकेले रहे, हम पहले भी अकेले रहे।
नीतीश कुमार का ये स्वभाव बार बार अल्टा पलटी करते रहते हैं, बार बार अल्टा पलटी करते रहते हैं दादा।
आपको इसीलिए कह दिया था।
एक मिनट
अल्टा पलटी करते रहते हैं, जनता देख रही है, उसका जवाब जनता देगी। हम जनता के बीच जाएंगे।
कैसे इसको लेंगे आगे? कैसे
जनता लेती है, हम क्या लेंगे? 14 में जब 13 में ये अलग हुए तो 14 में क्या हुआ? 14 में इनको केवल 2 सीट आया। आज भी अगर हिम्मत है नीतीश कुमार में, अकेले चुनाव लड़के देख लें। बीजेपी तो 14 में भी लड़ा, उसके पहले भी लड़ा। हम तो अपनी नीति और नीतियों के साथ चुनाव लड़ते हैं। इनके पास न नीति है न नीयत है। नीति और नियत को फ्रीज में रखते, महत्वाकांक्षा।
आपको लगता है कि विपक्षी पार्टी इनको प्रधानमंत्री का कैंडिडेट मान लेगा?
अब ये ख्वाब तो यही देख रहे हैं।
बिहार में क्या स्थिति रहेगी?
नहीं।
बिहार में क्या स्थिति रहेगी 40 में?
2014 का देख न लीजिए, 2014 का रिजल्ट देखिए।
लालू जी ने पलटी।
चलिए इसका जवाब दूंगा।
ये थे गिरिराज सिंह, इन्होंने नीतीश कुमार पर प्रहार किया सीधा देखिए, और कहा कि पीएम मटेरियल का ख्वाब देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर पीएम की वैकेंसी नहीं है, और इसको लेकर पहला हमला बीजेपी की तरफ से गिरिराज सिंह के द्वारा। बैक टू यू।
Oh yes, absolutely, Prakash. You know, that's the first. All right, I think we're getting another reaction, and Piyush is speaking to some of the leaders there. We're going to try and go back to that as well. But Prakash, you know, that was as direct as it gets. The BJP over there saying mincing no words and saying that Nitish Kumar has prime ministerial ambitions, and that is why, you know, he stabbed them in the back.
Well, that has been there for quite some time. For the past 1 decade, he has been nursing this ambition of becoming a prime minister, and this is what he's taking his last shot in politics with Nitish Kumar trying his hand and luck also to be the prime ministerial candidate. We'll have to wait and watch if the opposition party accepts him as the prime ministerial candidate or not.
But Prakash, if you could come back to what happens today now, the oath-taking ceremony, of course, takes place at about 2 o'clock this afternoon, but also give us more details on how this is going to be so difficult for Nitish Kumar to hold together this coalition, because there are about 7 parties which are involved and which will all, you know, have their own ambitions. At the end of the day, politics is about power.
Well, absolutely, politics is all about power, and we'll have to wait and watch what kind of government this would be, because there would be a lot of ifs and buts in running the government. And Tejasvi is not a greenhorn, political greenhorn now. He's matured as a politician, and the numbers are also in favor of Tejasvi, because he would have fallen short of only 7 MLAs in the assembly to form a Mahagathbandhan government. So this is it. So this government will be based on a lot of contradictions, internal contradictions, because both Lalu and Nitish Kumar have been at loggerheads for quite some time, and they have been castigating each other, attacking each other. So we'll have to wait and watch how do they manage their internal contradictions in the run-up to 2024 elections. But we see that Nitish Kumar is taking his last shot for his long-term prime ministerial ambitions in 2024, and if at all the opposition galvanize behind him and accept him as the leader, he can be a potent force for sure, because he's a powerful orator. He's worked in Bihar, his integrity on his hand, but we'll have to wait and watch how do they handle the internal contradictions of parties all across the country.
All right, Prakash joining us from Patna over there. I think we've also got Piyush now joining in. Piyush, we were just hearing the BJP, of course, Giriraj Kishore over there sparing no words, saying that he thinks that this is a stab in the back from the JDU, and he's done it before. But give us a sense of what ministries which party will get, because it's a great number of parties together, about 7, and to accommodate all of them in this alliance, is going to be a little difficult. We were hearing earlier that the Congress party is expected to get about 4 ministerial berths.
Well, yes, earlier we were given to understand is that Congress party might get a 4 ministerial berth. In fact, the post of speaker was also asked by the Congress, but that has not been entertained so far by the Nitish Kumar. What we are now learning is that Tejasvi Yadav and other top leaders of RJD are also demanding for the home ministry portfolio. But as of now, nothing has been decided. Today, what we are learning is that there will be oath-taking ceremony of only Nitish Kumar, Tejasvi Yadav, and most likely of Tej Pratap Yadav, and 2 more leaders from Mahagathbandhan. Also, let us update to our viewers that the left parties are not going to join the government. In fact, they will be extending their support from outside. They will not be the part of government. This is what we are learning. But even after all these things, BJP continue to slam JDU, Nitish Kumar, and today the BJP is planning to take out a massive protest here at BJP headquarters. My colleague Prakash is also getting a lot of details. He's inside BJP headquarters. So what is right now happening inside the headquarters, Prakash?
I'm joined by Shahnawaz Hussain, the former industry minister of Bihar. He was sent in from Delhi with a special mission to bring back industrialization back on track in Bihar, which was not at all existent. Shahnawaz ji, आप कल भी इस्तीफा आप मंत्रिमंडल से हटाए जाने के पहले उद्योग विभाग का कार्यक्रम में थे दिल्ली में, और आपने देखा हमने कि 1.5 साल आपने मेहनत किया, इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट में कोई आना नहीं चाहता था। क्या आपको अफसोस है?
1.5 साल कहाँ हुआ, हम तो दूसरे बैच के थे। हमने तो 9 फरवरी को ओथ लिया था।
नीतीश जी ने बेपटरी कर दिया आपके उद्योग को।
देखिए, उद्योग में काम हो रहा था, खुद ही उनकी ज़बान से आपने सुना था कि बहुत काम हो रहा है। हम 36,000 करोड़ के इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रपोजल SIPB में लेके आए। इथेनॉल के कई प्लांट लग गए, पेप्सी का प्लांट लग गया, टेक्सटाइल की कंपनियां आ रही थी, टेक्सटाइल लेदर पॉलिसी में काम हो रहा था, स्टार्टअप में काम हो रहा था। उद्यमी योजना है, उसमें हमने 16,000 लोगों को ट्रांसपेरेंट तरीके से 10-10 लाख रुपए देने का काम किया। हम तो काम ही कर रहे थे, बुनकर के लिए समेकित योजना बना रहे थे, जिस काम में हम लोग वहाँ लगे हुए थे उस काम को कर रहे थे। और जिस तरह के माहौल है उसमें हम लोगों ने बेहतरीन काम करके दिखाया, लेकिन फिर भी अगर वो हमें छोड़कर गए तो उसके वैलिड रीज़न उनको बताना होगा। हम
प्रधानमंत्री बनना चाहते हैं शाहनवाज जी, आपको क्या लगता है प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे?
प्रधानमंत्री जो है वो तो तय है कि 2024 में हमारे नेता जो देश के दिल की धड़कन है नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे, और पहले से ज़्यादा सीट लाके बनेंगे। बिहार में हमारा स्ट्राइकिंग रेट 17 लड़े 17 जीते, तो हमारा जो स्ट्राइकिंग रेट है अब जो
आपको नहीं लगता कि बीजेपी ने नीतीश कुमार को हैंडल ठीक से नहीं किया? जिस तरीके से गाली गलौज और बात वार्तालाप हो रही थी, यहाँ पर नेताओं ने मैच्योरिटी नहीं दिखाई। यहाँ पर जो
गाली गलौज, हम लोग तो इतना सम्मान उनको देते थे, उम्र में बड़े थे, तो हमने तो कभी इज्जत देने में कमी नहीं की।
आपने नहीं किया, लेकिन और लोगों ने किया।
कहीं नहीं, और मैं उनको हैंडल करना था ना। मुख्यमंत्री तो वो थे एक अच्छे साथी के साथ, एक भरोसे के साथी के साथ, जिनके साथ वो
क्या ये जंगल राज के पर्याय के साथ गए हैं, पलटू राम कहलाते हैं, तो क्या अब चला पाएंगे सरकार उनके साथ?
अब देखिए वो क्यों गए हैं, ये सवाल आपको कल भी उन्होंने आप ही से बात किया था। तो जब आपसे बात किया, आपने 1.5 मिनट बात किया। आप उनसे जब पूछेंगे तो क्या कसूर था बीजेपी का, क्यों बीजेपी ने सम्मान दिया? बीजेपी 74 सीट जीत कर भी उनको पूरे एनडीए का नेता मानती थी, पूरा फ्री हैंड था उनको। हर बात उनसे पूछकर होती थी। सरकार तो नीतीश कुमार जी
वो डर गए थे कि आप लोग पार्टी तोड़ रहे हैं उनकी।
हम लोग क्यों तोड़ेंगे, हमारी पार्टी पहले
शिवसेना को तोड़ दिया, बर्बाद कर दिया। नड्डा साहब आए कह दिए कि क्षेत्रीय पार्टियां समाप्त हो जाएंगी।
शिवसेना तो परिवारवादी पार्टी थी, ये तो परिवारवादी नहीं थे, समाजवादी थे। तो जो परिवारवादी है वो तो हर जगह दिक्कत में है, लेकिन इन्होंने परिवारवादी को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। जिस तरह की बात उन्होंने की, ये कोई आसान बात तो है नहीं, किसी के मन में ये बात तो।
भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे पर वो हटे थे 2017 में, क्या वो मुद्दे अब नहीं रहे?
वो तो जवाब उनको देना होगा। उन्होंने तेजस्वी यादव जी से कहा था कि ज़रा एक्सप्लेन कर दीजिए। अब नीतीश जी को देश को बताना होगा, एक्सप्लेन करना होगा कि आखिर उनके साथ वो क्यों गए। ये जवाब तो उनको देना है।
There we have शाहनवाज हुसैन थे ये, और ये कह रहे हैं साफ साफ कि नीतीश कुमार ने ठीक नहीं किया, बेपटरी कर दिया पूरे सरकार को और बिहार को, और भ्रष्टाचार के साथ वो चले गए। बैक टू यू।
All right, so that of course was Shahnawaz Hussain. He's been a former union minister, also a minister of industry for Bihar right now. Very, very clear in his words, saying that they believe that they've been stabbed in the back by the JDU. And here's what we are expecting today. Of course, the JDU are led by Nitish Kumar and also, of course, Tejasvi Yadav. Both will take oath this afternoon at about 2 o'clock. Piyush also, I think, is joined by some leaders currently. Piyush, coming back to you now, we've been hearing the BJP over there talk of the fact that they feel that this is a stab in the back. But as far as the JDU is concerned, for them, if you were to hear their leaders, this was a matter of survival.
Well, absolutely, and this is what BJP also believes, and that is why we just spoke to Jivesh Mishra, who is who in fact is the BJP leader and was the part of the JDU NDA alliance. He was minister there in that particular government. Now he's coming out and making a tall claim that there will be no more existence of JDU in the next 9 months. RJD is going to engulf not only the leaders but the entire party of JDU. This is what the BJP is also claiming. So that's a big claim coming in from BJP, that JDU will be finished off by RJD. It's not JDU, is not RJD is not BJP, which not only felicitated Nitish Kumar but also declared him as the top leader of the entire NDA alliance here in Bihar.
All right. Thank you for the moment, Piyush, for joining us. So as Piyush is pointing out, of course, this was a matter of existence for the JDU. We will continue to come back to you, Piyush. We have got more breaking news coming in. Well, news just coming in. We are now learning that the former minister and Shiromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majithia has been granted bail by the Punjab and Haryana High Court. Majithia was, of course, in jail following an NDPS case that has been lodged against him. I'm going to try and go across to Amandeep, who's reporting on this live from Chandigarh. The latest that we are getting is that the Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majithia has been granted bail by the Punjab and Haryana High Court. Now, the matter, of course, had been reserved for a final order for today. Majithia had approached the higher court asking for bail earlier. I'm going to go across to Amandeep for more details now. Amandeep, so relief finally coming in from Bikram Singh Majithia?
Well, absolutely, Nupur. A big relief for Bikram Singh Majithia, just because he was applying for the bail from past many months since he was put behind the bars following a NDPS case that has been registered by Aam Aadmi Party government against him. And in fact, Nupur, this case was registered on the basis of a report that was prepared by STF in the Congress regime. And in fact, according to that report, when Aam Aadmi Party came in power, they have registered a case against Bikram Singh Majithia and nominated him and in fact put him behind the bars. But Bikram Singh Majithia was continuously applying bail, quoting it that this is a political vendetta against him just because he is an active Shromani Akali Dal leader, and in fact he is criticizing the government's policy, and that is the reason that Aam Aadmi Party's government is trying to put pressure against him to kill down his voice. And in fact that is the reason a case has been registered against him, and in fact they have also mentioned there is no such concrete evidence evidence against him regarding this entire case, just because it was a multi-crore drug scandal that was breakdown in years back in 2013-14, and in fact several big fishes were being arrested in this entire case. But when Aam Aadmi Party has taken over as a government in Punjab, they have registered the case against former minister and senior Shromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majithia. But today court has considered the plea of Bikram Singh Majithia and given him the relief, and in fact finally he has been granted bail by Punjab and Haryana High Court today itself. Yes,
now,
Nupur.
Now give us more details about this case, because what we are given to understand that the police's FIR against Majithia was also filed on a status report that was submitted in February of 2018, and he was of course put under arrest under the NDPS Act.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. This report was prepared by ADGP STF, and in fact that report was submitted in Punjab and Haryana High Court itself, and in fact the role of Bikram Singh Majithia was not clearly mentioned. It was just one line that was mentioned in that report, that the role of Bikram Singh Majithia into this entire drugs nexus need to be investigated. And in fact, following that report, on the basis of that report, the police have registered a case against Bikram Singh Majithia, and in fact he has been nominated into the multi-crore drug scandal, and even just few months back he has been arrested by the Punjab police and put behind the bars. And in fact from that very much day since he was sent to the judicial custody, Bikram Singh Majithia has applied for a regular bail, quoting it as a political vendetta. In fact he has also mentioned there is no such clear evidence in that entire investigation of the multi-crore drug scandal, in which several people has sent behind the bars, several convictions has been done into that. And in fact on the basis of that report, this case was registered, but Bikram Singh Majithia continuously pleading that there is no clear-cut evidence against him and his role is not clearly mentioned in the investigation report as well. And in fact finally Punjab and Haryana High Court has considered his plea and granted him the bail today itself, after hearing a very long argument, and even the government opposed his bail, that he is completely involved into this drug nexus, and in fact his role need to be verified more and more, just because he was connected to the several drug smugglers as well. But finally Punjab and Haryana High Court has considered that Bikram Singh Majithia deserve a bail, and in fact he has granted the bail today itself, and final order yet to be out by Punjab and Haryana High Court, which will detail the entire role of Bikram Singh Majithia into this drug nexus. Either there was a clear-cut evidence against him in the police investigation or not, that would be the part of the order regarding the bail that has been granted to Bikram Singh Majithia.
All
Yes,
right, of
Nupur.
course, we are awaiting the order from the Punjab and Haryana High Court to come out. But Majithia, of course, has been incarcerated in Patiala Central Jail since about, I think, February, and he was out on interim bail that was granted by the Supreme Court during the elections. Amandeep?
Yes, of course, Nupur, he was granted the interim relief by the Supreme Court till the elections, and in fact there was a specific date that was given by Supreme Court that relief has been given to Bikram Singh Majithia, and his arrest has been capped by Supreme Court till the time of the election. But after that elections, Supreme Court clearly directed Bikram Singh Majithia to surrender into this entire case, so that at least police will continue the investigation with his remand. And following the directions of the Supreme Court, Bikram Singh Majithia followed the line, and after the election he surrendered himself. And in fact since then he was behind the bars. He was taken into the custody earlier by the police and completed the investigation. Later on he had sent to the judicial custody in Patiala jail. And in fact since Bikram Singh Majithia is in Patiala jail, Navjot Singh Sidhu is in Patiala jail, Punjabi singer Daler Mehndi is in Patiala jail. So Patiala jail turned to remain in a very highlighted manner, since high-profile people and politicians and the singers are lodged in the Patiala jail. But today, one big face from Patiala jail has been reduced as he has granted bail. And in fact, now let's wait and watch. Just because, Nupur, the story will not stop here itself. Bikram Singh Majithia will come out and he will openly speak against the Aam Aadmi Party.
Right. Right, do stay with us, Amandeep. I'm going to go across to Mr. Arshdeep Singh, the spokesperson of the Shiromani Akali Dal, who joins us on the phone line. Mr. Singh, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Singh, big relief coming there for Mr. Majithia. Has been granted bail by the Punjab and Haryana High Court.
Yes, Mr. Majithia has been granted bail by the Honorable Court of Punjab and Haryana. Actually, the reason is that this was a false and frivolous FIR just because of the political vendetta, and it was registered by the Congress government to just divert people's attention from their incompetence. And 8 months of investigation, 2 governments, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party, but still they couldn't bring even an iota of evidence against Sardar Bikram Singh Majithia. So today he has been granted bail by the Honorable Court of Punjab and Haryana, and we are very happy about that. Even the workers of Shiromani Akali Dal, the people of Punjab, and the truth has again won, and the false allegations of the opposition parties have just been into the ground by the court.
So, Mr. Singh, essentially what you're saying is that this is a case of political vendetta that's been practiced by the government over there?
Yes. The Congress government, just before the elections, this case was only registered to stop Bikram Majithia from contesting the elections and to damage Shiromani Akali Dal image and the people. But I just go before the courts. Today they have given justice, and Sardar Bikram Singh Majithia will be released from the prison today itself.
Right, Mr. Singh, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. So that's the latest that we are getting. Right now, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has granted bail to Bikram Singh Majithia from the Shiromani Akali Dal.
Well, Chennai government registered the case against senior Shiromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majithia, but today he has been granted bail by Punjab and Haryana High Court. A big relief for Bikram Singh Majithia, who quoted this entire arrest as a political vendetta. Watch this entire story after a short break. Stay tuned.
Well, in Bengal, we are tracking Onubroto Mondal and all his updates. He did not appear before CBI today again. Whether CBI will visit his house, whether he'll be arrested, we will be looking at that and more on Republic after a short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Nitish has not walked out. He has been made to walk into a political trap by the BJP. You see, Nitish Kumar desperately wants to be Prime Minister of India. There's nothing wrong with this ambition, which he has really nursed for a long time now, well over a decade and a half, in fact. And if he remains a BJP partner, he doesn't have any shot, any chance of a shot in national politics. So the first and real reason why Nitish has switched from a coalition with the BJP back into the supportive arms of Lalu Prasad is because he thinks that this may make him a serious contender against Narendra Modi in 2024. Now there's a problem. The problem for Nitish is that Arvind Kejriwal wants to get a large chunk of seats at the Congress's expense and is also in the same prime ministerial race. And Mamata Banerjee, despite her obvious truce with the BJP last week, will fancy a shot at the same role if she gets over 30 seats in Bihar. You see, viewers, politicians are restless. And some are very restlessly ambitious. And Nitish, whose entire political career has been about being in and out with the BJP, has finally decided it is time to give 2024 a shot. Naturally, the anti-Modi group is celebrating. They feel that the BJP, having broken the Maharashtra government, has got a return gift in Bihar. But the truth is that the BJP has planned all of this out. The BJP has deliberately provoked Nitish, who they knew was anyway on the edge, by promoting RCP Singh, whose presence as a solid number 2 made Nitish extremely insecure. The fact is, the BJP gains electorally in the medium term by consolidating 7 anti-BJP parties into one voting bloc, and then either instigating or watching a breakup in the parties that form this 7-party Khichdi Sarkar and getting a greater individual vote.
A recap of the top headlines at 10:30 this morning. After the NDA's walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath as Bihar's Chief Minister once again. The Mahagathbandhan is back in power in Bihar. The BJP is to stage a mega showdown in Patna. Arrested in the drug scandal case, Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majithia is now out on bail. After Shrikant Tyagi, another political goon assaults an ex-serviceman. As India says, stop the goon culture. Will the BJP act? Mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Rahul Bhatt and Amreen Bhatt's alleged killers are trapped in a Budgam encounter. After a 9-time no-show, the CBI summons Mamata's man in the cattle smuggling case. But we are getting an update on the Bengal cattle smuggling case. We are given to understand that the CBI may be grilling Anubrata Mondal at his home as fresh action is expected after he skipped the summons. Now, do remember that he'd been summoned by the CBI for questioning in the cattle smuggling case. However, he has skipped the summons once again. Earlier, do remember on Monday also he was summoned and he had said that he was not feeling too well and that is why he skipped that summon. But we are now given to understand that the CBI is looking to grill him at his residence. Kishalay joins us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishalay, good morning. Kishalay, give us more details of what you are learning. We are given to understand that the CBI will now be going to his home to question him.
Well, Nupur, back-to-back updates on Anubrata Mondal here in Bengal. We have seen in the last few hours how Anubrata Mondal has not stepped out of his house. However, his lawyer has entered right now into CBI office in Kolkata here in Nizam Palace. His lawyer, our sources are telling us, has informed CBI that because of his ill health, he is unable to appear before the CBI right now and he will take more time. Let me remind you that this is the 10th time that he has not appeared before the CBI even after multiple summons, and all these summons were related to the cattle smuggling case that CBI is right now investigating. CBI is also investigating the post-poll violence case which also relates to Anubrata Mondal. In both of these cases, Anubrata Mondal right now is not appearing before the CBI, and to understand what can be done after this, there is a high-level meeting at CBI office and CBI Joint Director N. Venugopal has entered CBI office right now, and another 5-member team of constituting of very high officials are also coming from Delhi to Kolkata CBI office. That's what our sources are telling us. So right now, at one hand, CBI trying to contemplate what can be done to bring Anubrata Mondal to their office. They can also approach the courts in order to get a warrant so that they can arrest Anubrata Mondal and bring him to Kolkata. In Birbhum, we have seen that Anubrata Mondal's doctor entered his house yesterday and he suggested that it is not good for Anubrata Mondal to go for long travels in car as he has multiple health complications. However, in Kolkata, SSKM hospital gave him a clean chit and did not admit him. It is to be seen right now, Nupur, whether Anubrata Mondal will be grilled at his home or not. That's what our sources are telling us, that it is a possibility that a high-level CBI team will travel from Kolkata or a team from Durgapur may also move to his home, and and then may start grilling him, or there is a possibility that CBI will approach the court, High Court, and in order to get Anubrata Mondal in their custody. It is to be seen what's happening next. Back to the studio.
All right, so as you're pointing out, of course, this the CBI has been wanting to grill him in the cattle smuggling case. Now, can you give us more details in terms of what the CBI's line of questioning is likely to be?
Well, yeah, in this cattle smuggling case, we have seen how Anubrata Mondal and a few other TMC leaders are named, and all of them allegedly had a racket with BSF, some of the BSF officials that worked in the borders closely in that area, and custom officials, and they had a nexus of buying illegal cattle at a lower price and then selling them off to Bangladesh. All these things are in CBI scanner right now, and there can be a possibility that Anubrata Mondal will be questioned about what exactly role he played in this whole system, and how did Anubrata Mondal got benefited out of this system, and what money he received out of this smuggling. Also, CBI's, we are getting to know from our sources that CBI is trying to contemplate how a case of post-poll violence and a questionnaire can also be prepared along with that. Right now, it is to be seen whether CBI will visit Anubrata Mondal's house or other options can be taken.
All right, Kishale bringing us all those details from our Bangla newsroom. Thank you for joining us. So as Kishale is pointing out, we'll have to wait and watch out for how the CBI manages to question Anubrata Mondal. Now, after the NDA's walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath as Bihar's Chief Minister for the 8th time. Tejashwi Yadav is also going to be taking oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. The BJP's reactions, of course, are coming in thick and fast to these developments. We do understand that there is a protest that is going on in Bihar even as we speak, particularly outside the BJP office in Patna. I'm going to try and go down across to our correspondents on the ground, Piyush Mishra and Prakash Singh, who have been covering these developments since yesterday. Do remember that in a surprise move, Nitish Kumar had pulled the plug from the NDA government in Bihar and had decided to realign his political outfit.
हमारे साथ है तेज प्रताप यादव। तेज प्रताप जी, अब ये कहा जा रहा है कि बिहार का भाग्य बदलने वाला है, किस तरह से बदलेगा?
बिहार का भाग्य तो गरीब नौजवानों को, किसान भाइयों को उनका हक मिलेगा, उनका रोजगार मिलेगा, तो भाग्य बदल जाएगा।
अब आगे किस तरह से सरकार चलेगी, क्योंकि अब तक 5 साल तक जो है सरकार में नहीं रहे, अब आगे किस तरह सरकार आप देख रहे हैं, किस तरह चलेगी?
सरकार चलेगी और सबके सहयोग से और गठबंधन के योगदान से सरकार चलेगी।
लेकिन पलटू राम की बात जो है नीतीश कुमार के लिए कही जाती है कि
पलटू राम तो सुशील मोदी हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी।
All right, let me go across to Piyush. I think
हमारे साथ केंद्रीय गृह राज्य मंत्री और बीजेपी के वरिष्ठ नेता नित्यानंद राय। सर, नीतीश कुमार जो है सरकार छोड़कर आरजेडी के साथ जाकर सरकार बना रहे हैं, कैसे पलट गए पता भी नहीं चला?
देखिए, आरजेडी का मतलब है अराजकता, आरजेडी का मतलब है भ्रष्टाचार, आरजेडी का मतलब है गुंडागर्दी, आरजेडी का मतलब है अवैध शराब का कारखाना चलवाना। तो ऐसे लोगों से समझौता करके नीतीश जी ने बिहार की जनता को धोखा दिया है, जनादेश को धोखा दिया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को धोखा दिया है, बिहार के न्याय और विकास को धोखा दिया है।
पार्लियामेंट खत्म हुआ उसके ठीक अगले दिन पता चलता है कि सरकार बदल गई। डबल इंजन की सरकार का वायदा कर आप लोग चल रहे थे, विकास होगा, लेकिन
डबल इंजन की सरकार से फायदा तो राज्यों को मिलता है, लेकिन नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सभी देश के एक एक गांव के विकास, एक एक शहर के गलियों के विकास का वादा किया है, और उनके भागीरथ प्रयत्न से विकास की गंगा देश के कोने कोने में पहुंच रही है। सरकार जहां है वहां भी, नहीं है वहां भी, लेकिन यह निश्चित है कि जहां जहां हमारी सरकार नहीं है वहां विकास बाधित होता है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विकास की गंगा की धारा को रोकने के लिए प्रयत्न होता है। मैं बिहार वासियों को विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ओर से कि यहाँ विकास की धारा को जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के भगीरथ प्रयत्न से बह रहा है, अगर कोई रोकने का प्रयास किया तो उसको संघर्ष झेलना पड़ेगा।
All right, so that's the reaction that we are getting at the moment from the BJP. Do remember that the BJP is holding a protest at its headquarters in Patna, even as Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav are set to take oath. And here's a look at some news in brief. A school teacher allegedly slapped a girl in an incident that has been reported at a government primary school in Majri in Panchkula. The CCTV footage that has been captured revealed that the 5-year-old girl was brutally assaulted by a man in the corner of the school. The district education officer of Panchkula has directed an inquiry. In a shocking incident, a 3-year-old girl died after she was brutally beaten up by her father. The incident took place in the Saifabad area of Telangana. The police said that the incident took place on the 7th of August when the 3-year-old was playing with water in the washroom. The accused thrashed her with a big broom and then threw the girl on the floor, because of which there was a blood clot in her brain and she passed away. The Indian Met Department has said that from today, intense wet spells are likely to continue over the Ghats and areas of Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Karnataka. The IMD has also issued warnings for areas which are witnessing severe waterlogging. Earlier today, waterlogging was reported in several places after heavy rainfall in Karnataka's Belgavi. Almost 48 hours after a boy who had fallen into an open drain in Gurugram remained untraced, massive rescue operations have been launched by the NDRF and the SDRF in the Gadoi village to rescue the 7-year-old who fell into the drain on the 7th of August. Both the sons of Sri Kanhaiya Lal, who died in the incident in Udaipur, met the Chief Minister of Rajasthan at the Circuit House in Udaipur. They expressed their gratitude for being given government jobs. The Rajasthan Chief Minister assured strictest legal action on the culprits.
After Nitish Kumar walks out of NDA, today BJP is going to protest the entire day against this decision of Nitish Kumar. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more pictures, more voices on BJP's protest. Stay tuned for more updates. TV.
ना डरूं और सो जब जाए लरूं, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो। वो निश्चय करना और जीत तभी होती है अगर आपका दृढ़ निश्चय किसी काम करने के लिए हो।
अगस्त को हमारे देश का 75वां यौम आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव जो है, वो आज हम एडवांस में सेलिब्रेट करने इस पहाड़ी पर आए हैं। इस पर हम अपना तिरंगा फहराने आए हैं, लहराने आए हैं। भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
You should be able to speak about it, Karthik.
Shrikant Tyagi, the man who was on run, the man who was absconding, the man who was seen in the video has been arrested. Two cars has been taken in custody. One is this, the black Scorpio. He'll be produced in the Surajpur court, and there the medical formalities and the other formalities will be completed.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
क्या दिक्कत हुई नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह से? क्या 24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे?
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं।
भारत माता की जय।
Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of
of institutions.
जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित हैं। आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है।
Now, after walking out of the NDA alliance, Nitish Kumar is all set to take oath as Bihar's Chief Minister for the 8th time. Along with him, Tejasvi Yadav is also likely to take oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. Do remember that Nitish Kumar had announced the realignment of his political party, the JDU, with other parties including the Congress and the RJD yesterday. Now, the duo are set to take oath at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's believed to be a small ceremony that will take place at the Raj Bhavan. We are also continuously looking at what the structure of this Mahagathbandhan is going to look like. Let's go across to Piyush for more details.
चर्चा हो रही थी, आपको भनक लगी नहीं लगी और नीतीश कुमार छोड़कर चले गए?
हम लोग तो विश्वास की राजनीति करते हैं, सबका साथ सबका विश्वास हमारी अवधारणा रही है। हम सब तो भरोसा करके उनको नेतृत्व दिया था। उनकी तो विधानसभा में संख्या भी कम है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी हमने उनके नेतृत्व को स्वीकार किया, क्योंकि 2005 से उनके नेतृत्व में हम सबों ने जनादेश के आलोक में बिहार को जंगल राज से मुक्त कराने का काम किया। लेकिन जो उनका जो आदत रहा है पलटी मारने का, वो इस बार भी
मंत्री बनने की लालसा है उनमें। क्या ये कारण है कि पलटी मारने?
मुझे तो हंसी आती है जब बिहार में जनता दल यूनाइटेड अपने बूते राज्य की सरकार नहीं बना सकती है, तो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में अपने नेता को वो अगर प्रोजेक्ट करना चाह रहे हैं, इससे बढ़ के दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और कुछ हो ही नहीं।
Right, so that of course was Piyush. He was talking to the BJP over there. Let me go back across to Prakash. Prakash, I think you're joined by Prashant Kishore over there. Over to you.
हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं देश के सबसे बड़े चुनावी रणनीतिकार, जिन्होंने चुनाव कैंपेन को एक नया आयाम दिया। प्रशांत किशोर अभी बिहार में राजनीति में अपना हाथ आजमा रहे हैं और पूरा बिहार का दौरा कर रहे हैं और उसके बाद 2 अक्टूबर को पदयात्रा करेंगे। राजनीति पर अच्छी पकड़ रखते हैं। प्रशांत जी, मेरा पहला सवाल है, आप पैन करते रहिए। मेरा पहला सवाल है कि आपने नारा दिया था बिहार में 2015 में, बिहार में बहार है, नीतीश कुमार है। हमने अपने चैनल पे कल से चलाना शुरू किया है।
बिहार में बहार हो
नहीं तो हमने चैनल में चलाना शुरू किया है, अब की बार बिहार में पलटी मार सरकार। तो क्या नीतीश जी क्या पलटी मारते रहेंगे इसी तरीके से अपने राजनीतिक महत्वाकांक्षा के लिए?
देखिए, मैं इस तरह के शब्द प्रयोग करता नहीं हूँ किसी के लिए। मैं आपको ये जरूर बताना चाहूँगा कि 2012-13 से नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो नेशनल राजनीतिक पटल पे प्रादुर्भाव हुआ है, उसके बाद से जो उसका आफ्टर इफेक्ट आप कह लीजिए, जो बिहार की राजनीतिक स्थिति पर पड़ी है, एक अस्थिरता का दौर शुरू हुआ 12-13 से, और भारत उसी दिशा में, उसी कड़ी में एक नया अध्याय है। 12-13 से अभी तक ये सरकार के संदर्भ में 6वां प्रयोग है। ये 6वीं सरकार है जो पिछले 10 साल में बनी है। तो आप और हम अपेक्षा ही कर, 2 चीज़ नहीं बदली। हर उस 6 के 6 प्रयोगों में नीतीश कुमार जी मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं और बिहार की जो स्थिति है, जो लोगों की परेशानी है या बिहार की जो बदहाली है, उसमें भी कोई बहुत परिवर्तन नहीं दिखा है। तो अब लोगों की अपेक्षा होगी, मेरी भी अपेक्षा ऐसी होगी कि अभी जो नई सरकार बन रही है वो कुछ नया करे, नए तरीके से करे, ताकि आने वाले 2-3 साल में।
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ये लास्ट शॉट है प्राइम मिनिस्ट्रियल एम्बिशन के लिए? आपने भी तैयारी की थी 2017 में, आप इनको बड़ा नेता बनाना चाहते थे, देश भर के तमाम मुख्यमंत्रियों से आप मिल रहे थे।
ये तो देखिए, ये बिल्कुल ही मीडिया का क्रिएशन है कि आप, ये मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बिहार स्पेसिफिक, बिहार सेंट्रिक प्रयोग है। इसमें कोई नेशनल बात है नहीं। कोई भी काम, बिहार बड़ा राज्य है, वहाँ कोई राजनीतिक डेवलपमेंट होगा तो उसका नेशनल इम्प्लीकेशन हो सकता है, लेकिन नेशनल रणनीति बनाकर या कोई परियोजना बनाकर उसके बाद इसको बिहार में किया जा रहा है, ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता है।
आपको नहीं लगता कि शरद पवार, ममता बनर्जी, नवीन पटनायक, आप स्टालिन के साथ काम कर चुके हैं, वो लोग इनके इर्द गिर्द आएंगे? क्योंकि शरद पवार एक मुख्य भूमिका में है।
मुझे ये सब पता नहीं है। शरद पवार जी की खुद की सरकार वहाँ महाराष्ट्र में चली गई, वो नहीं बचा सके तो देश भर में क्या करेंगे नहीं करेंगे, मैं उस पर टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता हूँ। मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि मेरे नज़र से जो मेरी समझ है, शायद गलत होगी, कि बिहार में जो हुआ ये बिहार सेंट्रिक प्रयोग है। इसमें नीतीश कुमार जी एक फॉर्मेशन से निकल के दूसरे फॉर्मेशन में जा रहे हैं। उनको लगता है कि शायद इस नए फॉर्मेशन,
इंटरनल कॉन्ट्राडिक्शंस कहने का मतलब कि पूरे देश भर में नीतीश कुमार को कोई मानेगा नहीं प्रधानमंत्री का उम्मीदवार।
मैं कह रहा हूँ कि वो अभी एजेंडा ही नहीं है। जितना मैं थोड़ा बहुत नीतीश कुमार को जानता हूँ, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि उनको ऐसा लगता होगा कि इससे नेशनल कुछ हो जाएगा। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि अगर बिहार में कुछ होता है, कल ये जो फॉर्मेशन बना है इससे बहुत अच्छी सरकार चलने लगे, एक राजनीतिक मोमेंटम खड़ा हो जाए, जन आंदोलन खड़ा हो जाए, तो उन बातों को तो मेरे पास कुछ
एजेंडा उनका क्या है, क्यों भागे बीजेपी से वो?
ये तो वो बताएंगे हमसे। आपको मौका मिला आपको देखने का? नहीं, भागे क्यों, मैं इसका दूसरे तरीके से जवाब दूंगा। मुझे ऐसा लगता है, जितना मैंने उनको देखा है, समझा है, 2017 से 2022 तक जो वो भाजपा के साथ थे, वो कभी उससे कंफर्टेबल मुझे दिखे ही नहीं, जहां तक मैं समझ पाया।
और आपने प्रयास भी किया था 17 में, लालू जी के पास गए थे कि फिर से महागठबंधन की सरकार बन जाए, जब वो कंफर्टेबल फील नहीं कर रहे।
नहीं, जब 17 की बात नहीं है, जब मैं जदयू में था तो भी मैंने ये ऐसा
18 ये लालू जी और राबड़ी देवी ने हमें ऑफ रिकॉर्ड में कहानी बताया था। मैं आज दर्शकों को बताना चाहता हूं कि आप गए थे और कि महागठबंधन का फिर से नया स्वरूप हो और नीतीश कुमार को देश के राजनीति पटल पर लाया जाए। ये मैं आज ब्रेक कर रहा हूँ, ऑफ रिकॉर्ड कन्वर्सेशन को ब्रेक कर रहा हूं। आप उस कहानी को बताइए कि क्या हुआ।
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। आपको जो नहीं, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, 2017 में नीतीश कुमार जी जब भाजपा के साथ गए, उसके बाद से कम मेरे से उनकी जितनी बातें हुई हैं, मैंने उनको कभी बहुत कंफर्टेबल नहीं पाया है उसमें। लेकिन पब्लिकली तो वो उस व्यवस्था से खुशी नजर आए थे। तो इसलिए मैं यही देखता हूँ कि जिस व्यवस्था में वो कंफर्टेबल नहीं थे, वो किन्हीं वजहों से शायद अब उन्होंने सोचा होगा कि नहीं, अब महागठबंधन का प्रयोग करके देखते हैं। लेकिन इसका पब्लिक के नज़रिए से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है। चाहे आप भाजपा के साथ हो, भाई जब वो भाजपा के साथ आए तो भी बहुत लोगों ने कहा कि ये बहुत बड़ा प्रयोग है, फिर से पुराना जो एनडीए खड़ा हो गया, ये इसको कोई नहीं हिला सकेगा। आपने देखा कि 5 साल में उसकी स्थिति क्या हुई, जो चुनाव।
तो क्या लगता है कि अटल आडवाणी का भाजपा और नरेंद्र मोदी अमित शाह का भाजपा में अंतर है और नीतीश कुमार की बनी नहीं अमित शाह और नरेंद्र मोदी से ये चूक कर गए?
नहीं, मैं इस तरह से नहीं देखता हूँ इसको। देखिए, हर राजनीतिक दल भी जो हैं वो भी इंडिविजुअल के रिलेशनशिप पर भी हैं। शायद उनका आडवाणी जी, वाजपेयी जी से उनका तारतम्य बेहतर था। उस समय की जो भाजपा की लीडरशिप थी, जो उनकी व्यवस्था थी, वो उसके साथ उनका जो सामंजस्य था वो बेहतर रहा होगा। उसके मुकाबले आज वो शायद उनको डिस्कम्फर्ट हुआ होगा। लेकिन इस पर बहुत मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि ये कोई ऐसा तो है नहीं कि पहली बार हुआ है, पिछले 10 साल में 6वीं बार हो रहा है। तो इसकी इतनी चर्चा क्यों कर रहे हैं?
फ्लिप फ्लॉप करते क्यों हैं वो अपनी पार्टी को बचाने के लिए?
ये तो आप उनसे जाकर पूछ सकते हैं।
आप बताइए ना, आप तो रहे हैं।
पार्टी को बचाने की बात नहीं है। उनको लगता है कि भाई ये करके हम यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे, और जो वो बताते हैं कि भाई बिहार की जनता का सेवा हम करते रहना चाहते हैं, तो उनको लगता है कि जिस फॉर्मेशन में भी बेहतर वो काम कर सकते हैं, उसके साथ उनको रहना चाहिए।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के चैलेंजर के रूप में उभर सकते हैं वो?
मैं बिल्कुल ही इन बात पे टिक्का टिप्पणी मैं कह रहा हूँ। मैं इस पूरी घटना को बिहार के नज़रिए से देखता हूँ। मेरी जो थोड़ी बहुत समझ है, इसका बाहर इम्प्लीकेशन कम से कम आज शॉर्ट रन में कुछ नहीं है।
अच्छा, इसकी पटकथा जो है लालू जी के साथ आने की और नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ छोड़ने की, ये बहुत पहले से लिखी जा रही थी। इस पर मैं वॉच कर रहा था 4 महीने से। आपसे बात भी हुई है कई बार मेरी। सबसे बड़ी बात कि इसी कड़ी में आरसीपी सिंह को मुझे लगता है मोहरा बनाकर, और आपसे भी दिल्ली में मिले थे, उसके बाद खबर आई कि प्रशांत जी से मेरे संबंध अच्छे हैं, जबकि प्रशांत जी को तो धक्का मार के पार्टी से निकाला गया था उसी आरसीपी सिंह के चलते। और उसी दिन नहीं, मैं कंप्लीट कर लूं, मैं बहुत प्रिवी हूं बातों की। आपको जेडीयू का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने का ऑफर दिया गया?
नहीं, इन बात को मैंने अपने पीछे भी इंटरव्यू में पूछा है। मैंने उस समय भी खंडन किया था कि इस तरह के अफवाह पर मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता हूं। नीतीश जी मेरे से ज़रूर मिले थे मार्च में, मेरी उनसे अच्छी बात हुई थी। उस समय भी मैंने उनको कहा था कि मैं बिहार में एक नया ऑर्गेनिक प्रयास करना चाहता हूं, और आप चूंकि बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और पहले उनकी
राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेडीयू के क्यों नहीं बने? क्या आप नीतीश कुमार पर भरोसा नहीं करते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं भाई, ऐसी कोई
बिल्कुल बात है।
ऑफर नहीं दी उन्होंने। आप जबरदस्ती अपने से ऑफर दिलवा रहे हैं।
नहीं, तो क्यों नहीं बने आप? क्यों आप उस पर भरोसा नहीं है? क्योंकि एक बार आपको पार्टी से निकाल दिए थे आरसीपी सिंह के चलते, अब आरसीपी सिंह को निकाल रहे हैं। जो वही ललन सिंह पेट में दांत बोलते थे उनको।
देखिए, अगर आरसीपी सिंह जी के वजह से मैं रहता या छोड़ता तो आज आरसीपी जी पार्टी में नहीं, मैं चला जाता उनके पास। जैसे आप बता रहे हैं कि वो हमको बुला ही रहे हैं,
क्योंकि आप नीतीश कुमार को पहचान गए कि कब ये धोखा दे देंगे, पीठ में छुरा भोंक देंगे।
ऐसी बात नहीं है। मैंने ऑन कैमरा कहा है कि मेरे उनसे व्यक्तिगत बहुत मधुर संबंध है। जो सरकार
ऐसा व्यक्तिगत संबंध है कि धक्के मार के निकाल दिया, व्यक्तिगत संबंध बना रहे हैं आप?
वो धक्के मार के निकालने की बात है कि भाई उन्होंने, उनकी पार्टी है, उनकी पार्टी ने सीए एनआरसी पर एक स्टांस लिया था, उस पर मेरा उनसे विवाद हुआ, उसकी वजह से उनकी वो प्रेरोगेटिव उन्होंने निकाल दिया था। बहुत अच्छा किया उन्होंने, मुझे उससे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
आगे नीतीश जी से अगर बातचीत होती है, कुछ अगर ऑफर करते हैं आपको, तो आप जाएंगे उनके पास? क्योंकि अब परिदृश्य तो बदल चुका है, आप भी एंटी मोदी स्टैंड में हैं।
भाई मैं एक अपना नया प्रयास बिहार में कर रहा हूँ, मैं इस पर टिका हुआ हूँ। नीतीश जी क्या ऑफर करेंगे, मैं क्या करूंगा, इसका कोई मतलब नहीं है। आप खुद कह रहे हैं, मुझे पता नहीं है कि उन्होंने पहले भी ऑफर किया होगा, मुझे उन ऑफर से कोई लेना देना नहीं है अभी।
तो आप अपना जहाज खुद बना रहे हैं?
मैं बनाऊं, मेरा जहाज बने, नाव बने, न बने, डूब जाए, मेरा कोई उससे मतलब नहीं है।
अक्टूबर से पदयात्रा शुरू होगी, क्या होगा थोड़ा उसके बारे में बताइए।
भाई, जो मैं पदयात्रा करने की मैंने घोषणा करी है 2 तारीख से, जब तक मैं पूरे बिहार में पैदल घूम ना लूँ, लोगों से मिल ना लूँ, हर गांव, हर पंचायत, हर शहर गांव में जहां पहुंचने की बात है, वो पहुंच के मैं लोगों से मिलना, संवाद स्थापित करना चाहता हूं। उसके बाद देखेंगे कि पदयात्रा
नीतीश कुमार के बारे में लोग क्या बोलते हैं? आप जब घूमते हैं, लोग तो इतना अदला बदली करते हैं, अल्टी पल्टी करते हैं।
देखिए, मैंने ये अभी पहले की भी एक इंटरव्यू में बताया कि जो मैं फ़र्क देखता हूँ लोगों के मिजाज में नीतीश कुमार को लेके, 2010 वगैरह में तो एज ए सिटीजन हम लोगों ने देखा है, बड़ा आदर उनका रहा है इस स्टेट में। 2015 में जब हम लोग आए थे यहाँ पर चुनाव प्रचार करने महागठबंधन का, तो जो लोग वोट नहीं देते थे, क्योंकि एक मोदी का वेव आ गया था और एक बड़ा वर्ग बिहार में जो मोदी जी के नाम पर वोट करता है, वो जो लोग वोट नहीं करते थे महागठबंधन को, आपने भी देखा होगा, वो नीतीश कुमार जी को गाली नहीं देते थे, नीतीश कुमार जी के लिए अपशब्द का प्रयोग
मैं भी महसूस करता हूँ।
अब पहली बार मैं अब देख रहा हूँ, अभी मैं 3-4 महीने से ही रहा हूँ और ये दावा नहीं कर सकता हूँ कि बिहार के हर आदमी की बात मैंने सुनी है, लेकिन अब पहली बार मैं देख रहा हूँ कि जब आप नीचे जाते हैं तो लोग नीतीश कुमार जी या उनके गवर्नेंस के मॉडल या उनके काम काज के तरीके को लेकर इस तरह के शब्दों के प्रयोग करते हैं जो पीछे के कालखंड में दूसरी सरकारों के लिए।
मेरा अगला सवाल कि भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे पर 2017 में वो अलग हुए और सांप तक बोला लालू जी ने कि नीतीश सांप है और केचुआ छोड़ देता है, पलटी मार। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि ये सरकार चलेगी? इंटरनल कॉन्ट्रडिक्शंस इतने हैं।
भाई, चलेगी नहीं चलेगी वो जो सरकार में है उनकी चिंता है, मेरी चिंता तो है नहीं। राजनीति है, जो जिस साइड चला जाता है फिर वो दूसरे को के लिए अपशब्द।
क्या लगता है कि 24 में अगर चुनाव हार जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार के तौर पे, तो फिर से बीजेपी की तरफ आएंगे नीतीश जी?
कहाँ प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार किसने किसको बना दिया? ये तो आप लोग मीडिया में बनाए जा रहे हैं कब से। भाई, कहाँ
किसी मादा नहीं है प्रधानमंत्री बनने का?
कहा नहीं, मैंने कहा कि इसकी कहाँ, मीडिया को छोड़कर मैं ये चर्चा कहीं नहीं सुन रहा हूँ कि कहाँ कोई बैठक हुई, कहाँ किस फॉर्मेशन ने, किस गठबंधन ने किसको प्रधानमंत्री कैंडिडेट बना दिया।
तो सब सेकुलर पार्टी से टच में है, बाकी उन लोग क्या कह रहे हैं? शरद पवार,
आप किसी भी पार्टी से बात कर लीजिए,
बोल ही रहे ना कि कहीं चर्चा नहीं है, मीडिया में चर्चा है।
ये चर्चा मीडिया में है, मुझे किसी ने बताया नहीं कि भाई बिहार में क्या हो रहा है उसका कहीं कोई बैठक नहीं हुई, कोई ग्रुप मीटिंग नहीं हुई। अगर आती तो मुझे भी आप लोगों के माध्यम से जानकारी होती कि भाई सबने मिलकर तय किया कि XYZ इज गोइंग टू बी द प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट। वो खबर तो अभी आई नहीं है, ये आप लोग चला रहे हैं या लोग कुछ चर्चा कर रहे हैं।
जिससे बात का आखिरी कब हुई आपकी?
हाँ, हो गए कुछ दिन हो गए बातचीत ऐसे कुशल क्षेम के लिए। अभी उनको कोविड हुआ था तो फिर उसी संदर्भ में बात हुई थी फोन पे। बाकी
आप कुशल क्षेम के बहाने राजनीति डिस्कस कर लेते हैं?
कोई डिस्कस नहीं, बस फोन पर इतनी बात हुई, कैसे है, ठीक है, बस इतनी बात।
वो भी बोलते हैं बहुत पुराना संबंध है और आपको धक्का मार के निकाला था, है? मतलब ऐसा संबंध तो मैंने देखा ही नहीं कि गाली गलौज करो, धक्का मारो और बोलो कि बहुत पुराना संबंध है।
गाली गलौज तो कभी किसी के लिए मैंने नहीं किया है और उन्होंने भी मेरे
नहीं किया, लेकिन उन लोगों ने तो कहा
नहीं, नीतीश
को कुछ नहीं आता है, क्या है।
ठीक बात है, नहीं आता है तो स्वाभाविक बात है, वो बड़े नेता है, कह सकते हैं। नीतीश जी ने ऐसा कहा है, मुझे नहीं मालूम है, लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं तो मैं मान लेता हूँ।
तो नीतीश जी से आगे बात होगी?
अरे भाई, अब मेरी फ़ोन पर उन्होंने फ़ोन किया था, फ़ोन पे बात हो गई, बस इतनी बात है।
थैंक यू। प्रशांत किशोर थे ये, और इन्होंने साफ शब्दों में कहा और एक तरीके से कहा कि नीतीश कुमार के बारे में कोई चर्चा नहीं हो रही है प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार के तौर पर, और ये अपनी साख बचाने के लिए, पार्टी को बचाने के लिए आए हैं। बहरहाल कोशिश वही होगी और 2024 में एक बार जरूर जोर शोर लगाएंगे कि वो प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार के तौर पर उभरे, और अगर नहीं उभरते हैं तो फिर कोई मतलब इसमें आश्चर्यजनक बात नहीं होगी कि नीतीश कुमार एक बार फिर भाजपा के साथ आ जाए 24 के बाद। बैक टू यू।
So Prakash Singh there in Patna in Bihar, which is the scene of hectic political activity. In a short while from now, we are likely to see the oath-taking ceremony of a new Mahagathbandhan Sarkar in the state. As Nitish Kumar, we saw in those fast-paced developments yesterday, did a sudden U-turn, abandoning the BJP that had supported him and going for a Mahagathbandhan. And there are there's lots of information coming in about who will be taking oath today. Earlier, it was just that there will be the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister taking oath. Now, other information also trickling in. And just a short while back, we saw our senior editor in Patna interviewing Prashant Kishore, famous political strategist and close aide of Nitish Kumar. Let's listen in.
हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं देश के सबसे बड़े चुनावी रणनीतिकार, जिन्होंने चुनाव कैंपेन को एक नया आयाम दिया। प्रशांत किशोर अभी बिहार में राजनीति में अपना हाथ आजमा रहे हैं और पूरा बिहार का दौरा कर रहे हैं, और उसके बाद 2 अक्टूबर को पदयात्रा करेंगे। राजनीति पर अच्छी पकड़ रखते हैं। प्रशांत जी, मेरा पहला सवाल है, आप पैन करते रहिए। मेरा पहला सवाल है कि आपने नारा दिया था बिहार में 2015 में, बिहार में बहार है, नीतीश कुमार है। हमने अपने चैनल पे कल से चलाना शुरू किया है।
बिहार में बहार हो
नहीं, तो हमने चैनल में चलाना शुरू किया है, अब की बार बिहार में पलटी मार सरकार। तो क्या नीतीश जी क्या पलटी मारते रहेंगे इसी तरीके से अपने राजनीतिक महत्वाकांक्षा के लिए?
देखिए, मैं इस तरह के शब्द प्रयोग करता नहीं हूँ किसी के लिए। मैं आपको ये जरूर बताना चाहूँगा कि 2012-13 से नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो नेशनल राजनीतिक पटल पे प्रादुर्भाव हुआ है, उसके बाद से जो उसका आफ्टर इफेक्ट आप कह लीजिए, जो बिहार की राजनीतिक स्थिति पर पड़ी है, एक अस्थिरता का दौर शुरू हुआ 12-13 से, और भारत उसी दिशा में, उसी कड़ी में एक नया अध्याय है। 12-13 से अभी तक ये सरकार के संदर्भ में 6वां प्रयोग है। ये 6वीं सरकार है जो पिछले 10 साल में बनी है। तो आप और हम अपेक्षा ही कर, 2 चीज़ नहीं बदली, हर उस 6 के 6 प्रयोगों में नीतीश कुमार जी मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, और बिहार की जो स्थिति है, जो लोगों की परेशानी है या बिहार की जो बदहाली है, उसमें भी कोई बहुत परिवर्तन नहीं दिखा है। तो अब लोगों की अपेक्षा होगी, मेरी भी अपेक्षा ऐसी होगी कि अभी जो नई सरकार बन रही है वो कुछ नया करे, नए तरीके से करे, ताकि आने वाले 2-3 साल में।
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ये लास्ट शॉट है प्राइम मिनिस्ट्रियल एम्बिशन के लिए? आपने भी तैयारी की थी 2017 में, आप इनको बड़ा नेता बनाना चाहते थे, देश भर के तमाम मुख्यमंत्रियों से आप मिल रहे थे।
ये तो देखिए, ये बिल्कुल ही मीडिया का क्रिएशन है कि आप, ये मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बिहार स्पेसिफिक, बिहार सेंट्रिक प्रयोग है, इसमें कोई नेशनल बात है नहीं। कोई भी काम, बिहार बड़ा राज्य है, वहाँ कोई राजनीतिक डेवलपमेंट होगा तो उसका नेशनल इम्प्लीकेशन हो सकता है, लेकिन नेशनल रणनीति बनाकर या कोई परियोजना बनाकर उसके बाद इसको बिहार में किया जा रहा है, ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता है।
आपको नहीं लगता कि शरद पवार, ममता बनर्जी, नवीन पटनायक, आप स्टालिन के साथ काम कर चुके हैं, वो लोग इनके इर्द गिर्द आएंगे? क्योंकि शरद पवार एक मुख्य भूमिका में है।
मुझे ये सब पता नहीं है। शरद पवार जी की खुद की सरकार वहाँ महाराष्ट्र में चली गई, वो नहीं बचा सके, तो देश भर में क्या करेंगे नहीं करेंगे, मैं उस पर टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता हूँ। मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि मेरे नज़र से, जो मेरी समझ है, शायद गलत होगी, कि बिहार में जो हुआ ये बिहार सेंट्रिक प्रयोग है। इसमें नीतीश कुमार जी एक फॉर्मेशन से निकल के दूसरे फॉर्मेशन में जा रहे हैं। उनको लगता है कि शायद इस नए फॉर्मेशन,
इंटरनल कॉन्ट्राडिक्शंस कहने का मतलब कि पूरे देश भर में नीतीश कुमार को कोई मानेगा नहीं प्रधानमंत्री का उम्मीदवार।
मैं कह रहा हूँ कि वो अभी एजेंडा ही नहीं है। जितना मैं थोड़ा बहुत नीतीश कुमार को जानता हूँ, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि उनको ऐसा लगता होगा कि इससे नेशनल कुछ हो जाएगा। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि अगर बिहार में कुछ होता है, कल ये जो फॉर्मेशन बना है इससे बहुत अच्छी सरकार चलने लगे, एक राजनीतिक मोमेंटम खड़ा हो जाए, जन आंदोलन खड़ा हो जाए, तो उन बातों को तो मेरे पास कोई
एजेंडा उनका क्या है, क्यों भागे बीजेपी से वो?
ये तो वो बताएंगे हमसे। आपको मौका मिला आपको देखने का? नहीं, भागे क्यों, मैं इसका दूसरे तरीके से जवाब दूंगा। मुझे ऐसा लगता है जितना मैंने उनको देखा है, समझा है, 2017 से 2022 तक जो वो भाजपा के साथ थे, वो कभी उससे कंफर्टेबल मुझे दिखे ही नहीं, जहां तक मैं समझ पाया।
पर आपने प्रयास भी किया था, 17 में लालू जी के पास गए थे कि फिर से महागठबंधन की सरकार बन जाए, जब वो कंफर्टेबल फील नहीं कर रहे।
नहीं, जब 17 की बात नहीं है, जब मैं जदयू में था तो भी मैंने ये ऐसा
ये लालू जी और राबड़ी देवी ने हमें ऑफ रिकॉर्ड में कहानी बताया था। मैं आज दर्शकों को बताना चाहता हूं कि आप गए थे और कि महागठबंधन का फिर से नया स्वरूप हो और नीतीश कुमार को देश के राजनीति पटल पर लाया जाए। ये मैं आज ब्रेक कर रहा हूं, ऑफ रिकॉर्ड कन्वर्सेशन को ब्रेक कर रहा हूं। आप उस कहानी को बताइए कि क्या हुआ।
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। आपको जो नहीं, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, 2017 में नीतीश कुमार जी जब भाजपा के साथ गए, उसके बाद से कम मेरे से उनकी जितनी बातें हुई हैं, मैंने उनको कभी बहुत कंफर्टेबल नहीं पाया है उसमें। लेकिन पब्लिकली तो वो उस व्यवस्था से खुशी नजर आए थे। तो इसलिए मैं यही देखता हूं कि जिस व्यवस्था में वो कंफर्टेबल नहीं थे, वो किन्हीं वजहों से शायद अब उन्होंने सोचा होगा कि नहीं, अब महागठबंधन का प्रयोग करके देखते हैं। लेकिन इसका पब्लिक के नज़रिए से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है। चाहे आप भाजपा के साथ हो, भाई जब वो भाजपा के साथ आए तो भी बहुत लोगों ने कहा कि ये बहुत बड़ा प्रयोग है, फिर से पुराना जो एनडीए खड़ा हो गया, ये इसको कोई नहीं हिला सकेगा। आपने देखा कि 5 साल में उसकी स्थिति क्या हुई, जो चुनाव।
तो क्या लगता है कि अटल आडवाणी का भाजपा और नरेंद्र मोदी अमित शाह का भाजपा में अंतर है और नीतीश कुमार की बनी नहीं अमित शाह और नरेंद्र मोदी से योग चूक कर गए?
नहीं, मैं इस तरह से नहीं देखता हूँ इसको। देखिए, हर राजनीतिक दल भी जो हैं वो भी इंडिविजुअल के रिलेशनशिप पर भी हैं। शायद उनका आडवाणी जी, वाजपेयी जी से उनका तारतम्य बेहतर था। उस समय की जो भाजपा की लीडरशिप थी, जो उनकी व्यवस्था थी, वो उसके साथ उनका जो सामंजस्य था वो बेहतर रहा होगा। उसके मुकाबले आज वो शायद उनको डिस्कम्फर्ट हुआ होगा। लेकिन इस पर बहुत मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि ये कोई ऐसा तो है नहीं कि पहली बार हुआ है, पिछले 10 साल में 6वीं बार हो रहा है। तो इसकी इतनी चर्चा क्यों कर रहे हैं?
फ्लिप फ्लॉप करते क्यों हैं वो अपनी पार्टी को बचाने के लिए?
ये तो आप उनसे जाकर पूछ सकते हैं।
आप बताइए ना, आप तो रहे हैं।
पार्टी को बचाने की बात नहीं है। उनको लगता है कि भाई ये करके हम यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे, और जो वो बताते हैं कि भाई बिहार की जनता का सेवा हम करते रहना चाहते हैं, तो उनको लगता है कि जिस फॉर्मेशन में भी बेहतर वो काम कर सकते हैं, उसके साथ उनको रहना चाहिए।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के चैलेंजर के रूप में उभर सकते हैं वो?
मैं बिल्कुल ही इन बात पे टिक्का टिप्पणी मैं कह रहा हूँ। मैं इस पूरी घटना को बिहार के नज़रिए से देखता हूँ। मेरी जो थोड़ी बहुत समझ है, इसका बाहर इम्प्लीकेशन कम से कम आज शॉर्ट रन में कुछ नहीं है।
अच्छा, इसकी पटकथा जो है लालू जी के साथ आने की और नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ छोड़ने की, ये बहुत पहले से लिखी जा रही थी। इस पर मैं वॉच कर रहा था 4 महीने से। आपसे बात भी हुई है कई बार मेरी। सबसे बड़ी बात कि इसी कड़ी में आरसीपी सिंह को मुझे लगता है मोहरा बनाकर, और आपसे भी दिल्ली में मिले थे, उसके बाद खबर आई कि प्रशांत जी से मेरे संबंध अच्छे हैं, जबकि प्रशांत जी को तो धक्का मार के पार्टी से निकाला गया था उसी आरसीपी सिंह के चलते। और उसी दिन नहीं, मैं कंप्लीट कर लूं, मैं बहुत प्रिवी हूं बातों की। आपको जेडीयू का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने का ऑफर दिया गया?
नहीं, इन बात को मैंने आपने पीछे भी इंटरव्यू में पूछा है, मैंने उस समय भी खंडन किया था कि इस तरह के अफवाह पर मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता हूं। नीतीश जी मेरे से ज़रूर मिले थे मार्च में, मेरी उनसे अच्छी बात हुई थी। उस समय भी मैंने उनको कहा था कि मैं बिहार में एक नया ऑर्गेनिक प्रयास करना चाहता हूं, और आप चूंकि बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और पहले उनकी
राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेडीयू के क्यों नहीं बने? क्या आप नीतीश कुमार पर भरोसा नहीं करते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं भाई, ऐसी कोई
बिल्कुल बात है।
आप जबरदस्ती अपने से ऑफर दिलवा रहे हैं।
नहीं, तो क्यों नहीं बने आप? क्यों आप उन पर भरोसा नहीं है? क्योंकि एक बार आपको पार्टी से निकाल दिए थे आरसीपी सिंह के चलते, अब आरसीपी सिंह को निकाल रहे हैं। जो वही ललन सिंह पेट में दांत बोलते थे उनको।
देखिए, अगर आरसीपी सिंह जी के वजह से मैं रहता या छोड़ता, तो आज आरसीपी जी पार्टी में नहीं, मैं चला जाता उनके पास। जैसे आप बता रहे हैं कि वो हमको बुला ही रहे हैं,
क्योंकि आप नीतीश कुमार को पहचान गए कि कब ये धोखा दे देंगे, पीठ में छुरा भोंक देंगे।
ऐसी बात नहीं है। मैंने ऑन कैमरा कहा है कि मेरे उनसे व्यक्तिगत बहुत मधुर संबंध है। जो सरकार,
ऐसा व्यक्तिगत संबंध है कि धक्के मार के निकाल दिया, व्यक्तिगत संबंध बना रहे हैं आप?
वो धक्के मार के निकालने की बात है कि भाई उन्होंने, उनकी पार्टी है, उनकी पार्टी ने सीए एनआरसी पर एक स्टांस लिया था, उस पर मेरा उनसे विवाद हुआ, उसकी वजह से उनकी वो प्रेरोगेटिव उन्होंने निकाल दिया था। बहुत अच्छा किया उन्होंने, मुझे उससे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
आगे नीतीश जी से अगर बातचीत होती है, कुछ अगर ऑफर करते हैं आपको, तो आप जाएंगे उनके पास? क्योंकि अब परिदृश्य तो बदल चुका है, आप भी एंटी मोदी स्टैंड में हैं।
भाई मैंने पहले मैं एक अपना नया प्रयास बिहार में कर रहा हूँ, मैं इस पर टिका हुआ हूँ। नीतीश जी क्या ऑफर करेंगे, मैं क्या करूँगा, इसका कोई मतलब नहीं है। आप खुद कह रहे हैं, मुझे पता नहीं है कि उन्होंने पहले भी ऑफर किया होगा, मुझे उन ऑफर से कोई लेना देना नहीं है अभी।
तो आप अपना जहाज खुद बना रहे हैं।
मैं बनाऊं, मेरा जहाज बने, नाव बने, न बने, डूब जाए, मेरा कोई उससे मतलब नहीं है।
अक्टूबर से पदयात्रा शुरू होगी, क्या होगा थोड़ा उसके बारे में बताइए।
भाई जो मैं पदयात्रा करने की मैंने घोषणा करी है 2 तारीख से, जब तक मैं पूरे बिहार में पैदल घूम ना लूँ, लोगों से मिल ना लूँ, हर गांव, हर पंचायत, हर शहर गांव में जहां पहुंचने की बात है वो पहुंच के मैं लोगों से मिलना, संवाद स्थापित करना चाहता हूं। उसके बाद देखेंगे कि पदयात्रा
नीतीश कुमार के बारे में लोग क्या बोलते हैं? आप जब घूमते हैं, लोग तो इतना अदला बदली करते हैं, अल्टी पल्टी करते हैं।
देखिए, मैंने ये अभी पहले की भी एक इंटरव्यू में बताया कि जो मैं फ़र्क देखता हूं लोगों के मिजाज में नीतीश कुमार को लेके, 2010 वगैरह में तो एज ए सिटीजन हम लोगों ने देखा है, बड़ा आदर उनका रहा है इस स्टेट में। 2015 में जब हम लोग आए थे यहाँ पर चुनाव प्रचार करने महागठबंधन का, तो जो लोग वोट नहीं देते थे, क्योंकि एक मोदी का वेव आ गया था और एक बड़ा वर्ग बिहार में जो मोदी जी के नाम पर वोट करता है, वो जो लोग वोट नहीं करते थे महागठबंधन को, आपने भी देखा होगा, वो नीतीश कुमार जी को गाली नहीं देते थे, नीतीश कुमार जी के लिए अपशब्द का प्रयोग
मैं भी महसूस करता हूँ।
अब पहली बार मैं अब देख रहा हूँ, अभी मैं 3-4 महीने से ही रहा हूँ और ये दावा नहीं कर सकता हूँ कि बिहार के हर आदमी की बात मैंने सुनी है, लेकिन अब पहली बार मैं देख रहा हूँ कि जब आप नीचे जाते हैं तो लोग नीतीश कुमार जी या उनके गवर्नेंस के मॉडल या उनके काम काज के तरीके को लेकर इस तरह के शब्दों के प्रयोग करते हैं जो पीछे के कालखंड में दूसरी सरकारों के लिए।
मेरा अगला सवाल कि भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे पर 2017 में वो अलग हुए और सांप तक बोला लालू जी ने कि नीतीश सांप है और केचुआ छोड़ देता है, पलटी मार। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि ये सरकार चलेगी? इंटरनल कॉन्ट्रडिक्शंस इतने हैं।
भाई चलेगी नहीं चलेगी वो जो सरकार में है उनकी चिंता है, मेरी चिंता तो है नहीं। राजनीति है, जो जिस साइड चला जाता है फिर वो दूसरे को के लिए अपशब्द।
क्या लगता है कि 24 में अगर चुनाव हार जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार के तौर पे, तो फिर से बीजेपी की तरफ आएंगे नीतीश जी?
कहाँ प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार किसने किसको बना दिया? ये तो आप लोग मीडिया में बनाए जा रहे हैं कब से। भाई कहाँ किसी
मादा नहीं है प्रधानमंत्री बनने का?
कहा नहीं, मैंने कहा कि इसकी कहाँ, मीडिया को छोड़कर मैं ये चर्चा कहीं नहीं सुन रहा हूँ कि कहाँ कोई बैठक हुई, कहाँ किस फॉर्मेशन ने, किस गठबंधन ने किसको प्रधानमंत्री कैंडिडेट बना दिया।
तो सब सेकुलर पार्टी से टच में है, बाकी उन लोग क्या कह रहे हैं? शरद पवार,
आप किसी भी पार्टी से बात कर लीजिए,
बोल ही रहे ना कि कहीं चर्चा नहीं है, मीडिया में चर्चा है।
ये चर्चा मीडिया में है, मुझे किसी ने बताया नहीं कि भाई बिहार में क्या हो रहा है उसका, कहीं कोई बैठक नहीं हुई, कोई ग्रुप मीटिंग नहीं हुई। अगर आती तो मुझे भी आप लोगों के माध्यम से जानकारी होती कि भाई सबने मिलकर तय किया कि XYZ इज गोइंग टू बी द प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट। वो खबर तो अभी आई नहीं है, ये आप लोग चला रहे हैं या लोग कुछ चर्चा कर रहे हैं।
जी से बात का आखिरी कब हुई आपकी?
हो गए, कुछ दिन हो गए बातचीत ऐसे कुशल क्षेम के लिए। अभी उनको कोविड हुआ था तो फिर उसी संदर्भ में बात हुई थी फोन पे। बाकी
आप कुशल क्षेम के बहाने राजनीति डिस्कस कर लेते हैं?
कोई डिस्कस नहीं, बस फोन पर इतनी बात हुई, कैसे है, ठीक है, बस इतनी बात।
वो भी बोलते हैं बहुत पुराना संबंध है और आपको धक्का मार के निकाला था, है? मतलब ऐसा संबंध तो मैंने देखा ही नहीं कि गाली गलौज करो, धक्का मारो और बोलो कि बहुत पुराना संबंध है।
गाली गलौज तो कभी किसी के लिए मैंने नहीं किया है और उन्होंने भी मेरे
किया, लेकिन उन लोगों ने तो कहा
नहीं, नीतीश
को कुछ नहीं आता है। क्या है?
ठीक बात है, नहीं आता है तो स्वाभाविक बात है, वो बड़े नेता है, कह सकते हैं। नीतीश जी ने ऐसा कहा है, मुझे नहीं मालूम है, लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं तो मैं मान लेता हूँ।
Prakash Singh in conversation with political strategist Prashant Kishore. Now let's go across to Piyush, who's there in the Bihar capital, the scene of hectic political activity. He is in conversation with senior BJP leader and Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad. Let's listen in.
Joining me is a senior BJP leader, Ravi Shankar Prasad. We are live right now, sir. What do you have to say on this flip-flop of Nitish Kumar? Why couldn't BJP anticipate that?
There is no question of anticipating. It is a textbook case of rank opportunism. Nitish Kumar has compromised on the issue of corruption, probity, political propriety and political integrity. Why he left 2017 relationship with Tejasvi Yadav? Because he could not reply on the issue of corruption, the railway scam, Bharti scam, apart from fodder scam when he came with us. What has changed now, Nitish ji? Have you got all the answer? Therefore, your flip-flop, the people of India have seen and the people of Bihar have seen.
Tejasvi Yadav is saying that he's perfect for Prime Ministerial post because he is the experienced Chief Minister. Your comments on that?
दिन में ख्वाब देने पर कोई पाबंदी नहीं है जनाब, लेकिन कोई वैकेंसी नहीं है पीएम के पोस्ट के लिए, 24 में भी 29 में भी.
How is BJP preparing now?
We will go on the ground. We know the pulse of the people. The people of state of Bihar are with BJP.
Are BJP workers happy with this? Because many of them I've spoken to, they are saying that now BJP will emerge as the single largest force here in the state.
Yes, they are saying. Rightly so. Thank you.
Ravi Shankar Prasad, in conversation with Republic, says the people of Bihar are watching, the people of the country are watching all the flip-flops and all the activities of Nitish Kumar, and that there is clearly no vacancy for the position of Prime Minister either in 2024 or 2029. It's over to Piyush to tell us what's happening there in the BJP camp. The BJP also set to make a big show today. A protest march, we believe. Piyush, we just heard your conversation with the top BJP leader, Ravi Shankar Prasad. Tell us everything about who is present right now. Is the stage set for, well, all the hectic political activity? The BJP too would be having its own strategy.
Well, absolutely, Rukma. BJP is all set to carry out this massive protest right here in Patna at BJP headquarters. Right behind me, you can see the CEO of BJP workers who are chanting slogans against Nitish Kumar. We are showing you live pictures of the top leaders of BJP, including Ravi Shankar Prasad, Giriraj Singh, former Deputy Chief Minister Atar Kishore Prasad, Ram Kripal Yadav, all the parliamentarians of BJP have come here and they are chanting against Nitish Kumar. You can also see they are also holding some placards which reads Nitish Kumar dhokebaz hai. So we can clearly see how the BJP has upped the ante against Nitish Kumar, and they are protesting in BJP office. They are saying that Nitish Kumar has deceived BJP because he is the one who got a lot of support from BJP. He was also declared as the leader of National Democratic Alliance, and under Nitish Kumar itself, BJP was fighting elections. So we can clearly see the live pictures coming in from the BJP office where the top leaders of BJP are present. They are protesting against Nitish Kumar, raising slogans against Nitish Kumar. Let me try to get in a word from few BJP workers also here to get a sense of the protest which they are right now doing. Let me ask from this lady who is now protesting here. किस तरह की क्या मांग रख रहे हैं आप?
हम लोग मांग यही रख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से बिहार को नीतीश कुमार जी ने दगा दिया है पूरे बिहार की जनता को, ये जनता उन्हें कभी माफ नहीं करेगी। पलटू राम को जिस तरह से पार्टी बदल के दल बदल अपने स्वार्थ के लिए पूरे बिहार को धोखा दिया है, ये बिहार की जनता उन्हें कभी माफ नहीं करेगी।
महिलाएं भी काफी संख्या में यहाँ पर आई हैं। महिलाएं क्या कहना चाहेंगे नीतीश कुमार को? आप महिला कार्यकर्ता हैं।
लोग यही कहना चाहेंगे कि जिस विश्वास से उनके साथ रहा था वो एक महिलाओं का विश्वासघात किया है। महिला उन्हें कभी माफ नहीं करेगी। पूरे बिहार की महिला उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देगी।
Clearly see the pictures coming in from here from BJP office where people are also raising slogans like Paltu Ram Hi Hi, and since yesterday we have heard the similar sort of slang being used for Nitish Kumar. Let us also go ahead and show you more pictures. I would ask Suraj to pan his camera and show you more pictures of this protest which is right now underway. You can clearly see the top leaders of BJP, including Ravi Shankar Prasad, Giriraj Singh, Atar Kishore Prasad, Sushil Modi, they all have gathered here and they all are protesting against Nitish Kumar. Many of them are also holding a placard which reads Nitish Kumar जी जिससे आज आप मिले हैं उनके खिलाफ शुरुआत से लड़ते रहे हैं. So this is what the BJP is telling. BJP is sending out a message. We will continue to show you live pictures from here, from the BJP headquarters in Patna, where this massive protest is going on, where the top leaders of BJP are right now protesting against Nitish Kumar. Let me try to get in a word from the workers also who are sitting here. Rakesh Sinha is also here. So that's a very big day, and BJP is now sending out a clear message to all the workers that it is going to fight against the JDU and RJD, and it will continue to protest against Nitish Kumar. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as BJP hits the streets against Nitish Kumar in Patna. Stay tuned for more updates.
आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
क्या दिक्कत हुई नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह से? क्या 24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे?
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं। भारत माता की जय।
Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित है।
Wax heterologous COVID-19 booster for restricted use in emergency situation. In the month of July, the National Technical Advisory Group on Immunization recommended biological Wax as a heterologous booster for adults. Earlier, biological Wax received DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot for restricted use in emergency situation. It is the first vaccine in India to get DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot. After a major political shift in Bihar, Nitish Kumar and Tejaswi Yadav will be sworn in as Chief Minister and Deputy CM of the state respectively at 2 p.m. beginning the Mahabudgam back into power in the state. Sources in the know inform that more ministers will be inducted in the cabinet at a later stage. Shrikant Tyagi was sent to 14 days judicial custody till August 23rd by a Surajpur court after his arrest from Meerut. Tyagi was absconding since the time an FIR was lodged by the police on a complaint of a woman over Tyagi hurling explicitives. Taking out a leaf from the Aam Aadmi Party's playbook, Congress has now promised 300 units of electricity for the people in Himachal Pradesh if voted to power. In addition to that, the party has also promised to provide financial assistance of Rs 1,500 per month to all women aged between 18 and 60 years. As a part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Ramappa Temple of Telangana was beautifully illuminated in the tricolour theme. The UNESCO World Heritage Site Ramappa Temple is all set to celebrate 75th Indian Independence Day.
Couple sir, one question. Couple sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
In what could be regarded as the heaviest rain in decades, South Korea's capital region was swamped this week, turning Seoul streets. You're watching live and breaking on Republic, and after the NDA walkout, Nitish Kumar set to take oath as Bihar Chief Minister for the 8th time. Those are visuals, Republic on the ground there in Patna. Those are visuals from the BJP headquarters in the Bihar capital. Piyush Mishra on that story. As you can see, this is the mega BJP showdown as Nitish Kumar is all set to form a new government with the Mahagathbandhan. And let's go across to Piyush. Piyush, take us through, the kind of, they say it's all about perception. What is the perception that has trickled down to the common man or woman whom we see there? You know, the BJP protesters there. What is the perception now that Nitish Kumar has done it again?
का इससे बेहतर उदाहरण नहीं मिल सकता हम लोग को भारत की राजनीति में। आज हम धरना पे बैठे हैं और यहाँ पे सभी माननीय सांसद, यहाँ पे माननीय अध्यक्ष जी के नेतृत्व में
showing you the live pictures of this BJP protest which is right now underway in Patna. Top leaders of BJP have gathered here and they are protesting here. You can see how the top leadership of BJP is sitting here on protest. You can see the likes of Mangal Pandey, Ram Kripal Yadav and many other top leaders of BJP are here. Let me try to get in a word from Ram Kripal Yadav, the BJP MP, and try to understand as to how.
And Republic also spoke with Vijay Chaudhary. Let's listen in.
परिषद में रहेंगे, कितने के नहीं रहेंगे या सब लोग मिल के सब लोग तय।
मंत्री जाएगा तेजस्वी यादव को, सुन रहे हैं ऐसा कि मांग रहे हैं।
देखिए, ये सब आप ही लोग के यहाँ मीडिया के यहाँ मांग रहे हैं और अभी ही थोड़ी देर पहले मीडिया के
Well, that's Vijay Chaudhary, Minister of Education in Bihar, in conversation with Republic.
का मैंडेट का अपमान किया है, न सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ विश्वासघात किया है, बल्कि बिहार की जनता के साथ भी विश्वासघात किया है, खंजर घोंपने का काम किया है। बिहार की जनता कभी इसको माफ नहीं करने वाली।
पता क्यों नहीं चल पाया आपको कि नीतीश कुमार धोखा देने वाले हैं? पता क्यों नहीं चल पाया?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की अपनी अलग सोच है और कभी भी दिमाग में, ना हमने कभी आज तक किसी को धोखा दिया है और ना हमारे मन में इस तरह की भावना आती है, मगर जिस तरह से नीतीश कुमार ने धोखा देने का काम किया उसके बारे में कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता, क्योंकि हमारा
Wax heterologous COVID-19 booster for restricted use in emergency situation. In the month of July, the National Technical Advisory Group on Immunization recommended biological Wax as a heterologous booster for adults. Earlier, biological Wax received DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot for restricted use in emergency situation. It is the first vaccine in India to get DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot. After a major political shift in Bihar, Nitish Kumar and Tejaswi Yadav will be sworn in as Chief Minister and Deputy CM of the state respectively at 2 p.m. beginning the Mahabudgam back into power in the state. Sources in the know inform that more ministers will be inducted in the cabinet at a later stage. Shrikant Tyagi was sent to 14 days judicial custody till August 23rd by a Surajpur court after his arrest from Meerut. Tyagi was absconding since the time an FIR was lodged by the police on a complaint of a woman over Tyagi hurling explicitives. Taking out a leaf from the Aam Aadmi Party's playbook, Congress has now promised 300 units of electricity for the people in Himachal Pradesh if voted to power. In addition to that, the party has also promised to provide financial assistance of Rs 1,500 per month to all women aged between 18 and 60 years. As a part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Ramappa Temple of Telangana was beautifully illuminated in the tricolour theme. The UNESCO World Heritage Site Ramappa Temple is all set to celebrate 75th Indian Independence Day.
Couple sir, one question. Couple sir, one question, sir.
Barsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
In what could be regarded as the heaviest rain in decades, South Korea's capital region was
श्रीकांत के
साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking, and of course straight away going across to the biggest story that we are tracking from Bihar, where the Mahagathbandhan Sarkar in fact has come into power, and now we are also learning from our sources that the Congress has also asked for four cabinet ministerial posts and also the Speaker of the Assembly as well. And of course we've learned that Nitish Kumar has been mulling over accepting these kind of something that has been put forward by the Congress party. And of course we have our correspondents on the ground. Let me also try to bring in Piyush as well, who has been reporting on this story, this mega political development from Bihar that we have been tracking for you. And of course the latest developments as far as the new government in question in Bihar is also concerned. And Piyush, my colleague, will also join me in just a few seconds, I believe. And we will try to go across to him, get the latest details as far as the changes in the government are concerned, and also
Yes, absolutely, Priyanka. I'm getting you the live pictures from Bihar BJP office here in Patna. Right now you can see how there is a massive gathering of the parliamentarians. BJP MPs have gathered here in large numbers. They are protesting against Nitish Kumar. Many of them are holding placards which reads Vishwasghati Nitish Kumar, Janadhar ka kiya apman. You can see how each and every leader here is very much aghast to the fact that Nitish Kumar has cheated, has walked out of NDA and has joined hands with Mahagathbandhan. So here the BJP is alleging Nitish Kumar of being the biggest ever cheater, and that is why they are protesting here in Patna BJP office. The leaders like Ravi Shankar Prasad, Tarkeshwar Prasad, Nityanand Rai, Sushil Modi, top leaders of BJP, Mangal Pandey, they all are present here and they continue to protest Nitish Kumar. They are also holding placards which reads Nitish Kumar ji, जिससे आप आज मिले हैं उसके खिलाफ शुरू से थे. Sir, the clear message is being sent across the people. Clear message is being sent. Tejasvi Yadav is saying that BJP is left with no alliance in northern India.
See, you must be aware of his educational background. He doesn't know in Uttar Pradesh, Sanjay Nishad is a minister in the cabinet. He doesn't know Ashish Patel, Apna Dal head, is a minister in Uttar Pradesh. See, this is what his close relative Akhilesh Yadav had to say, and this is what he is saying. So it is very unfortunate that such people are there in the politics of Bihar, but this is the last laugh is going to be had by the people of Bihar when they are going to vote them out forever this time.
What will happen in Lok Sabha 2024?
A better result than all such past results, and Bihar will give thumping majority to Narendra Modi in Bihar.
BJP is of the fact that Bihar will give a thumping majority to BJP in Bihar in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and Nitish Kumar should forget about his prime ministerial ambitions because he has got no base, no support from the people of Bihar. It's a BJP which is going to emerge as the binding force. One more very important question I would like to ask from this BJP leader. Sir, do you think that in a way it has happened good for BJP because now BJP will emerge as the single largest force in Bihar?
See, there is no denial of the fact that there was a lot of public pressure and pressure from the workers because Nitish Kumar was not at all able to perform as per the wishes of the people who gave this mandate. It was a very difficult situation. It was a very difficult situation. But people of Bihar had not expected that his rise into politics was against the fight of corruption against Lalu Yadav. He has joined hands once again, so nothing to be worried about. The people are very clear as far as now.
You are saying that BJP workers were not happy in JDU?
Not at all the way he was working this time. He was unable to work, whether it is lethargy or such designs that he was working upon.
PFI model was also seen here. PFI activities were also seen in Bihar.
See, that's also one of the reasons. In 15 districts so far, the NIA has already discovered how they are spreading. And these forces provide patronage to...
नहीं कैबिनेट
Well, viewers, we are breaking for you the latest as far as the Bihar politics is concerned. And of course, in the latest, we are telling you that the Speaker, Vijay Sinha, is set to be removed. In just the starting of the show, we had also told you that the Congress had also made several demands along with 4 cabinet ministerial positions that the Speaker should also be of their favour. Prakash Singh, who's been getting us all the updates from Bihar, is joining me once again on the broadcast. Prakash, tell us more about the latest as far as the Speaker being removed is concerned. What are your sources telling you?
Well, there's been a no confidence motion against Speaker Vijay Sinha, and he will be removed very soon. Some MLAs have also issued a letter in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, and very soon it was because of Speaker Vijay Sinha that the flashpoint where the controversy started and he misbehaved with Nitish Kumar. That's what the JDU alleges, and it was tried that there could be some deliberations on him. विजय जी, तो स्पीकर साहब के खिलाफ क्या मामला चल रहा है? क्या विधायकों ने लिख कर दिया है?
नहीं, हमको कोई व्यक्तिगत जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन ये हमने सुना है कि विधायकों ने उनके हटाने का प्रस्ताव विधानसभा सचिवालय को दिया है।
अच्छा, जो नीतीश जी के साथ बदतमीजी किया था उन्होंने, जो जैसा कि आप लोग का आरोप है।
नहीं, वो बात तो कब की खत्म हो गई। अभी तो सिर्फ उनको वो तो 1 लाइन नोटिस होता है, और उसमें जिन लोगों ने दिया है उनसे कोई मेरी बात नहीं है। तो ये तो जिन लोगों ने दिया है वही बता सकते हैं।
तो केयर टेकर में महेश्वर हजारी जी जो डिप्टी स्पीकर हैं वो रहेंगे?
अगर वो नहीं रहते हैं, वैसे भी अगर अविश्वास माने अध्यक्ष में अविश्वास प्रस्ताव का होता है उस पर विमर्श, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से उसमें ये भी नियम है कि तब वो चेयर पर नहीं रहेंगे। वो नहीं रहेंगे तो स्वाभाविक रूप से डिप्टी स्पीकर रहेंगे।
और अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर बहस भी होगा। आप तो स्पीकर रहे, इसकी प्रक्रिया क्या है?
बिल्कुल वही प्रक्रिया है कि उस पर विमर्श होता है, लास्ट में वोटिंग होती है
और उनको हटाया जाए।
अब वोटिंग में जो निर्णय आएगा वो होगा।
तो आप क्या सलाह देंगे? आप तो अध्यक्ष रहे, उनको हट जाना चाहिए, इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए?
नहीं, हम सलाह नहीं देंगे। वो खुद समझदार, विद्वान सब कुछ हैं, वो खुद निर्णय लेंगे
कि हट जाए। So, there we have Vijay Chaudhary is a former speaker. He is saying that Vijay Sinha should understand the present political situation and hinted that he should resign from the speaker's post, else there will be a no confidence motion against him.
देश जब अमृत काल की तरफ जाने वाला है, इसी बढ़ते हुए प्रभाव से, इस बढ़ते हुए जनमानस के प्रभाव से नीतीश कुमार परेशान हो गए हैं और पुनः भ्रष्टाचार, दुराचार से गले लगाकर हमने पहले भी कहा था।
And viewers, we are also getting you the latest as far as the visuals are concerned from Bihar, where the BJP in fact is carrying out a sit-in protest, and have also stated that they are peeved with the kind of betrayal that they are facing from Nitish Kumar. And the BJP, in fact, has been staging this dharna just before the oath ceremony that is all set to take place. We heard several statements of the BJP leadership claiming that this is good for the बीजेपी
में बिहार के लोगों में गुस्सा है। बिहार में इंडस्ट्री आ रही थी क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार बीजेपी के साथ थे, लेकिन वो ऐसे लोगों के साथ चले गए जिनके नाम से उद्योगपति भाग जाएंगे। जिन्होंने बिहार में उद्योग भगाया है उनके साथ गठबंधन हो गया। क्या होगा रोजगार का, क्या होगा उद्योग का, क्या होगा उद्यमी का, क्या होगा बिहार के भविष्य का। नीतीश जी को तो मुख्यमंत्री बने लेकिन उनके साथी अच्छे नहीं हैं। उनके जो साथी हैं उनके नाम से डरते हैं लोग। ये डर है। एक अच्छे साथी को छोड़ दिया कि अच्छा सिला दिया हम लोगों के प्यार का, ये तो बड़ी गलत बात है। जब भी मिलते थे कभी आभास नहीं हुआ कि वो छोड़कर जाने वाले हैं। हम लड़ेंगे, सड़क पर लड़ेंगे, विधानसभा में लड़ेंगे। लोकसभा के चुनाव में 40 की 40 सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। नहीं, वो तो कोऑर्डिनेशन तो अच्छा ही था, वो हमें छोड़कर गए। वो बताएं आखिर क्या वजह थी। एक जो पार्टी पर इल्जाम है बहुत से घोटाले का, क्यों चले गए वो बताना चाहिए।
देखिए, ये आज आरजेडी और जदयू का नेतृत्व जो है पूरी तरह से जेपी मूवमेंट की देन है। लेकिन जिस कांग्रेस के खिलाफ इन लोगों ने संघर्ष करके नेता बनने का काम किया, आज दुर्भाग्य से उसी कांग्रेस के साथ चले गए। जिस आरजेडी के खिलाफ भ्रष्टाचार के कारण उनसे गठबंधन तोड़ा, आज फिर से उनसे गठबंधन कर लिया। ये आश्चर्य की बात है। ये मैंडेट से विश्वासघात है। बिहार की जनता इसे बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी।
Ahead of the formation of government of Mahagathbandhan, BJP hits the streets in Patna, where top BJP leaders are protesting against Nitish Kumar. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details of the government formation in the state of Bihar. Stay tuned for more updates and keep watching Republic TV.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
In what could be regarded as the heaviest rain in decades, South Korea's capital region was swamped this week, turning Seoul streets into car-clogged rivers and sending floods cascading into subway stations. At least 8 people lost their lives, some by drowning in their own homes, and 7 others were missing. Addressing Indian smartphone makers attempting to push Chinese firms out of the low-end smartphone markets, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson whined, urging India to fulfill its commitment to open cooperation and provide Chinese enterprises with an open, fair and non-discriminatory investment and business environment. That's rich talk from a country where Google, Facebook and Twitter are all banned and copyright infringements are a business model.
Congress MPs who are right now protesting.
An Iranian satellite was launched into orbit and carried into space on a Russian rocket which took off from Kazakhstan. About 9 minutes after the launch, it placed the Iranian satellite called Kayam into orbit. Taiwan's foreign minister has alleged that China aims to control the East and South China Seas via the Taiwan Strait, describing a greater ambition to upend the Asia-Pacific status quo and prevent nations from aiding the self-governing island. U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman, concluding her trip aimed at reaffirming ties in the Pacific, said Washington does not ask countries to choose between the United States and China. She affirmed it has been a priority for President Joe Biden to rebuild alliances and relationships around the world.
A moving ambulance caught fire in Assam's Nagaon district on Tuesday evening. The incident took place in front of a petrol pump at Kawaimari area in the central Assam district. The occupants had a narrow escape as they managed to get out before the flames engulfed the vehicle.
बुझाने लगे हम लोग का पेट्रोल पंप पर थोड़ा बॉल था तो बॉल लेके हम लोग गिरा था बॉल फूटा है लेकिन वो बॉल थोड़ा काम नहीं किया है बहुत ज़्यादा लग गया फिर गाड़ी के मतलब आग कब कैसे बुझ गया फायर ब्रिगेड 10-15 मिनट के बाद फायर ब्रिगेड आया है.
According to the police, the ambulance was carrying a patient towards the Nagaon town. Majibur Rahman, a police officer, said that there is no report of any casualties in the incident. Later, fire tenders managed to douse the flames. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Never happened when you were under scandal, Karthi. You should be able to speak about it, Karthi.
Welcome back, viewers. Staying with the biggest story today of Bihar and how we are seeing a government change and the oath-taking ceremony that is all set to take place. And the backdrop of that, we are seeing massive protests by the BJP, and my colleague Piyush is right there at that protest. He's been getting us all the voices of the BJP leaders as well. Piyush, if I could bring you in, you just spoke to several of the top leadership of the BJP where they're saying that it is better that Nitish Kumar has gone for the Lok Sabha elections, and also, but they are claiming that they are of course peeved with the kind of betrayal that they're saying of Nitish Kumar to the BJP, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. And many of the BJP workers have spoken to Priyanka. They are saying that now it will be very easy for BJP to work harder and also get their own leader, because BJP does not have a bigger face in the state of Bihar, and that is the biggest concern of BJP. Right behind me are the pictures of protest of BJP, which is right now taking place, where the top leaders of BJP are protesting and raising their voice against Nitish Kumar. They continue to protest. They continue to demand that BJP should now fight alone. We have seen workers demanding from top leadership that there should be no more alliance with any political party in Bihar, and they should move ahead as the single largest force in the state of Bihar. So we are right now showing you the live pictures of these protests.
बिहार की सरकार के साथ कांग्रेस ने धोखा देने का काम कर रहा था, लेकिन मैं दलित समाज में जन्मा बिहार सरकार को चेतावनी देना चाहता है कि बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री जी ने दलितों से लड़ा करके सवर्णों leader
who is sitting here on the protest, and then we will be able to understand the main demand of these leaders who are sitting here on the protest. Let's try to speak to who is also there, BJP's president, Bihar BJP president, who is present here. Let me try to these leaders who are present here. Remember that BJP has been claiming that JDU has deceived them, and that is why they are here. BJP is now calling Nitish Kumar as Kursi Kumar, as Palturam. This is what BJP is using the terms for Nitish Kumar. After this short break, we will get more and more pictures, more and more voices as BJP hits the streets against Nitish Kumar in Patna. Stay tuned for more updates.
Never happened when you were under scandal, Karthi. You should be able to speak about it, Karthi.
China's Air Force and Navy continued military exercises close to Taiwan. The drills by China have disrupted flights and shipping in one of the busiest zones for global trade. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into waters surrounding the island. Ignoring calls to calm tensions, Beijing instead extended the exercises without any warnings. Remember, Taiwan put out a statement that Chinese military drills aren't just a rehearsal for an invasion of the self-governing island, but also reflect ambitions to control large swaths of Western Pacific. Meanwhile, in response to the drills, Taiwan has put its forces on alert, but has so far refrained from taking active countermeasures. This comes in the backdrop of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Agency report for Republic TV.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
क्या दिक्कत हुई नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह से? क्या 24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे?
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं। भारत माता की जय।
Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित है।
Wax heterologous COVID-19 booster for restricted use in emergency situation. In the month of July, the National Technical Advisory Group on Immunization recommended biological Wax as a heterologous booster for adults. Earlier, biological Wax received DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot for restricted use in emergency situation. It is the first vaccine in India to get DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot. After a major political shift in Bihar, Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav will be sworn in as Chief Minister and Deputy CM of the state respectively at 2 p.m. beginning the Mahabharatgandhan back into power in the state. Sources in the know inform that more ministers will be inducted in the cabinet at a later stage. Shrikant Tyagi was sent to 14 days judicial custody till August 23rd by a Surajkot court after his arrest.
We continue to track the biggest story of the day as BJP has hit the streets here in Patna, where BJP is protesting against Nitish Kumar. BJP is using the words like Kursi Kumar, Paltu Ram for Nitish Kumar. Remember that this protest is taking place just ahead of the oath-taking ceremony, which is all set to take place today at 2 p.m. Where Nitish Kumar, along with Tejasvi Yadav and other two leaders of Maharashtra will be the part of this ceremony. And BJP is now saying that Nitish Kumar has now deceived, and they are asking questions from Nitish Kumar. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as not only BJP protests in Patna, but government formation process are also underway, and oath-taking ceremony to take place at 2 p.m. Stay tuned for more and more updates and keep watching Republic TV.
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं।
भारत माता की जय। Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित हैं।
Wax heterologous COVID-19 booster for restricted use in emergency situation. In the month of July, the National Technical Advisory Group on Immunization recommended biological E-Scobi-Wax as a heterologous booster for adults. Earlier, biological E-Scobi-Wax received DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot for restricted use in emergency situation. It is the first vaccine in India to get DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot. After a major political shift in Bihar, Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav will be sworn in as Chief Minister and Deputy CM of the state respectively at 2 p.m. beginning the Mahabadgandan back into power in the state. Sources in the know inform that more ministers will be inducted in the cabinet at a later stage. Shrikant Tyagi was sent to 14 days judicial custody till August 23rd by a Suraj court after his arrest from Meerut. Tyagi was absconding since the time an FIR was lodged by the police on a complaint of a woman over Tyagi hurling explicitives. Taking out a leaf from the Aam Aadmi Party's playbook, Congress has now promised 300 units of electricity for the people in Himachal Pradesh if voted to power. In addition to that, the party has also promised to provide financial assistance of Rs 1,500 per month to all women aged between 18 and 60 years. As a part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Ramappa Temple of Telangana was beautifully illuminated in the tricolour theme. The UNESCO World Heritage Site Ramappa Temple is all set to celebrate 75th Indian Independence Day.
Couple sir, one question. Couple sir, one question sir. Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
फौजी ने तिरंगे की लाज रखी। अगर विजय मिली तो तिरंगा लहराया और अगर वीरगति मिली तो तिरंगे में लिपट कर आया और ये उस फौजी का वादा था।
NDA walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath as Bihar's Chief Minister once again. The Mahagadbandhan is back in power in Bihar. The BJP stages a mega showdown in Patna. It is the biggest confrontation interview of Nitish's one-stop aide, Prashant Kishore. He tells Republic TV there is no role in Bihar political filler. After Shrikant Tyagi, another political goon assaults an ex-serviceman now, as India says, stop the goon culture. Will the BJP act? Mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Rahul Bhatt and Amreen Bhatt's alleged killers are trapped in Budgam encounter for over 5 hours. After a 10-time no-show, fresh CBI action against Mamata Banerjee's man as the CBI team is likely to grill Anubrata Mondal at his residence. Good afternoon and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. You are watching Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, after the NDA's walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath as the Bihar Chief Minister for the 8th time. Tejashwi Yadav will also take oath as the Deputy Chief Minister. Now, the BJP, we are given to understand, is protesting at the BJP's headquarters in Patna. The interesting thing to watch out for, of course, is going to be how this alliance goes forward. Do remember that it's been termed the Mahagathbandhan. I'm going to go across to Piyush, who's reporting on this. He joins us from Patna. Piyush, take us through the protests that are taking place at the BJP's office in Patna. Also take us through how this alliance is essentially going to work, because it's got 7 parties in it. It's almost like a rainbow coalition that's coming together now.
Well, yes, Nupur, there are 7 political parties, JDU, RJD, Congress, CPI, CPM, Hum Party and Mukesh Sahni's VIP. So there are 7 political parties who are going to be part of Mahagathbandhan. In fact, that's the concept of Mahagathbandhan. The left parties are going to support the government from outside. They are not going to be the part of government, but yes, they will be in Mahagathbandhan and they will continue to support the government. But on all these activities taking place in Bihar, BJP is now protesting against Nitish Kumar at BJP headquarters in Patna. I would ask my video journalist Suraj to show you the pictures of these workers who are right now protesting. Not only workers are here, but the top leaders of BJP along with former ministers of BJP are present, and they are protesting against the Nitish Kumar. Many of them holding placard which reads नीतीश कुमार जी जिससे आज आप मिले हैं उसके खिलाफ शुरू से लड़ते रहे हैं, विश्वासघाती नीतीश कुमार, जनाधार का किया अपमान. So these are the messages which BJP leaders are now sending out to the people and also to the Nitish Kumar, who is also to take oath at 2 p.m. once again. My colleague Prakash is also getting a lot of details as oath taking ceremony is also to take place at 2 p.m. So Prakash, what's the latest update? Where are you and how many leaders are going to take part in this oath taking ceremony?
Well, I'm here in the Vidhan Sabha, and the Speaker of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, Vijay Sinha, would be removed. There is no confidence motion against him. The letter has been submitted to the Secretary of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha by the RJD MLAs. I am joined by Bhai Birender of RJD and संजय तिवारी of the Congress Party. बीरेंद्र जी, आप लोगों ने स्पीकर साहब के खिलाफ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन क्यों लाया है?
वो अल्पमत में हो गए और बीजेपी की जितनी संख्या है उसके बाद सब संख्या हमारे साथ है. 164 विधायकों का समर्थन का मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी और तेजस्वी जी डिप्टी सीएम होने जा रहे हैं और मंत्रिमंडल का गठन होगा. तो सवाल है कि बीजेपी के कोटे से वो थे तो वो कैसे रहेंगे, इसलिए अविश्वास प्रस्ताव
इस्तीफा नहीं दे रहे इसलिए अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाया.
हाँ, उनको तो तरीके से दे देना चाहिए. विवेक अगर है थोड़ा सा भी तो उनको इस्तीफा अभी भी दे देना चाहिए.
उनको हटा रहे हैं आप लोग. आपको चिट्ठी में लिखा हुआ है कि बदतमीजी किया, उनकी कार्यशैली अच्छी नहीं थी.
सवाल है कि चिट्ठी में पत्र में इस तरह से हम लोगों ने नहीं लिखा है और संसदीय भाषा का परंपरा का जो निर्वहन होता है वो मैंने किया, हम लोगों ने किया है. ऐसी कोई भाषा नहीं है जो असंसदीय हो.
क्या तिवारी जी, क्यों हटाया जा रहा है?
देखिए, असंसदीय भाषा का जहाँ तक प्रयोग है ये हम लोगों की संस्कृति में नहीं है, हम लोगों की परंपरा में नहीं है. और जिस तरह से वित्तीय अगले वर्ष में विधायकों के साथ जो मारपीट की घटना हुई उस पर माननीय विधानसभा अध्यक्ष ने कोई संज्ञान नहीं लिया और हम विधायक विधानसभा में पिटते रहे, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में हम पिटते रहे और विधानसभा अध्यक्ष ने उन पर, उन अधिकारियों पर कोई संज्ञान नहीं लिया और वो अल्पमत में आ गए. इसलिए आज उनको इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए था नैतिकता के आधार पर. अगर नहीं,
लोगों ने संपर्क साधा उनसे?
निश्चित रूप से हमारे नेताओं ने उनसे संपर्क किया होगा और नैतिकता के आधार पर.
क्या रहे हैं वो?
तो वो क्या कह रहे हैं हमारे नेता बताएंगे, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि जब 164 की संख्या महामहिम के यहाँ हम लोगों ने संख्या बल के रूप में जमा कर दी तो उनको नैतिकता के आधार पर इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए था.
So there you have the no confidence motion against the Speaker Vijay Sinha, and Speaker Vijay Sinha's behavior was one of the flashpoints between Nitish Kumar and the BJP, and he wanted the removal of the speaker, and that is why the BJP was hell-bent on not removing the speaker, and this government failed. And that, as a matter of fact, there will be a debate in the House for removal of Speaker Vijay Sinha. Speaker Vijay Sinha is not present in the House at the moment. There are many RJD and the Congress MLAs who have submitted a letter to the Secretary of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha.
Right now, Prakash, even as, this coalition takes power and Nitish Kumar decides on who gets what ministry, at the heart of it, it will also be the battle for the speaker. Now, we were hearing that the RJD is likely to get its speaker in place now.
Yes, earlier the BJP had 77 MLAs and the BJP had its own speaker Vijay Sinha. So, in all likelihood, Awadh Bihari Chaudhary of the
other ministries which were handled by the
All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Prakash Singh. We're going to try and fix that link and go back to him in just a bit. But here's what Prakash essentially was pointing to. He was saying that it is very, very likely that the speaker now will be appointed from the RJD, because in the previous assembly, of course, it was the speaker was from the BJP, which had the larger numbers in place. Piyush, I'm going to come back to you with that question. Piyush, we are now hearing that the speaker's post will lie with the RJD. Is that what you're hearing as well? And also, anything that you're hearing in terms of the number of ministerial berths that will be given to the RJD and the ones that remain with the JDU, and of course there are other coalition partners also perhaps to think of.
Well, Nupur, if we talk about the speaker's post, that was the demand of RJD since beginning, and most likely they are going to get it. But there is a confrontation what we are right now picking up.
Piyush, just 1 second. Piyush, just 1 second. Stay with us. We are now getting news that's just coming in. It appears that Nitish Kumar may retain the Home Ministry, and I think that's the news that we are getting after we were hearing earlier that there seems to have been some disagreement over the post of the Home Ministry, because do remember that's a very key critical portfolio. I think Prakash has more details on this. Prakash, coming back to you on this one, we are now hearing earlier you were pointing out, of course, there appeared to be some discontent over the Home Ministry, but that now goes to Nitish Kumar. All right, we've got a poor connection with Prakash. We're going to go back to him in just a bit, but I think Piyush also can, weigh in on this one. Piyush, we're now hearing that the Home Ministry does stay with the JDU, and that was going to be a bit of a bone of contention.
Well, indeed, it is going to be, because remember, Nupur, that since beginning, Tejasvi Yadav was seeking the portfolio of Home Ministry, and now what we're given to understand is that that's going to be being with Nitish Kumar, and is going to be his party members are going to be holding the Home Ministry portfolio. Also, what we're given to understand is that RJD has demanded the speaker's post, and most likely they are going to get it. In fact, what we are also told is that JDU ministers who were part of the NDA alliance, they are going to retain what they had in the earlier government. At the same time, the portfolios, those were given to BJP ministers, that is going to be given to the constituents of Mahagathbandhan, like Congress, RJD, and a few from HUM and VIP. So that is the inside detail which we are right now picking. As far as Home Ministry is concerned, it's the JDU which is going to take hold of that. This is what we are learning, but the expansion will take place in coming few days. Today, only oath-taking ceremony will take place of Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav. Most likely, Pratap Yadav could also take oath today, but that has not been confirmed yet by the RJD sources. Nupur.
And what we are learning, Piyush, at the moment is that it was the intervention of Lalu Prasad Yadav that actually this happened. I'm going to try once again to go across to Prakash very, very quickly on this one. Prakash, if you can hear me, we were speaking of this fact earlier that There was some contention on who gets the Home Ministry. Also now getting a quick news flash over there that Tejashwi Yadav will be making his way to Nitish Kumar's residence. Do remember that both of them take the oath of office shortly. That's in about 2 hours from now. They will then head to the Raj Bhavan, where there's going to be a small ceremony. I'm going to try and go across to Prakash just once again. Okay, Prakash is there with us now. Prakash, we were talking earlier this morning about who gets the Home Ministry, and that was going to be a point of contention, but that means it seems to have been resolved as of now. It stays with the JDU.
See, as far as Home Ministry and Personnel Ministry are concerned, that is the crown of the Chief Minister. And whatever little I have known of Nitish Kumar in the past 15-16 years, he's not going to part ways with the Home and Personnel. And there would be some other negotiations that would have happened, but parting ways with the Home and Personnel, meaning that you have left your crown, and that would be a problem, because again, as there was mistrust between the BJP and the JDU, that is during the Narendra Modi-Amit Shah era, the same mistrust would be there between Lalu Yadav and Nitish Kumar. They are old friend turned foes. And the main job of Lalu Yadav is to see Tejashwi Yadav as the next Chief Minister of Bihar. Tejashwi Yadav fell short of majority by 7 MLAs in the last assembly elections. So it would not be surprising that there would be some standoff, tip-off as far as the functioning of the government is concerned in future. I would not be surprised, because alliance is a marriage of convenience. That's what I would say, because both have their own ambitions. Nitish Kumar taking his last shot at his prime ministerial ambition, which he has been nursing for the past 13-14 years. Maybe the secular forces would galvanize. Prashant Kishore, in my interview a couple of hours back, categorically said that no parties are willing to support him. We'll have to wait and watch, because opposition needs a face. And for that, Nitish Kumar may have left the BJP and wants to take a last shot. That is one marriage of convenience. Tejashwi is eyeing the Chief Minister post in future because he has age on his hand. He's just 32, 34. So he has age on his hand, and now he has matured as a politician, that is for sure, because he has come out of the saddle of Lalu Yadav in the last 5 years or so, since he's been the leader of opposition, led the Bihar Assembly elections in 2020, led the Mahagathbandhan, and now...
Just 1 second, Prakash, just to tell our viewers, pictures on your screen are of Tejashwi Yadav, who will soon be the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, leaving for the residence of Nitish Kumar, and from then both of them, I understand, will be going together to the Raj Bhavan, where they then take oath of office. Nitish Kumar, of course, being sworn in once again as the Chief Minister, and Tejashwi Yadav from the RJD will be his deputy this time. Back to you, Prakash, on the ground. You were taking us through how, this is going to be a difficult alliance, but I also wanted to ask you, Prakash, how do you see Lalu Yadav's role in this? Because we're given to understand that it was his call to Nitish Kumar that, in fact, set perhaps this issue off this issue of the Home Ministry, because that was proving to be a bit contentious. So do you think that he's going to have the role of peacemaker in this new coalition?
Lalu Yadav is a sharp politician, and he understands. He wants to further the politics of his son, Tejashwi Yadav, and the main ambition is to become the Chief Minister of Bihar and become a leader of national stature in future, like Akhilesh Yadav became in Uttar Pradesh. He was the Chief Minister, is a prominent face of Indian politics. Tejashwi is also a step away, because he was very close to becoming the Chief Minister last time. So Lalu Yadav understands that if I don't join hands with Nitish at the moment and Tejashwi becomes the Deputy Chief Minister again, he'll be losing out in the race, and maybe BJP would have done a Shiv Sena to JDU, and BJP would have appointed Nityanand Rai as the Chief Minister in Bihar by breaking away the Congress and the JDU. And that is also one of the likely possibility in future. We cannot rule it out, having covered politics for so long. There are a lot of events to unfold in Bihar politics for the next couple of years, because Nitish Kumar, if he emerges as a challenger to Narendra Modi, then Narendra Modi and BJP, the way they function, will also apply speed breaker on Nitish Kumar in some way or the other. The game has just begun in Bihar and the national politics. I can see that for sure. A lot of things to unfold in Bihar politics because already there's been a media hype that Nitish Kumar is the front runner to.
शायद सत्ता में बने रहने का ये उन्होंने फॉर्मूला बनाया है। हो सकता है उनको एहसास होने लगा हो कि उनकी लोकप्रियता कम हो रही हो सकता है कि उनको एहसास होने लगा हो कि सत्ता में लंबे अवधि तक बने रहने का ये रास्ता है। पार्टी बदलते रहो, दल बदलते रहो, सिद्धांत के साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज करते रहो। तो क्या ये अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स कहा जा सकता है? दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण होगा। मुझे विश्वास है कि बिहार की जनता इन सभी उत्तरों के इंतजार में है और निश्चित रूप से बिहार एक नए परिवेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में उभर के खड़ा होगा।
आरजेडी की महासचिव ने ये यहाँ पर कहा है कि 10 लाख से ज्यादा लोगों को नौकरी मिलेगी। सांप्रदायिकता से लोग
देखिए, शपथ लेने के पहले ही घोषणा शुरू हो जाना तो शायद बिहार की जनता ने पहले भी देखा है उनका कार्यकाल, अब भी देखेंगे और ये सभी तथ्यों को हम लोग नोट करके रखेंगे आने वाले दिनों के लिए। लेकिन जिस तरीके से सरकार परिवर्तित किया गया है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
एक अंतिम सवाल और
That, of course, was Rajiv Pratap Rudy over there, a seasoned politician, also former union minister, talking about the politics of Bihar. The BJP, of course, is extremely upset with what has happened. Piyush is reporting from outside the BJP headquarters in Patna. Piyush, senior ministers over there and, stalwarts from Bihar politics in that sense, saying that this is something that one must expect from Nitish Kumar. We just had Rajiv Pratap Rudy over there that saying that, the BJP believes that they've been stabbed in the back.
Well, absolutely, that's the allegation coming in from BJP that Nitish Kumar has stabbed BJP from the back, and that is why they have hit the streets and protesting here. Let me try to get you the word from Harishankar Thakur, he is BJP MLA, and try to understand the sentiments of BJP workers. कई सारे कार्यकर्ता आपका कह रहे हैं कि अच्छा हुआ नीतीश चले गए, आगे अच्छे से काम करेंगे।
बहुत अच्छा हुआ, ऐसे धोखेबाज और विश्वासघाती से पिंड छूटा। ये तुष्टीकरण नीति के तहत ये रोजा रमजान से शुरू हुआ और कल मुहर्रम के दिन इसका पटाक्षेप हुआ है। ये तुष्टीकरण नीति के तहत आपने देखा होगा कि फुलवारी शरीफ में जब पीएफआई का स्लीपर सेल पकड़ाया, आईएसआई का स्लीपर सेल पकड़ाया और हम लोगों ने भारत के गृह मंत्री जी ने कहा कि इस पर कार्रवाई कीजिए, तो इन्होंने हम लोगों से अलग होना बेहतर समझा।
आप कह रहे हैं कि पीएफआई और स्लीपर सेल की गतिविधियां बिहार में हुई तो ये आपसे अलग हो गए।
हम लोगों ने इस पर कहा कार्रवाई करने के लिए, तो तुष्टीकरण नीति के तहत ये अलग हो गए।
अच्छा, अब ये बताइए कि पलटू राम, कुर्सी कुमार, इस तरह के जो शब्द इस्तेमाल किए जाए नीतीश कुमार के लिए, आपको लग रहा है कि आगे भी पलट सकते हैं?
ये कुछ कर सकते हैं, इनको केवल सत्ता और कुर्सी प्यारी है। 14 करोड़ जनता, कबीर अंत्येष्टि योजना नहीं मिल रहा है, गरीबों को पेंशन नहीं मिल रहा है, थाना ब्लॉक लूट रहा है। हम लोग जब कहते थे बिहार के विकास की बात तो इनको बुरा लगता था। इनके दिमाग में 16 सीट है, 16 सीट वाला ही प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। इनको देखिएगा, ये जिस भ्रष्टाचारी के साथ गए हैं, इनका आने वाले दिनों में बहुत बुरा हाल होने वाला है।
लालू जी अब तक कुछ बोले नहीं है इसके ऊपर।
लालू जी को तो सत्ता चाहिए। लालू जी का पुत्र और परिवार के कई लोग ईडी के चक्कर में हैं, उनको तो हरिया जाएंगे, फिर कुछ आमदनी बढ़ जाएगी। लेकिन बिहार के 14 करोड़ जनता के आने वाले समय में सपने को उन्होंने चकनाचूर किया है। बिहार की जनता उस सपना को तोड़ देगी।
आखिरी प्रश्न लूंगा, 2024 में क्या आप ये देखेंगे नीतीश वर्सेस मोदी? मोदी के सामने खड़े होते हैं नीतीश?
मोदी को कितना 303 सीट है, इनको हमारे साथ मिलकर लड़े तो 16 सीट हुआ, 14 में इनको 2 सीट था। नीतीश मोदी कहाँ राजा भोज, कहाँ गांव का नीतीश कुमार इस पटना का। मोदी के सामने कुछ नहीं है,
कुछ नहीं है, मोदी के सामने कुछ नहीं है। That's the word coming in from BJP. Till 1 p.m. BJP is going to continue with its protest. We are showing you the live pictures of these workers who are protesting right now. Many of them are holding placard which reads जनाधार का करके अपमान तुमने तोड़ा है बिहार की जनता का सम्मान मिलता था इस गठबंधन में also आपने लिखा है जनाधार का करके अपमान तुमने तोड़ा है बिहार की जनता का सम्मान कैसे टूट गया?
पाकिस्तान पोषित है नीतीश कुमार, चीनी इरादे और पाकिस्तानी इरादे के वो एक सपूत हैं।
जो जंगल का रास्ता
नीतीश कुमार दुराचारी हैं, व्यभिचारी हैं।
पाकिस्तानी पोषित कैसे हैं?
पाकिस्तानी एजेंट हैं नीतीश कुमार। वो आतंकवादी गतिविधि से वाबिस्ता हैं। आतंकवाद को, उग्रवाद को, नक्सलवाद को, माओवाद को और बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों को शरण देने वाले हैं। इसीलिए एनआरसी का विरोध करते हैं।
आपको आज पता चला कि पाकिस्तानी पोषित है वो? कल तक तो आपके साथ थे।
हम लोग उनको जब कुछ नहीं थे विधान परिषद बना करके मुख्यमंत्री बनाने का काम किया। उनका विधायक संख्या छोटा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको मुख्यमंत्री कंटिन्यू बनाया। तो बिहार की जनता के साथ धोखा, ये धोखा जनता के साथ, ये धोखा गरीब महिलाओं के साथ, ये धोखा नौजवानों के साथ, ये धोखा सड़क बनने के साथ, ये धोखा बिजली पहुंचने के साथ, ये धोखा पुलिया पहुंचने के साथ। ये नहीं चाहते हैं कि बिहार का उत्थान हो।
बिहार कैसे तोड़ा है उन्होंने? आपने लिखा है कि तुमने तोड़ा है बिहार की जनता का सम्मान।
ये ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने तुष्टीकरण में भरोसा रखा है। अब तुष्टीकरण पे आधारित इनकी राजनीति होने वाली है। तुष्टीकरण पोषित के सरदार हैं। यहाँ वो नेता थे, वहाँ वो नौकर बनने जा रहे हैं।
वहाँ नौकर होंगे,
वो चपरासी होंगे, नौकर होंगे।
So that's the word. These are the words which BJP is right now using for Nitish Kumar. Not only they are calling him Kursi Kumar, Paltu Ram, but now they have started calling him Nokar. They are saying that in Mahagathbandhan he will be Chaprasi, he will be Nokar. Here he was Raja, here he was King. There he will only be the servant who will be serving at the whims and fancies of RJD. So that's what the BJP is saying. We can see the CEO of BJP workers who are protesting at 1 p.m. We are given to understand is that BJP is going to do a press conference. Sushil Modi is going to head that press conference. In that PC, BJP is going to tell us the further course of action as to how they are going to further strategize their the protest and what will be the next course of action, the part of BJP. Remember that our oath taking ceremony will take place at 2 p.m. Before that, BJP from the streets of Patna is sending out a clear message that's against Nitish Kumar. They are saying that Nitish Kumar has not only deceived BJP but has also broken the trust, broken the Janadar which was given by the people of Bihar to BJP, because Nitish Kumar had also fought elections, not only of 2019 Lok Sabha elections, but also the last General Assembly elections, 2020 General Assembly elections, and he fought that with the support of BJP on the face of Narendra Modi. Back to the report.
Right, absolutely, Piyush. As you're pointing out, obviously there's considerable anger amongst the BJP over there. You know, as you were speaking to all those people from the BJP, they seem to have talked of the fact that they believe they were stabbed in the back. But let's also listen in to more reactions that we are getting. Do stay with us, Piyush. I'll just come back to you. Well, after the JDU officially walked out of the NDA in Bihar, the BJP leader Shahnawaz Hussain has said that there is no solid reason for the JDU to part ways with the ages-old partner, the BJP.
धरना की पे जा कोशिश की है, एकदम गलत आरोप है, कोई इसका मतलब नहीं है। हम लोगों ने तो ईमानदारी से गठबंधन को निभाया, उनको पूरा सम्मान दिया। जिन्होंने उनको अपमानित किया वो उनके साथ गए।
लेकिन एक सवाल बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, प्रधानमंत्री बनने की इच्छा है नीतीश कुमार की, क्या कहेंगे आप उसको?
अभी तो धरना की पे जा रहे हैं।
Speaking on the reason for the political upheaval in the state of Bihar, RJD leader Manoj Jha has said that this oath-taking ceremony is not just of Nitish and Tejashwi but also of the common people of Bihar. He further went to say that the people of Bihar do not want BJP's governance anymore.
Bihar going to witness it and be participant in the oath-taking ceremony. You know, Bihar badly needed this. I would say that today is the day when the mandate comes home. Mandate of 17 and mandate of 2000.
Now speaking to Republic TV, the Bihar BJP chief Sanjay Jaiswal has said that Nitish Kumar is a habitual cheater at a time when Bihar was on the path to progress. For the first time, industries and jobs were being created. He did this as part of a conspiracy.
नीतीश कुमार जी आदतन धोखेबाज हैं और बिहार जब विकास की राह पकड़ लिया था, पहले बार उद्योग धंधे लगने लगे थे और जब पहली बार बिहार तरक्की कर रहा था, तब उन्होंने एक साजिश के तहत यह पूरा कार्य किया है.
Speaking to Republic TV, RJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav remarked that everyone will get employment in the state. He further added the Mahagadbandhan government will take Bihar to greater heights.
हुकूमत से बीजेपी सरकार बनाएगी, ये भी बात कही गई.
बीजेपी नहीं बनाएगी सरकार, बीजेपी उखड़ जाएगी. अब हवा में उड़ गई. बिहार ने उखाड़ दिया है, बिहार की जनता ने.
Ahead of the swearing-in ceremony of the Mahagadbandhan government in Bihar, the BJP leader and minister of the state Nityanand Rai has attacked the JDU for breaking an alliance in the state of Bihar. He further said that the JDU had betrayed the mandate of the people of Bihar.
किसी प्रकार की चुनौती खड़ी होगी, बिहार की जनता और भारतीय जनता पार्टी सक्षम है समझने के लिए. और दूसरा, देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा हो, देश की सीमा की सुरक्षा हो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी समझौता नहीं कर सकती है. कोई सरकार आड़े आएगी तो आड़े आने नहीं दिया जाएगा. काम जो भी अपनी सब स्वतंत्र संस्थाएं हैं काम करेगी और तुष्टीकरण तो स्पष्ट दिखाई पड़ रहा है. या कहीं यह कहने की बात है.
As BJP hits the streets, BJP workers are using the words like Paltu Ram, Kursi Kumar for Nitish Kumar, and that's after Nitish Kumar decides to walk out of NDA coalition. Right behind me, you can see the BJP workers protesting right in front of BJP headquarters in Patna. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more voices as BJP protest continues here in Bihar, not only in Patna, in different parts of Bihar. Stay tuned for more updates and keep watching Republic TV.
Shrikant Tyagi was sent to 14 days judicial custody till August 23rd by a Surajpur court after his arrest from Meerut. Tyagi was absconding since the time an FIR was lodged by the police on a complaint of a woman over Tyagi hurling explicitives. Taking out a leaf from the Aam Aadmi Party's playbook, Congress has now promised 300 units of electricity for the people in Himachal Pradesh if voted to power. In addition to that, the party has also promised to provide financial assistance of Rs 1,500 per month to all women aged between 18 and 60 years. As a part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Ramappa Temple of Telangana was beautifully illuminated in the tricolour theme. The UNESCO World Heritage Site Ramappa Temple is all set to celebrate 75th Indian Independence Day.
Couples have one question. Couples have one question, sir.
Barsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
In what could be regarded as the heaviest rain in decades, South Korea's capital region was swamped this week, turning Seoul streets into car-clogged rivers and sending floods cascading into subway stations. At least 8 people lost their lives, some by drowning in their own homes, and 7 others were missing. Addressing Indian smartphone makers attempting to push Chinese firms out of the low-end smartphone markets, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson whined, urging India to fulfill its commitment to open cooperation and provide Chinese enterprises with an open, fair and non-discriminatory investment and business environment. That's rich talk from a country where Google, Facebook and Twitter are all banned and copyright infringements are a business model.
Congress MPs who are right now protesting.
An Iranian satellite was launched into orbit and carried into space on a Russian rocket which took off from Kazakhstan about 9 minutes after the launch. The headlines we're tracking at this hour. After NDA walkout, Nitish Kumar set to take oath as Bihar Chief Minister once again. Mahagathbandhan back in power in Bihar. BJP stages mega showdown in Patna.
ये मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बिहार स्पेसिफिक, बिहार सेंट्रिक प्रयोग है, इसमें कोई नेशनल बात है नहीं।
It's the biggest confrontational interview of once Nitish top aide Prashant Kishore. He tells Republic no role in Bihar political thriller. After Tyagi, another political goon assaults ex-servicemen now as India says stop the goon culture. Will the BJP act? Mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Rahul Bhatt and Amreen Bhatt's killers trapped in Budgam encounter for over 5 hours. After a 10-time no-show, fresh CBI action against Mamata's man, as CBI team likely to grill Anubrata Mondal at his residence. Hello and welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic. And members of the Catholic Church are leading a massive protest citing laxity towards fishermen's plight in the coastal area of the country. Take a look. So those are the visuals there of the strike. We have with us our correspondent Ashwin to tell us what the protest is all about, who are participating. We can see that they are holding aloft flags. Ashwin, it's over to you to take us through what's happening there.
A massive protest which is led by the Latin Catholic Church and supported by the coastal community of Kerala. You can see thousands of fishermen have gathered on the roads of Thiruvananthapuram with their boats and catamarans, demanding that the livelihood issue has not yet been addressed by the government. What they essentially say that when they allowed the Adani port to come, the state government had announced a huge package for the relief of these fishermen. But till now, these packages have not been given. This has led to the fishermen livelihood being destroyed. You can see large number of fishermen supported by the clergy from the Latin Catholic all here. Probably we'll again speak to one of these Catholic priests what he has to say. So let's hear from him. What is the demand? What are the 7 demands that has been kept by the fishermen?
Rehabilitation first, construction of dilapidated houses on the seashore. Second one is give them jobs. Third one is constructed the destroyed houses. Fourth one is rehabilitation. Fifth one is sufficient loss that has to be sufficiently repaid to the communities of coastal area. These are the demands that we are placing before them.
As you can clearly see, he is saying the demands of the coastal community have not been met by the state government. 7 demands have been put up. This is a massive protest. I just want the video journalist to also pan across and show the number of boats which are there. There are lots of boats on the road also, and all these fishermen have brought in their boats. The last time such boats were brought onto the road was during the 2018 floods. Today, the same fishermen who are hailed as heroes by the state government is now demanding that their basic demands, their livelihood challenges are being met by the state government. Back to you.
Right, Ashwin, as we are seeing, these are mega protests, and you tell us that they have 7 demands. Since when have, we'd like a kind of timeline, since when have they been, putting forward these demands? Has the government acted on any of its promises? Tell us more.
See, the demands have been put earlier in terms of representation which was done by the Fishermen Committee. Remember, the Latin Catholic Church holds the maximum number of leverage among the fishermen community in the state of Kerala. So as you can see behind me, the Latin Catholic Church is leading this entire protest. There are a lot of priests over here. The demands were put in front of the government, but now they are saying they had to resort to a street protest owing that the livelihood at stake. Remember, the reason why that we have seen in the last floods also, even in the latest downpour, heavy downpour that took place in Kerala, there was a lot of defection that has happened in the coastal community. The houses have been destroyed. This has been ongoing. There are so many camps where fishermen have been staying for many years. All these have not been addressed by the state government is what the representatives of these protests are saying. And this is not just a small rally, mind you. There are like hundreds and thousands. You can see some of the nuns also are taking part in this protest. You can see some of these nuns also over here. So what is the reason? Why do you support this protest? Well, you can see the nuns also over here, the clergy also here, the priest also here, and all of them are leading
Ashwin
this
covering that
entire
story in
protest.
Thiruvananthapuram, Republic on the ground with every update. Those are visuals of the massive coastal protests, fishermen protests led by the Latin Catholic Church. Ashwin, you keep your eyes on that story. Many thanks for joining us. And let's go across live to the top story of the hour. After the NDA walkout, Nitish Kumar is set to take oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar for the 8th time. Tejas Yadav will also take oath as the Deputy CM. And BJP's quota of ministries will be going to the RJD and Mahagathbandhan and JDU to retain its quota of ministries. That's what we are hearing right now. But let's find out the latest from our correspondent Piyush Mishra, who's there. And Piyush, we've been tracking this story since the morning. The countdown has begun for that much hyped oath-taking ceremony. Who are the people who are? Is there any final decision regarding that now?
Well, Rukma, as of now, no final decision has been taken as to who are going to be the part of this government, who are the ministers who are going to take oath. But one thing is certain, that it's only Nitish Kumar and Tejas Yadav who are taking oath today at 2 p.m. And soon after that itself, we will see the cabinet expansion. The ministers are taking oath. What we are learning from our sources is that the JDU ministers who were part of NDA, they are going to retain their ministership. On the other side, the portfolios, those were given to BJP, that would be given to Mahagathbandhan constituents. Most likely, once again, there could be 2 deputy chief ministers. One is almost certain, and that's Tejas Yadav. Another will be decided later on. But as the process for the formation of government in the state of Bihar is taking place, BJP has hit the streets. Right behind me, you can see the visuals of BJP workers who have gathered here in front of BJP headquarters in large numbers, and they are protesting against Nitish Kumar. In fact, they are saying that Nitish Kumar has deceived them. Nitish Kumar has stabbed them in the back, and that is why they are protesting here. Many of them are seen holding posters which is reading that Nitish Kumar has disrespected the mandate which was given to not only JDU but also.
With us, Prakash Singh now, who's just a short while back, we just heard that explosive interview with Prashant Kishore PK, as he is more well known. Prakash, it's over to you now to tell us what breaking updates there are in this particular mega story of Nitish Kumar's formation of another Mahagathbandhan Sarkar in Patna.
The swearing-in would take place at 2 p.m. around 1.5 hours from now. Everything is set. 2 people are being sworn in. Nitish Kumar as Chief Minister, Tejasvi Yadav as Deputy Chief Minister, and thereafter the confabulations for the various ministries and the induction of ministers from various parties would take place. I am joined by former Bihar Chief Minister Jitan Ram Manjhi ji here, because his Hindustani Awam Morcha is also a part of this Mahagathbandhan, and he would be going for the swearing-in ceremony. Manjhi ji, इस गठबंधन में, गठबंधन नहीं महागठबंधन, 7 पार्टियों की गठबंधन है, तो आप जा रहे हैं शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में। आपके पार्टी से तो आज कोई शपथ नहीं ले रहा, आप कितनी मिनिस्टर्स की उम्मीद रख रहे हैं?
कहा कि 2015 का फार्मूला के आधार पर मंत्रिमंडल गठन होने वाला है, जो आपके तरफ से हम लोग सोच रहे हैं। कोई ऑथेंटिक हम लोगों से वार्ता नहीं हुई है, तो जो मीडिया में बात चल रही है कि 2015 का जो पैटर्न था उसके आधार पर चल रही है, और 35 मंत्री थे और उसमें हमको एक जगह मिला था, और उस समय हम का जो तादाद था सिर्फ 1 था। आज हम लोग 5 हैं एमएलसी लगा करके, तो जब 1 में 1 मिल सकता है तो 5 में हम
4 ही एमएलए ना है आपके, 4 एमएलए
और एक एमएलसी है ना, 1 हाँ, तो 5 को मिला करके हम सोचते हैं कि हमको कम से कम 2 पद मिलना चाहिए।
2 नहीं मिला तब क्या कीजिए?
क्या तो अनसर्टेन क्या कहते हैं कि वो बिना शर्त समर्थन हमने किया है, कोई बात नहीं है।
आप मांग रहे हैं 2, अगर 2 आपके पुत्र बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे, ये संतोष मांझी जी, अगर इनको लेके इनके अलावा कोई और भी नहीं मिला, तब आप उस स्थिति में क्या कीजिए?
हम लोग कहा तो कि बिना शर्त समर्थन हम लोग किया है, वो आगे की बात है, और हम लोग समझते हैं।
मेरा कहना है कि 2 नहीं मिलेगा तो आप सरकार में शामिल होंगे या नहीं होंगे?
2 नहीं मिलेगा तो सर समर्थन तो हम लोग देने के लिए कहिए दिया, समर्थन दे ही रहे हैं, हम लोग देवे करेंगे, इसमें कहाँ कोई बवांत है।
मान लीजिए कहते हैं कि आपको 1 देंगे,
समर्थन मांग कहा है कि हमको मंत्री बनाइएगा तब समर्थन देंगे, हम तो कहा है कि भाई बिना शर्त समर्थन है।
बिना शर्त आपने दे दिया मांझी जी, मेरा सवाल सुन लिया जाए, बिना शर्त आपने दिया, आपके पुत्र जो है मंत्री थे पहले, अगर केवल बोला जाता है कि एक ही इन्हीं को बनाएंगे, जैसे केंद्र में मोदी जी ने कहा कि केवल आरसीपी जी को बनाएंगे, ललन सिंह को नहीं बनाएंगे, तो आप क्या 1 पर सरकार में शामिल होंगे या 2 मिलेगा तभी शामिल होंगे?
देखिए, ये संभावना की बात है, अगर और मगर की बात पर का जवाब नहीं दिया जाता है।
संभावना क्या है?
अगर और मगर की बात क्या है, इसका स्पेकुलेशन पर बात क्यों होगी?
आप बोल रहे हैं ना कि 2 दे हमको चाहिए,
फार्मूला है, फार्मूला के आधार पर बात करते हैं कि ऐसा बनता है। अब क्या करेंगे क्या न करेंगे, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री
कहने का मतलब जो मिलेगा ले लीजिए,
जो विशेषाधिकार है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री का वो करेंगे, और हम तो पहले ही कहा है कि जो मुख्यमंत्री चाहेंगे, जो मुख्यमंत्री कहेंगे वही हम करेंगे।
आप मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ हैं, नीतीश जी के साथ हैं। नीतीश जी ने ही आपको खबर किया था कि मांझी जी बैठक बुला लीजिए।
अब खबर किया है या नहीं किया है, लेकिन इतनी बात जरूर है कि चाहे जिस परिस्थिति में हो, हमको उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, और मुख्यमंत्री के बनने के बाद काम किया, और आज पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में भी हमको जो सुविधा मिलती है, या बाहर जाते हैं तो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मर्यादाएं मिलती है, वो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी का देन है। इसलिए हम स्पष्ट कर रहे हैं, किसी भी परिस्थिति में हम माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार के साथ हैं।
तो ये बताइए, लेकिन नीतीश कुमार बार बार अल्टा पल्टी करते रहते हैं, अब इनका नाम ही रख दिया पलटी मार। लालू जी भी बोले थे पलटू राम, अब उसी लालू जी के पास फिर से चले गए जो पलटू राम बोले थे। भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दा पे 2017 में अलग हुए थे, आप लोग भी हल्ला किए थे कि नीतीश जी इधर चले गए, आप उस समय दूसरे तरफ थे।
देखिए, समय में बदलाव होता रहता है, परिस्थितियाँ बदलती रहती है। उस समय की क्या परिस्थिति थी, आज की क्या परिस्थिति है। और दूसरी बात है कि जितने सारे मुद्दा हैं वो सब मुद्दा उतना बड़ा मुद्दा नहीं है जितना बड़ा मुद्दा सांप्रदायिकता का है, जितना बड़ा मुद्दा यहाँ भगवाकरण का है, जिससे कि हिंदुस्तान में बदलाव हो सकता है, फिरकापरस्ती आ सकती है और हिंदुस्तान हिंदू राष्ट्र और हिंदुत्व की ओर जाने की बात हो रही है।
मैं इतिहास में ले जाऊंगा। फिर भगवाकरण की आप बात कर रहे हैं तो यही बीजेपी के साथ आप सरकार बचाने की कोशिश की थी आपने 2014 में, और नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ आपने ऐसे हाथ उठाया था मंच पे जब नरेंद्र मोदी ने नीतीश कुमार के डीएनए पे सवाल उठाया था। और नरेंद्र मोदी ने आप ही का एग्जाम्पल दिया था मांझी जी कि जब नीतीश कुमार एक दलित का बेटा का नहीं हुआ ऐसे हाथ उठा के तो किसका होंगे।
देखिए, उस समय जो हाँ हम बताना चाहते हैं वो ठीक है, हम थैंक्स देते हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कि जो उस समय हमको उतने प्रतिष्ठा उन्हें दी। उस समय के नरेंद्र मोदी जी और उस समय का भाजपा और आज बहुत फ़र्क हो गया है। इसलिए हम यही सोचते हैं अगर उस समय की बात जिस तरह की कह रहे हैं अगर वो रहता तो फिर हम भाजपा से और गठबंधन से अलग होने की बात नहीं करते। आज नड्डा साहब के नेतृत्व में चाहे और ये सब जो बात है उसमें सांप्रदायिकता को इतना ज़्यादा लोग तरजीह दे रहे हैं जिसमें समाज में विसंगतता आ सकती है और उससे समाज बिखर सकता है। हिंदुस्तान में आपसी झगड़ा हो सकता है जात पात का नाम पर।
लेकिन ये बताइए कि क्या नीतीश कुमार जी प्रधानमंत्री के योग्य उम्मीदवार हैं? जितने भी उम्मीदवार दिखते हैं आपको, राहुल गांधी या और भी लोग, तो राहुल गांधी से बेहतर उम्मीदवार नीतीश कुमार हो सकते हैं प्रधानमंत्री के नरेंद्र मोदी को चैलेंज करने के लिए?
देखिए, बिहार के रहने के कारण हम समझते हैं कि कोई भी आदमी बिहार का अगर प्रधानमंत्री होता है तो हम उसको दिल से समर्थन देंगे। और जहाँ तक नीतीश कुमार का सवाल है, आज 18 वर्ष मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में काम करके उन्होंने कोई क्या कहते हैं उसको ब्लैक नेम नहीं कमाया है,
भ्रष्टाचार का आरोप नहीं है।
हाँ, गुड नाम उनका है। तो वैसी परिस्थिति में हम कह सकते हैं कि ये प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए सूटेबल आदमी हो सकते हैं यदि लोग विचार करके इनको आगे लाभित तो।
आप क्या इनका नाम आगे बढ़ाएंगे? शरद पवार और इन सब से बात करेंगे, कांग्रेस पार्टी से भी बात करेंगे? आप तो पुराने कांग्रेसी हैं मांझी जी।
अगर वैसी बात आएगी तो हम इनके नाम के प्रस्ताव को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं।
लेकिन आपको क्या लगता है कि केवल प्रधानमंत्री बनने के लिए भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त लोगों के साथ और जिनको बोला था तेजस्वी यादव को एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए, उसके लिए ये अपना एक लास्ट शॉट ले रहे हैं?
हमने जो कहा उसको समझना चाहिए। एक सांप होता है, एक नाग होता है, तो लेसर इविल्स जहाँ है उससे कंप्रोमाइज हो सकता है।
कौन सांप है कौन नाग?
अब ये हम नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन ये कहते हैं लेसर इविल्स जहाँ होता है। आज सांप्रदायिकता का और भगवाकरण का जो परिस्थितियाँ देश में बन रही है वो सबसे खतरनाक है।
मैं एक और एग्जाम्पल आपको देता हूँ मांझी जी, एक और उदाहरण देता हूँ। आज गिरिराज सिंह ने लालू यादव का पुराना ट्वीट किया है जब वो नीतीश कुमार लालू यादव को छोड़ के भाजपा के साथ चले गए थे। उसमें लालू जी ने लिखा था नीतीश कुमार वो सांप है जो 2 केचुआ छोड़ देता है। तो लालू यादव ने उनको तब सांप भी कहा। और 2015 में जब महागठबंधन बना रहे थे तब उनको कहा था कि जहर पीकर मैं नीतीश कुमार को नेता मान रहा हूँ। तो ये जहर, सांप, पलटू राम, ऐसा कोई सगा नहीं जिसको नीतीश ठगा नहीं, और उसके बाद पेट में दांत, ये सब बातें संज्ञा दी जा चुके हैं नीतीश कुमार के बारे में। और उसी लालू यादव के पास फिर से जा रहा है। आप तो पुराने सदस्य हैं, बहुत सालों से
सब हैं, लेकिन मैं कहता हूं कि एक समय ऐसा था कि हम लोग पैंट और हाफ शर्ट पहनते थे और आज हम लोग इस ड्रेस में हैं। तो उसी प्रकार से समय के आधार पर सारी बातें चलती है। कल क्या था, क्या हुआ, उसको लेकर के आदमी अगर चलेगा तो आगे बढ़ नहीं सकता।
आखिरी सवाल मेरा, तो ये उम्मीद करें कि 24 में अगर नीतीश कुमार प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनते हैं तो 24 के आखिरी में फिर बीजेपी के साथ आ जाएं कि मैं मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बनूंगा, तभी मैं आपके साथ आऊंगा और 25 में हमको मुख्यमंत्री मान लीजिए।
फिर यही अगर मगर की बात है, इसमें हम इसका जवाब हम नहीं देंगे।
आपके मुस्कुराहट में जवाब है। आपको उम्मीद है कि नीतीश जी फिर भाजपा के साथ 24 के आखिरी में आ जाएंगे और आप भी आ जाइएगा?
जो कह लीजिए, चला लीजिए, वो ठीक है, लेकिन
क्योंकि ये बेमेल जोड़ी है, लालू नीतीश की जोड़ी हम देख रहे हैं 1990 से हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि दोस्ती दुश्मनी, दोस्ती दुश्मनी, और ये तो हुई है दोस्ती लालू जी की कि तेजस्वी यादव को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना है, ये नहीं कि नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व को स्वीकारना है।
देखिए, एक ही बात हम कहा कि देश में सबसे बड़ा अगर खतरा है तो सांप्रदायिकता का खतरा है। देश में बहुत बड़ा खतरा ये है कि एक डंडा से समूचे लोगों को हाँकने का भय है। इससे बढ़कर के कोई खतरा नहीं हो सकता है। सारे खतराओं से निपट हम लोग लेंगे, लेकिन इससे हम लोग
भी आपको महसूस हो रहा है इतना दिन बीजेपी के साथ रहने के बाद?
जी नहीं, हम कहा ना कि एक समय था, आज से 5 वर्ष 7 वर्ष।
अच्छा ये बताइए कि अब लालू जी भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त हैं या नहीं है? भ्रष्टाचार मुद्दा है?
अब देखिए, हमारे कहने से क्या होगा, जब कोर्ट ने फैसला किया है और उसके लिए सज़ा उनको दी गई है, तो ये बातें पूछना नहीं चाहिए आपसे। आप हमसे पूछते हैं तो बेकार बात बोलते हैं, मुझे इसका कोई जवाब नहीं है।
तो कह दिया है, कन्विक्ट कर दिया है उनको।
ठीक है, तो कोर्ट ने कर दिया है तो कर दिया है, कोर्ट तो सुप्रीम है। उसकी बात को फिर उस बात को फिर हम लेकर क्यों चलेंगे, आपको भी पूछना नहीं चाहिए।
शुक्रिया मांझी जी, रिपब्लिक टीवी और रिपब्लिक भारत से बात करने के लिए। ये थे जीतन राम मांझी जी, बिहार के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री। इनको सांप्रदायिकता से खतरा है और नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में आस्था है। जहां नीतीश कुमार जाएंगे वहां वो रहेंगे। बैक टू यू।
Prakash Singh, a senior editor, asks former Chief Minister of Bihar, Jitan Ram Manjhi, a few candid questions. His party, the HAM, likely to get at least 2 ministerial berths. Of course, it's not clear yet. Those announcements are yet to be made. The stage now is set for, well, on the one side, the BJP mega show, protesting on the streets as the BJP workers. And we got you those visuals of hundreds of BJP workers gathering at the BJP headquarters in Patna, hitting the streets. We are bringing you all the updates as they happen in this mega political thriller. Stay tuned and keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
An Iranian satellite was launched into orbit and carried into space on a Russian rocket which took off from Kazakhstan. About 9 minutes after the launch, it placed the Iranian satellite called Khayyam into orbit. Taiwan's foreign minister has alleged that China aims to control the East and South China Seas via the Taiwan Strait, describing a greater ambition to upend the Asia-Pacific status quo and prevent nations from aiding the self-governing island. U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman, concluding her trip aimed at reaffirming ties in the Pacific, said Washington does not ask countries to choose between the United States and China. She affirmed it has been a priority for President Joe Biden to rebuild alliances and relationships around the world.
A moving ambulance caught fire in Assam's Nagaon district on Tuesday evening. The incident took place in front of a petrol pump at Kawaimari area in the central Assam district. The occupants had a narrow escape as they managed to get out before the flames engulfed the vehicle.
बुझा नहीं लगा, हम लोग का पेट्रोल पंप पर थोड़ा बॉल था, तो बॉल लेके हम लोग गिरा था, बॉल फूटा है, लेकिन वो बॉल थोड़ा काम नहीं किया है।
बहुत ज़्यादा लग गया। फिर गाड़ी के मतलब आग कब कैसे बुझ गया? फायर ब्रिगेड आया? फायर ब्रिगेड 10-15 मिनट के बाद फायर ब्रिगेड आया है।
According to the police, the ambulance was carrying a patient towards the Nagaon town. Majibur Rahman, a police officer, said that there is no report of any casualties in the incident. Later, fire tenders managed to douse the flames. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Never happened when you were under scandal, Kartik. You should be able to speak about it, Kartik.
China's Air Force and Navy continued military exercises close to Taiwan. The drills by China have disrupted flights and shipping in one of the busiest zones for global trade. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into waters surrounding the island. Ignoring calls to calm tensions, Beijing instead extended the exercises without any warnings. Remember, Taiwan put out a statement that Chinese military drills aren't just a rehearsal for an invasion of the self-governing island, but also reflect ambitions to control large swaths of Western Pacific. Meanwhile, in response to the drills, Taiwan has put its forces on alert, but has so far refrained from taking active countermeasures. This comes in the backdrop of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Agency report for Republic TV.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडी
And in live and breaking here on Republic, getting you an update on the Bengal cattle smuggling case as fresh action is expected after Mamata man Anubrata Mondal skips a 10th summons. Anubrata seeks for 14 days' time from the CBI. So Anubrata Mondal, Mamata's man who is implicated and a suspect in the cattle smuggling scam, now coming up with a response to the summons issued after having evaded the CBI summons umpteen number of times. This update we are getting you from West Bengal. Kishle to take us through this breaking development. Kishle, we are now hearing some reaction to the CBI summons. After having evaded it on various excuses, he is now sought 14 days' time. Take us through this breaking news.
Exactly, back-to-back updates on Anubrata Mondal from Kolkata, and right now we see how Anubrata Mondal's lawyer Sanjeev Da, he entered CBI office in the morning, he spent some time there and then he requested for a 14 days of time. Anubrata Mondal is not well, that's what he's saying, and he's trying to say that 14 days of time is required in order to after which Anubrata Mondal can come and appear before the CBI. This is at one hand happening, and on the other hand there is also an audio clip that has been leaked in which the doctor who came to Anubrata Mondal's house, Chandranath Adhikari, he is heard talking with Bolpur Mahokuma Specialty Hospital super, where the super is asking the doctor, instructing the doctor that you have to go to Anubrata Mondal's house and then you have to write on a piece of paper that he needs time. So that audio clip is also leaked now, and that's also creating a controversy, and questions are being raised whether Anubrata Mondal's 14 days of time that he is seeking on health issues, whether that is valid or whether that has any validation in front of law. Also, CBI is trying to understand, trying to contemplate what next can be done on Anubrata issue. We are hearing from our sources that a CBI team will also try to seek for help from lawyers, and they will try to approach the court. They'll try to approach the court, and then we will see what happens. We will come back with more on Anubrata's story, and right now we will be heading to a short break, and we'll be coming back with more.
जी आप
आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
सारी मीटिंग आज हुई और सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए। हमने मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा सौंप दिया।
क्या दिक्कत हुई नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह से? क्या 24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे?
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं।
भारत माता की जय। Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित है।
Wax heterologous COVID-19 booster for restricted use in emergency situation. In the month of July, the National Technical Advisory Group on Immunization recommended biological Wax as a heterologous booster for adults. Earlier, biological Wax received DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot for restricted use in emergency situation. It is the first vaccine in India to get DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot. After a major political shift in Bihar, Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav will be sworn in as Chief Minister and Deputy CM of the state respectively at 2 p.m. beginning the Mahabharatgandhan back into power in the state. Sources in the know inform that more ministers will be inducted in the cabinet at a later stage. Shrikant Tyagi was sent to 14 days judicial custody till August 23rd by a Surajpur court after his arrest from Meerut. Tyagi was absconding since the time an FIR was lodged by the police on a complaint of a woman over Tyagi hurling.
फौजी ने तिरंगे की लाज रखी। अगर विजय मिली तो तिरंगा लहराया और अगर वीरगति मिली तो तिरंगे में लिपट कर आया और ये उस फौजी का वादा था।
Top stories at 1 p.m. viewers. After the NDA walkout, Nitish Kumar set to take oath as Bihar Chief Minister once again. Maharashtra back in power in Bihar. BJP stages mega showdown in Patna.
ये मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बिहार स्पेसिफिक, बिहार सेंट्रिक प्रयोग है। इसमें कोई नेशनल बात है नहीं।
It's the biggest confrontational interview of once Nitish top aide Prashant Kishore. He tells Republic no role in Bihar political thriller. After Tyagi, another political goon assaults ex-serviceman. Now, as India says, stop the goon culture, will BJP act? And mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Rahul Bhatt and Amreen Bhatt's killer trapped in Budgam encounter for over 5 hours. After a 10-time no-show, fresh CBI action against Mamta's man as CBI team likely to grill Anubrata Mondal at his residence. And viewers, we are straight away cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are getting for you. And we are breaking, in fact, the minute-to-minute coverage that we are, in fact, breaking for you from Bihar. And of course, we are cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are getting of the anti-corruption branch seeking removal of the Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amatullah Khan from the post of the Delhi Waqf Board chairman. And this is the latest that we are breaking for you right now, viewers. Criminal and bullying nature of Amatullah Khan is obstructing the free and fair investigation in the case against him, says the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Now, this is a statement that has been sent out by the Anti-Corruption Bureau against the kind of proceedings that have been carried out by the authorities against Amatullah Khan. And we are getting for you the latest that the witnesses are afraid of coming out openly against Amatullah Khan as well, is something that the ACB has said. Piyush, my colleague, is joining me from the national capital with more updates. Piyush, tell us more about this kind of statement that has come to light from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, where they have said that witnesses are scared of speaking up against him and that he is also impeding in this entire investigation. Tell us more.
Well, Priyanka, what we are now learning is that Anti-Corruption Bureau of Delhi has now written to Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, where they have demanded the removal of Amanatullah Khan. That is the biggest breaking news which we are right now picking. In fact, ACP has also said that the witnesses are afraid of Amanatullah Khan, and that is...
And we will connect that audio line with Piyush in just a few seconds, viewers. But we are getting for you the latest as far as Amatullah Khan is concerned. Now, remember, he had already been seeing a lot of trouble as far as the agencies carrying out the investigation against him is concerned. And now there are massive... There is, in fact, massive statements coming to light from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, where they are, in fact, claiming that he is also impeding in this entire investigation and that witnesses are scared of giving statements against Amatullah Khan as well. Now, of course, we will be getting you all the latest, and we'll be connecting that line with Piyush once again to understand what really the Anti-Corruption Bureau has said at length. But these are the statements that we are breaking for you, viewers, as far as the criminal and bullying nature of Amatullah Khan is concerned, that has been cited by the Anti-Corruption Bureau. In fact, they have also said that the witnesses are afraid. And I'm reading out of the statement that has been sent out by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, where they have said that witnesses are afraid of coming out and openly against Amatullah Khan, and criminal and bullying nature of Amatullah Khan is obstructing the free and fair investigation in the case as well. Piyush is back with us on the broadcast. Piyush, you were talking to me about the kind of investigation that is being carried out by the Anti-Corruption Bureau. And of course, the statements are extremely worrisome, where they're claiming that witnesses are scared of speaking up against him.
Well, absolutely, this is what the ACB is saying, and that is why they are requesting Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena to remove Amanatullah Khan from the post of Waqf Board Chairman of National Capital. ACB, in a statement, in fact, in a letter which has been written to LG Vinay Kumar Saxena, has said that they want to do a free and fair investigation, but the witnesses are not coming out in open against Amanatullah Khan because of the post which he holds in Delhi's Waqf Board. Remember that I have also accessed the letter which has been written by ACB chief, and I'm quoting from that. People are afraid of Mr. Amanatullah Khan because of his bullying nature and past record, which is preventing witnesses to make statement against him freely and fairly. Therefore, fair investigation cannot be conducted in this case as long as Mr. Amanatullah Khan continues to hold the office of Chairman of Delhi Waqf Board. He further adds, ACB chief further adds in his letter, it has been noticed that witnesses are not coming out openly against Mr. Amanatullah Khan due to his aggressive behavior and his position in Delhi Waqf Board. As on date, there are 23 criminal cases and there are many pending trials. Those are against Amanatullah Khan. So that is the very important piece of information which we are right now picking, where ACB has said that Amanatullah Khan has aggressive nature, he has bullying nature, and that is why the witnesses are scared and they are not coming out in open to speak against Amanatullah Khan, and that is the only reason that he should be removed from the post of the chairman of Waqf Board, so that free and fair investigation in this case can be done. As of now, Lieutenant Governor has not responded to this, but sources have confirmed to us that yes, letter has been written and the request has been made by ACB
Piyush, stay on with us. Piyush, stay on with us. RP Singh is also joining me on the broadcast right now. Mr. Singh, your first thoughts on the kind of very alarming statements that are being made by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, where they're claiming that because of the position that Amanatullah Khan is in right now, witnesses are afraid of speaking up against him, sir.
Well, if I'm holding a position of office, how can you do inquiry into the same office? Because then I will not allow a fair inquiry to happen. This is what has happened with Amanatullah Khan. He's not allowing the fair inquiry to happen. So that's why he needs to be removed, so that the corruption department anti-corruption department can hold a free inquiry into the complete affair of the corrupt practices which he has done as a chairman of the Waqf Board.
Sir, that being said, these are very alarming statements, because it is not just about the witnesses as well. That is, of course, a very important statement out of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. But I'm reading it for you, sir, where it has said that criminal and bullying nature of Amanatullah Khan is obstructing the free and fair investigation in the case against him.
They are right, because we have seen time and time again that Amanatullah Khan is of a bullying nature. Whenever the officers or the authorities even go for the demolition drive or removing the encroachment from the footpath, he goes and bullies them. There's on video record that he has bullied the authorities for not doing their duty. So that's why they are right that he should be removed, because he's bullying and he's of a background where he supports criminals. He has been supporting criminal activities. Like, for example, the recent guy who has been arrested, he's supporting that person who has eye selling. He was supporting Cyrus and the person who was involved in Northeast Delhi riots. So he has been of that nature. And then with he leading the Waqf Board, how can anyone inquire? Because probably he would have been threatening the witnesses or threatening the people there not to give the right witness.
Absolutely, sir. And this is not conjecture. This is being said by the authorities as well. I want to thank you, RP Singh, for joining us on the broadcast with that perspective. And let me go across back to my colleague Piyush, who's been tracking this story very, very closely, and the investigation that is being carried out in Amanatullah Khan. Piyush, for our viewers, for the benefit of our viewers, talk to us about this entire investigation, the case that has been registered against him, and how far the investigation has reached, and the impediments that the authorities are facing in this investigation because of his bullying nature, quote unquote, by the ACB, that has been said.
Well, Priyanka, if we talk about this case, remember that a couple of days back, BJP had leveled serious allegations on Delhi government, where we also saw BJP protesting, and they had said that massive corruption has been done by Amanatullah Khan on being on the post of chairman of Waqf Board in Delhi, and that is why it needs to be investigated. The Delhi police had also registered a case, and they continued with their investigation. They also sought an explanation from Amanatullah Khan, but they were never satisfied. Now the case was also transferred to anti-corruption branch of Delhi, and they started doing their investigation. After doing investigation for
Piyush,
2 days now,
Piyush, sorry to interrupt you once again. We are getting several reactions. Stay on with us. We will come back to you. We also have Majinder Singh Sirsa on the broadcast right now. Majinder Singh Sirsa ji, if I could come to you about these very alarming statements made by the ACB, in fact, where they're saying that the bullying nature of Amanatullah Khan is impeding in this entire investigation. Witnesses are not speaking against him because of the position that he holds. Logically, what steps should be taken next? Because there's already a cry for him to be taken out of the position that he holds right now in the Waqf Board.
Definitely, he should have been removed by now. Reason being, it is the moral responsibility of the Chief Minister to remove him from the Waqf Board. And everybody knew that the corruption which happened in the Waqf Board cannot be justified unless entity is thrown out of there. And when you talk about this person, he's not just he's a notorious criminal. He has more than 20 cases on him. And if you remember, day before yesterday, he was supporting this terrorist outfit organization Modul also by saying कि देखिए जी हम तो इनके साथ खड़े हैं, हम तो इनका साथ देंगे। तो वकाफ बोर्ड में जितनी बड़ी करप्शन हुई, उस करप्शन के लिए कोई भी विटनेस, कोई भी आदमी सामने तब तक नहीं आएगा जब तक ये वकाफ बोर्ड का खुद ही चेयरमैन है। और
काफी बातों का जिक्र किया है, मैं प्रयास करूंगा कि उन बातों को दोहराया नहीं जाए। मित्रों, एक तो ये झूठा प्रचार किया जा रहा है, झूठा प्रचार किया जा रहा है कि आरसीपी सिंह को बिना नीतीश कुमार की सहमति के केंद्र में मंत्री बना दिया गया। तो मैं आपसे स्पष्ट करना चाहूँगा कि जब 2019 में हमारी सरकार बनी, उसमें शिवसेना के 19 एमपी थे और जनता दलियों के केवल 16 एमपी थे। तो पार्टी ने तय किया कि एक एक मंत्री परिषद में एक एक हर दल को एक एक जगह दी जाएगी। तो कि जब हम शिवसेना को एक दे रहे हैं तो किसी अन्य को ज़्यादा देने का कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता था। तो केंद्र की सरकार ने, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यह तय किया कि हर दल से एक एक व्यक्ति को मंत्री बनाया जाएगा। और जब जनता दलियों के नेता नीतीश जी से बातचीत की गई तो उन्होंने बाद में कहा कि हमारे दल में लोग किसी नाम पर एकमत नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, इसलिए अभी छोड़ दीजिए, बाद में देखा जाएगा। तो मैं फिर इस बात को दोहरा रहा हूँ, उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे दल में किसी नाम पर सहमति नहीं बन पा रही है, इसलिए अभी छोड़ दीजिए, बाद में देखा जाएगा। और जब दूसरी बार मंत्रिपरिषद का विस्तार हो रहा था, उसमें स्वयं अमित शाह जी ने मुख्यमंत्री को टेलीफोन किया और कहा कि कोई एक नाम दे दीजिए। तो उन्होंने आरसीपी सिंह का नाम दिया और ये भी कहा कि देखिए ललन जी थोड़ा नाराज होंगे, उनका भी ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, लेकिन उन्होंने एक नाम दिया और वह भी नाम आरसीपी सिंह का था। तो जब उन्होंने एक नाम दे दिया तब केंद्रीय मंत्रिपरिषद में उनको शामिल किया गया। तो इतना सफ़ेद झूठ, इतना सरासर झूठ, इस प्रकार का झूठ कि आरसीपी सिंह को बिना पूछे बना दिया गया। अगर बिना पूछे बना दिया गया तो आखिर 1.5 साल तक वो कैसे केंद्र की सरकार में मंत्री बने रहे? आप तो इतने ताकतवर थे कि एक दिन में उनको हटवा सकते थे। तो आपने तो कभी विरोध नहीं किया, कभी नहीं कहा कि उनको हटा दिया जाए। तभी तोड़ना हो तो तोड़ दीजिए, लेकिन इस प्रकार के झूठ का प्रचार ये नहीं करना चाहिए। अब मित्रों, जो दूसरा प्रचार किया जा रहा है कि जनता दलियों को तोड़ने की कोशिश हो रही थी, उदाहरण दिया जा रहा शिवसेना का। अरे शिवसेना हमारा सहयोगी दल थोड़ी था, वो तो वहाँ का सत्ताधारी दल था। आप तो हमारे सहयोगी दल थे, हमने सहयोगी दल रहते हुए कभी तर थे और सरकार बनाने के लिए 46 चाहिए था। तो पूरी जनता दलियों आती तभी ना कुछ हो सकता था, तो भी बहुमत नहीं होता। और देखिए बीजेपी ने आज तक कभी किसी को धोखा नहीं दिया। हमने नीतीश जी को एक बार नहीं 5 बार बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, 5 बार। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने 2 बार बनाया और हम लोगों ने 5 बार बनाया। 17 साल का हमारा संबंध था, लेकिन आपने दोनों बार एक झटके में तोड़ दिया। और मित्रों, मैं आपको याद कराना चाहूँगा, पुराने पत्रकारों को याद होगा, 2005 नवंबर का जब विधानसभा का चुनाव हो रहा था, समता पार्टी में 2 गुट हो गया। जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस, दिग्विजय सिंह, प्रभुनाथ सिंह, ये लोग नहीं चाहते थे कि नीतीश जी का नाम घोषित किया, वो तैयार नहीं थे। और मैंने बिना पार्टी से पूछे मैंने उनके नाम का ऐलान किया कि 2005 में नवंबर के चुनाव का मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार नीतीश कुमार होगा, और पार्टी ने उस पर मोहर लगाई। तो जिस बीजेपी ने आपको 5 बार बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, आपके पार्टी के विरोध के बावजूद आपके नाम का ऐलान किया और आपको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, उस पार्टी को आपने धोखा दे दिया। और देखिए मित्रों, ये जो विश्वासघात है, ये केवल बिहार की जनता के साथ विश्वासघात नहीं है। 2020 के अंदर वोट मिला नरेंद्र मोदी के नाम पर, आपके नाम पर वोट नहीं मिला। अगर आपके नाम पर भी वोट मिला होता तो हम 150 पौने 200 पार कर जाते। अगर आपके नाम पर वोट मिला होता तो आपको कल 43 सीट नहीं मिली होती। जब लगा कि हालात स्थिति ठीक नहीं है, तो नरेंद्र मोदी ने एक एक दिन में 3-3, 4-4 रैलियां की, जी जान लगा दिया। तो 2020 का जनादेश नरेंद्र मोदी के नाम पर है। 2020 का जनादेश नरेंद्र मोदी का जनादेश है। और 2020 में जब नरेंद्र मोदी आए तो ये तो समाज के सभी तबकों का वोट मिल रहा था, लेकिन जो अति पिछड़ा समाज है, जो 30-35% है, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी अति पिछड़ा समाज से आते हैं, अति पिछड़ा समाज उनको अपना नेता मानता है। अति पिछड़ा का एक एक वोट गिनकर नरेंद्र मोदी की झोली में पड़ गया, तब आप मुख्यमंत्री बने और तब बिहार के अंदर हमारी सरकार बनी। तो नीतीश जी, ये केवल नरेंद्र मोदी का अपमान और नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ विश्वासघात नहीं है, ये बिहार के जो अति पिछड़ा समाज है, जो 30% अति पिछड़ा है, उसको आपने अपमानित किया है। और ये वही राजद के लोग हैं जिनके 15 साल में अगर सबसे ज़्यादा कोई प्रताड़ित हुआ तो ये अति पिछड़ा समाज के लोग हुए, जिनकी ज़मीनों पर कब्जा कर लिया जाता था, मार के भगा दिया जाता था, वोट नहीं देने दिया जाता था। और जिसको लालू जी ने कभी जिन कहा था, वो जिन जब आपके साथ आ गया तब सरकार बनी। और आज वो जिन आपके साथ नहीं है, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है, नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ है। इसलिए ये गलतफहमी ना रहे, 2015 और 2020 में बहुत अंतर है। उस समय अति पिछड़ा आपके साथ था, आज नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ है। और नरेंद्र मोदी की लोकप्रियता पहले की तुलना में कई गुना ज़्यादा है। और मित्रों, पिछली बार जब आपने गठबंधन तोड़ा आरजेडी से, तो आपने कहा मैं भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे पर कोई समझौता नहीं करूँगा, और कहा कि तेजस्वी नहीं कोई जवाब नहीं दे पाए, इसे मैं गठबंधन तोड़ रहा हूँ। उस समय तो केवल सीबीआई ने छापा मारा था, अब तो सीबीआई ने चार्जशीट फाइल कर दिया। तो आपके मंत्रिमंडल में जो डिप्टी सीएम बनने जा रहे हैं, वो चार्जशीटेड हैं, भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में चार्जशीटेड हैं, वो बेल पर हैं। कल कोर्ट अगर चाहे तो उनकी बेल को खारिज कर सकता है, उनको दोबारा जेल भेज सकता है। तो तेजस्वी यादव ये भ्रष्टाचार से जुड़े IRCTC घोटाले के मामले में ये चार्जशीटेड हैं, ये बेल पर हैं, उनका ट्रायल शुरू हो गया है। और इतने पुख्ता सबूत हैं कि इस ट्रायल का परिणाम उनकी जेल जाने में भी हो सकता है, उनकी सजा के रूप में भी हो सकता है। तो आपकी मंशा क्या है? क्या आप राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को तोड़ना चाहते हैं? क्या आपकी साजिश है कि राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को तोड़कर और मैं बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बना रहा हूँ? लालू जी तो बूढ़े हो गए, बीमार रहते हैं, ये लड़का कब जेल चला जाएगा पता नहीं है। तो मित्रों, इसलिए मैंने कहा कि लालू जी ने कहा था पलटू राम, बीजेपी ने नहीं कहा था। इसलिए ये कल राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को भी धोखा दे सकते हैं, इसलिए राजद के नेताओं को भी और सावधान रहने की आवश्यकता है। मित्रों, उनकी महत्वाकांक्षा को लेकर बात हो रही है। मित्र, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि उनके नज़दीकी लोगों ने कई बार प्रयास किया कि उनको उपराष्ट्रपति का उम्मीदवार घोषित कर दिया जाए। उनके लोग आए, हमारे नेताओं से मिले और कहा कि नीतीश जी को उपराष्ट्रपति बना दीजिए, बिहार में आप सरकार चलाइएगा आप लोग। लेकिन जब बीजेपी का अपना बहुमत है तो हम किसी दूसरे को क्यों उपराष्ट्रपति बनाते हैं? तो पता नहीं, मुझे शायद ये भी कोई कारण हो सकता है। और मित्रों, नई सरकार बन गई है, आज शपथ ग्रहण होगा और मैं केवल राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को स्मरण कराना चाहूँगा कि तेजस्वी यादव ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा था, अपने हर भाषण में कहा था और कहा था कि 15 वर्ष के एनडीए शासन में रिक्त पड़े 4.5 लाख पद भरने के साथ साथ 5.5 लाख स्थायी पदों का सृजन कुल 10 लाख स्थायी नौकरियों की समयबद्ध बहाली की प्रक्रिया पहली ही कैबिनेट बैठक में पहले दस्तखत के साथ शुरू होगी। तो मित्रों, तेजस्वी यादव को इसी नाम पर वोट मिला, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में सीटों को जीतने में उनको सफलता मिली। तो मैं इनको याद कराना चाहूँगा, आज या कल मंत्रिपरिषद के गठन के बाद जब कैबिनेट की पहली बैठक होती है तो आपका वायदा था, हर भाषण में आप जोर जोर से कहते थे कि कैबिनेट की पहली बैठक में और पहला हस्ताक्षर होगा कि बिहार के 10 लाख लोगों को रोजगार दिया जाएगा। सरकारी नौकरी, रोजगार यानी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में नहीं, सरकारी नौकरी दी जाएगी। इसलिए मैं क्या आपको स्मरण कराना चाहूँगा, और हम रोज रोज आपको स्मरण कराते रहेंगे कि आपका 10 लाख नौकरियों का वायदा था, आप उस वायदे को पूरा कीजिए। और मित्रों ने एक और वायदा किया था कि किसानों का कर्ज माफ करेंगे। तो बिहार का किसान आपसे जानना चाहता है कि आप किसानों का कर्ज कितने दिनों में माफ करेंगे। और साथ ही साथ आपने कहा, आपने कहा कि आशा कार्यकर्ता, आंगनबाड़ी सेविका, सहायिका, रसोई कर्मियों के मौजूदा मानदेय को दुगना करके और जीविका दीदियों को नियमित वेतन नौकरी उपलब्ध कराई गई। तो जो आशा वर्कर है, आगे ये जो आशा है, आंगनबाड़ी सेविका, सहायिका है, उनके वेतन को, उनके मानदेय को आपने दुगना करने की घोषणा की है। और नियोजित शिक्षकों के बारे में आपने कहा है कि समान काम समान वेतन की नीति लागू की जाएगी। तो इसलिए मित्रों, मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आपने जो वायदा किया था उस वायदे के अनुरूप, चूंकि डी फैक्टो चीफ मिनिस्टर तो तेजस्वी यादव है, नीतीश जी तो केवल जिसको टिटुलर हेड कहते हैं वो दिखावे के मुख्यमंत्री होंगे। उनकी संख्या 80 है, आपकी संख्या 45-46 है। और लालू यादव के काम करने का तरीका क्या सब लोग जानते हैं। तो दिखावे के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे नीतीश कुमार और असली मुख्यमंत्री होगा तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव। इसलिए मित्रों, केवल कि मैं जो उन्होंने वायदा किया था उस वायदे को याद कराते हुए
Wax heterologous COVID-19 booster for restricted use in emergency situation. In the month of July, the National Technical Advisory Group on Immunization recommended biological Wax as a heterologous booster for adults. Earlier, biological Wax received DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot for restricted use in emergency situation. It is the first vaccine in India to get DCGI approval for a heterologous COVID-19 booster shot. After a major political shift in Bihar, Nitish Kumar and Tejaswi Yadav will be sworn in as Chief Minister and Deputy CM of the state respectively at 2 p.m. beginning the Mahabudgam back into power in the state. Sources in the know inform that more ministers will be inducted in the cabinet at a later stage. Shrikant Tyagi was sent to 14 days judicial custody till August 23rd by a Surajpur court after his arrest from Meerut. Tyagi was absconding since the time an FIR was lodged by the police on a complaint of a woman over Tyagi hurling explicitives. Taking out a leaf from the Aam Aadmi Party's playbook, Congress has now promised 300 units of electricity for the people in Himachal Pradesh if voted to power. In addition to that, the party has also promised to provide financial assistance of Rs 1,500 per month to all women aged between 18 and 60 years. As a part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Ramappa Temple of Telangana was beautifully illuminated in the tricolour theme. The UNESCO World Heritage Site Ramappa Temple is all set to celebrate 75th Indian Independence Day.
Couple sir, one question. Couple sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead. प्रतिक्रिया आपकी
In what could be regarded as the heaviest rain in decades, South Korea's capital region was swamped this week, turning Seoul streets into car-clogged rivers and sending floods cascading into subway stations. At least 8 people lost their lives, some by drowning in their own homes, and 7 others were missing. Addressing Indian smartphone makers attempting to push Chinese firms out of the low-end smartphone markets, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson whined, urging India to fulfill its commitment to open cooperation and provide Chinese enterprises with an open, fair and non-discriminatory investment and business environment. That's rich talk from a country where Google, Facebook and Twitter are all banned and copyright infringements are a business model.
Congress MPs who are right now protesting.
नरेंद्र मोदी जी से लेकर के अमित शाह जी से लेकर के बहुत लोगों के सारे पन्ने खंगाल दिए जाएंगे। मैं उसमें नहीं जाना चाहता। आज ओथ टेकिंग है,